Chapter 1, The Iceberg Goddess Came to the Door, a Pregnancy Test Report. Tianhai City in June is like a huge sauna. The sticky evening breeze squeezed in through the old window, but it couldn't blow away the heat from the bowl of Kangshufu braised beef noodles on the table. Xin Hao had just returned from distributing flyers. He was drenched in sweat, and his t-shirt was stuck tightly to his back, outlining the muscular lines he had developed from years of working. He swiped his phone and the screen showed the bank card balance, 352.5 yuan. I have to pay 150 yuan in class fees tomorrow, and there is less than 20 yuan left on my cafeteria meal card. For the rest of this month, my daily budget cannot exceed 10 yuan. Hold. Xin Hao cursed under his breath, grabbed his chopsticks, and slurped the noodles. The soup was boiling hot, burning all the way to his stomach, making him temporarily forget the difficulties of his life. As a special admissions student of the finance department of Tianhai University, he knows the importance of money better than anyone else and desires success more than anyone else. But what's the use of longing? Reality is like a wall, cold and hard. At this moment, a huge commotion comparable to a volcanic eruption suddenly broke out downstairs of the dormitory building. Holy shit! Look downstairs. Who is that? Damn it! Xiao Wanqiu? What is she doing in our shabby boys' dormitory? Oh my god, it really is Goddess Xia. She's holding something in her hand. Am I dreaming? Xiao Wanqiu? Xin Hao paused in eating noodles. This name seemed to have magical power, making the air in the entire dormitory building thinner. The campus beauty goddess of Tianhai University, the ice princess of the art department, a woman who only exists in legends and photos. It is said that she has a powerful family background and is usually so aloof that she seems to be out of touch with the world. Countless rich second generations have flocked to her, but she can't even glance at them. Xin Hao smiled self-deprecatingly. This favored daughter of heaven is like two parallel lines that will never intersect. He shook his head, prepared to finish the last few mouthfuls of noodles in the bowl, and then went to the public bathroom to take a cold shower. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, neither fast nor slow, with a unique rhythm. Who is it? Wang Hao, the roommate who slept on the upper bunk, stuck half of his head out and shouted casually. There was no answer from outside the door. Strange, who is so rude? Wang Hao muttered, climbed down from the bed with his bare chest, and opened the dormitory door. The moment the door opened, the impatience on Wang Hao's face froze instantly, and his whole body seemed to be under a spell, with his mouth open so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. The originally noisy atmosphere in the dormitory became dead silent at this moment. Xin Hao raised his head curiously. At the door stood a woman. A simple white dress seems to gather all the light in the world. Her skin was whiter than snow, her facial features were as delicate as God's most perfect work of art, and her clear and distant eyes were quietly scanning the narrow and messy dormitory. She exuded a faint, pleasant cool fragrance, which instantly overwhelmed the strong smell of sweat and instant noodles in the dormitory. Summer to late autumn. It turned out to be her. How did she get here? Xin Hao's mind went blank for a moment. Fuck. Goddess Xia. Xia. Wang Hao stuttered, his face flushed red, and he frantically tried to find clothes to put on. Xiao Wanqiu's gaze did not stay on him for even a second, but passed over him and fell accurately on Xin Hao, who was sitting at the table. I'm looking for Xin Hao. Her voice was just like her, cold, clean, and without a trace of unnecessary emotion. In an instant, the other two roommates who were playing online games in the dormitory also stopped, and all three pairs of eyes were fixed on Xin Hao's back. His eyes were filled with shock, confusion, jealousy, and a hint of admiration of brother, you are awesome. Xin Hao pointed at himself and frowned slightly. He tried hard to search his memory, but apart from the ridiculous accident 2 months ago, he and this favored girl had no other connection. Is it because of that? No, it's impossible. Both of them were drunk and unconscious at the time. Afterwards, he offered to take responsibility and make compensation, but she coldly rejected him and warned him not to mention it again. Since then, the two have never spoken a word to each other. Come out for a moment. Xiao Wanqiu had no intention of going in, but just said lightly. Xin Hao put down his chopsticks, stood up under the murderous gazes of his roommates, and walked out of the dormitory. In the corridor, heads popped out from behind countless dormitory doors, and all eyes were focused on the two of them, full of inquiry and gossip. Let's talk on the rooftop. Xiao Wanqiu seemed to dislike the feeling of being watched by others, so she turned around and walked towards the stairs. Xin Hao followed her silently. The two walked one after the other through the noisy corridor, climbed the rusty iron ladder, and came to the rooftop of the dormitory building. The evening breeze blew, blowing up Xiao Wanqiu's long black hair, and also blew away the heat in Qin Hao's heart. "What do you want from me?" Qin Hao spoke first, breaking the silence. He doesn't like this passive situation. Xiao Wanqiu turned around, her beautiful face still expressionless, her cold eyes looking straight at Qin Hao. I watched it for more than 10 seconds. Just when Qin Hao was about to lose his patience, she finally spoke. "Here, take a look." She handed over a file bag that she had been holding in her hand. Qin Hao took it doubtfully. It was very thin and there seemed to be only a few sheets of paper inside. He opened the briefcase and pulled out a folded A4 paper. "Expand." When Qin Hao saw the bold black words at the top of the paper, his pupils suddenly contracted. Tianhai First People's Hospital Ultrasound Imaging Examination Report. His gaze continued to move downward uncontrollably. Examination findings: intrauterine early pregnancy, visible embryo, and primitive heart tube beating. Ultrasound suggests early intrauterine pregnancy, about 8 weeks plus. Boom! Qin Hao felt as if his brain had been blown up by a bomb, buzzing. Intrauterine pregnancy? 8 weeks? The time is exactly 2 months. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of disbelief, staring at Xiao Wanqiu's flat belly. Is his child in here? What does this mean? Qin Hao's voice was a little dry, and even he could hear the trembling in it. Xiao Wanqiu's eyes finally showed a slight fluctuation. She curled the corners of her mouth as if in self-mockery, her voice still cold, literally. "I'm pregnant, and it's yours." This sentence was like a thunderbolt from the sky, which struck Qin Hao so hard that he was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. He had thought of countless possibilities, but this was the only one he hadn't thought of. Let Tianhai University's icy campus beauty goddess get pregnant before marriage? This is the kind of plot that only novels dare to write about. Are you sure? What else? Xiao Wanqiu asked back, "Why do you think I need to use this kind of thing to blackmail you? Blackmail you for a bowl of instant noodles, or blackmail you for your part-time job handing out flyers?" There was a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Qin Hao fell silent for a moment. Yes. What does he have? He has nothing. A poor student has nothing except this miserable life. Xiao Wanqiu, a proud daughter of heaven, would she make such a joke with her lifelong reputation? So, this is true. He, Qin Hao, is going to be a father? An unprecedented sense of absurdity and suffocation surged into my heart. How will he support his children? Take the bank card balance of more than 300 yuan? But what followed was not fear and escape, but a strange emotion mixed with excitement and confusion. The feeling of blood connection. He is no longer alone in this world. He has his own child. Qin Hao took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, his chest heaving violently. He looked at the woman in front of him who was as cold and aloof as a fairy from the moon palace, and looked at her eyes that seemed calm but actually contained a hint of confusion deep inside. Somewhere in his heart suddenly softened. He is an orphan and knows better than anyone what it feels like to have no parents. He would never let his children follow in his footsteps. Escape? Shift the blame? That's not what Qin Hao would do. Now that you have done it, you have to admit it. Chapter 2 activated. The Godly Rich and Almighty Dad System. The wind on the rooftop seemed colder than before. Qin Hao held the light checklist tightly in his hand, but it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Xiao Wanqiu just stood there quietly, without saying a word, like a beautiful ice sculpture, or like a judge holding a verdict, waiting for his final judgment. She was waiting for him to speak. Should he be a coward, pay her to abort the baby, and never have anything to do with her again? Or should he choose to escape and disappear into the vast sea of people? Countless thoughts flashed through Qin Hao's mind, and finally, they all stopped on the cold iron bed in the orphanage. What he hated most in his life was the word abandonment. When he raised his head again, the confusion and shock in Qin Hao's eyes had completely faded away, leaving only an unprecedented determination. He looked at her and said word by word with incredible clarity, "I've made up my mind." A ripple finally appeared in Xiao Wanqiu's cold eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a subtle arc, with a hint of expected mockery. "What have you thought of? Are you going to give me some money so I can go to the hospital and get it sorted out, and then you can rest easy? Or are you going to run away overnight and move to another city to continue your free and easy college life?" Her words were like ice-hardened knives, precisely piercing a man's most fragile self-esteem. Qin Hao was not angered. He just took a step forward, closing the distance between them, looked directly into her eyes, and said two words in an unquestionable tone. Give birth to it. The mockery on Xiao Wanqiu's face froze instantly. She seemed to have not expected this answer at all, and for the first time, an emotion called surprise appeared in her calm eyes. Qin Hao ignored her shock and continued speaking in a low but powerful voice. This is my child, and I will be responsible for him to the end. And you, I'll raise you and the child. The two words "I support you" seemed to drain all his strength, but also made him stand up straighter than ever before. This is the most solemn promise a man makes to a woman and her unborn child. Xiao Wanqiu's astonishment only lasted a few seconds before being replaced by a cold irrationality. She looked as if she had heard some huge joke, and looked at Qin Hao with eyes full of scrutiny and a hint of pity. You raise it? Qin Hao, if I remember correctly, you have to rely on doing various cheap part-time jobs to earn your living expenses every month. You don't even know how much you'll pay for next month's food. How will you support yourself? From your $15 an hour tutoring fee, or from the $200 you earn moving bricks all day at the construction site? The reality was torn apart by her bloody eyes and placed in front of Qin Hao. Every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. Yes. How can he support himself? Promises are a joke in the face of absolute poverty. A huge feeling of powerlessness and shame swept over him, causing Qin Hao to clench his fists instantly, his nails digging deeply into his palms. He knew she was right. But he can't retreat. This is his bottom line as a man and as a future father. I'll take care of the money issue. He practically squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Don't worry about it. Just focus on taking care of your baby. Even he himself felt that these words were pale and powerless. The disappointment in Xiao Wanqiu's eyes almost overflowed. Perhaps, her coming here today was a mistake in itself. Just when Qin Hao was almost suffocated by reality and felt that the whole world had become dark, a cold, emotionless, mechanically synthesized voice exploded without any warning in the depths of his mind. Ding! A bloodline connected to the host's flesh and blood has been detected. The host has made the crucial decision to take responsibility, and his personality charisma is consistent with the core values of the system. Super Almighty Dad System, meet the activation conditions. System activation. 1%. 30%. 70%. 100%. Activation successful. This system is dedicated to making the host the most powerful father in the universe who dominates all fields, providing your offspring with the best and most perfect growth environment. What? Qin Hao was stunned, thinking that he was hallucinating because of too much pressure. But the next second, a translucent panel emitting a faint blue light that only he could see appeared in front of him out of thin air. Host, Qin Hao. Constitution, 7 sub-health, adult male standard is 10. Spirit, 12 strong will, far beyond ordinary people. Skills, none. Wealth, 352.5 yuan. The data on the panel simply and roughly summarized his difficult life. Especially the wealth value of 352.5 yuan, which was so dazzling that it made his cheeks hot. Is this fucking true? Not an illusion? Before he could think about it, the mechanical voice sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host is binding to the system for the first time, hereby issuing a newbie gift pack. Do you want to open it immediately? Open. Open now. Qin Hao roared wildly in his heart. He really needed a life-saving straw right now. Newbie gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. 1. Extraordinary brain. The host's brain development will be increased to 20%, gaining extraordinary abilities such as photographic memory, logical reasoning, and deep learning. 2. God-level investment skills. The host will instantly master all knowledge and skills in all investment fields, and possess God-level market intuition and predictive ability. Boom! As the system prompt sounded, Qin Hao felt a cool stream of data instantly pouring into his brain. Countless financial theories, candlestick charts, complex mathematical models, and real-time dynamics of major global markets that were once difficult to understand, at this moment, they become simpler and clearer than 1 + 1 = 2. In his eyes, the world seemed to be stripped of all disguises in an instant, revealing its underlying operating logic. He could even instantly infer the tiny fluctuations in Tianhai City's steel futures tomorrow by looking at the wind direction, humidity, and the emissions from the distant factory chimneys on the rooftop. Is this the God-level investment technique? Is this the extraordinary brain area? Xinhao slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his entire temperament had changed drastically. Before, he was like a wolf trapped in a cage, his eyes full of unwillingness and struggle. But now, his eyes are as calm as a bottomless ocean, containing absolute confidence and composure. Xiao Wanqiu, who was sitting opposite him, keenly noticed this change. The Qinhao in front of him was clearly the same person, but his face seemed to have been completely transformed in just a few seconds. "What's wrong with you?" She frowned. "Are you shocked by what I just said?" Qinhao suddenly laughed when he heard this. It was a smile that came from the heart, relaxed and calm, as if the poor student who was suffocating under the pressure of reality just now was not him at all. "Not stupid." He looked at Xiao Wanqiu, his tone as relaxed as if he was talking about the nice weather today. "I'm just wondering, how much living expenses should I give you every month?" Xiao Wanqiu was stunned again. She felt that her thinking seemed to be unable to keep up with Qinhao's pace. Living expenses? He even has trouble paying for his own food, but now he is considering giving her living expenses? Are you giving up and starting to talk nonsense? Qinhao didn't give her much time to think, and continued to speak to himself, his tone so natural as if he was talking about something very ordinary. "How about this, give me your bank card number and I'll transfer 1 million to you. You can spend it as you please. From today on, stop working those part-time jobs and focus on your pregnancy. Also, those heels on your feet are too high. They're not good for you or your baby. Change them when you get home." His tone was filled with a gentleness and dominance that could not be refused. Xiao Wanqiu was completely confused. She looked at Qinhao in front of her as if she was looking at a madman, a complete madman. 1 million? She parted her red lips slightly, and for the first time, her cold voice was filled with a strong sense of absurdity. "Qinhao, do you know what you are talking about? Are you overly stimulated and mentally ill?" "Of course I do." Qinhao's smile remained. At this moment, the old domestic mobile phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look. On the screen was a text message from the bank. "Dear customer, a transfer transaction of 1 million renminbi was completed on your savings account ending in XXXX at 7:45 p.m. on September 22nd. Your current account balance is 1,352 renminbi and 50 cents. China Construction Bank." Done. It's all true. Qinhao was filled with ecstasy, but his face remained expressionless. He put his phone back into his pocket, with no intention of showing the balance to Xiao Wanqiu. That would be too cheap. He simply raised his head, facing Xiao Wanqiu's gaze that was a mixture of shock, suspicion, and absurdity, and repeated the previous question in a more nonchalant tone. "So, give me the card number. Or do you think 1 million is not enough?" Chapter 3 Newbie Gift Pack, God-Level Investment Technique. The air seemed to freeze. Xiao Wanqiu's eyes, as clear and cold as autumn water, were filled with unprecedented shock and absurdity. She felt that her rationality, which she was proud of, was shattered by the man in front of her in just a few minutes. 1 million is not enough? Does he know what he is talking about? This poor student who was still worrying about living expenses a few minutes ago was now discussing with her in a tone as if he was discussing the price of cabbage whether 1 million is enough. "Qinhao." Xiao Wanqiu's voice turned cold, with a hint of warning in it. "I don't have time to accompany you to go crazy here. Where did you get this money from?" She is not a naive person. There is no such thing as a free lunch. It is definitely not a good thing for a poor student to suddenly have an extra million. Loan sharking? Online gambling? Or something even more shady? No matter which one it was, Xiao Wanqiu would never touch it. Stolen? Robbed? Qinhao looked at her vigilant expression and suddenly found it a little funny. He shook his head, his expression unusually calm. Neither. He paused, then met Xiao Wanqiu's inquiring gaze with a half-truthful tone and said calmly, "Some time ago, I used all my savings, plus a tiny bit of leverage, to invest in an overseas virtual currency. Just now, it exploded." This explanation was the most perfect rhetoric he made up in an instant after integrating the knowledge from the God-level investment technique. The virtual currency market is a place where myths and miracles are created. It is also the only place where a pauper can become rich overnight without appearing so bizarre. Sure enough, after hearing this explanation, although the vigilance in Xiao Wanqiu's eyes did not completely disappear, at least the absurd feeling of, "Are you crazy?" faded a little. As a top student in the Department of Finance, she had certainly heard about the craze over virtual currencies. But she still didn't believe it. All your savings? Her cold eyes swept over Qin Hao's washed-out t-shirt. As far as I know, the amount in your bank account should never exceed 4 figures, right? No, Qin Hao admitted frankly, but who says that with a small amount of capital, you can't create miracles? His eyes were deep and confident, as if they contained a starry sky, and had a power that made people believe in him involuntarily. Xiao Wanqiu, the source of the money is clean, I can assure you of that. What you need to consider now is not where the money will come from, but whether to accept it. If you accept, you can rest assured and take care of your pregnancy, giving our child the best possible start. If you don't accept. Qin Hao's eyes fell on her flat belly, and his voice softened. Do you want him to accompany you, to wait tables in restaurants, and to hand out flyers on the street? The last sentence, like a needle, accurately pierced the softest part of Xiao Wanqiu's heart. She doesn't care how much suffering she endures. But the child. She subconsciously reached out and gently stroked her lower abdomen. There, a little life is growing. Her child. Seeing her actions, Qin Hao knew that she was wavering. He said no more, but took out his mobile phone again, opened the transfer interface of the bank app, and handed it to her. Card number. This time, his voice was unmistakable. Xiao Wanqiu bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, experiencing a conflict between her conscience and her conscience. Reason told her that this matter was full of weirdness and she shouldn't believe it easily. But her emotions, or maternal instinct, urged her to make the best choice for her child. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind and slowly took out a bank card from her small bag. It was a black card with no extra patterns on the card surface, only a gold-plated word Xia. Qin Hao didn't look at it for long, just took it and skillfully entered the card number and account name. Pay, Xiao Wanqiu. Transfer amount, 1,000,000. Without any hesitation, he clicked Confirm Transfer. Buzz. Almost at the same time he clicked Confirm, the phone in Xiao Wanqiu's bag vibrated. This voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting her heart. She took out her cell phone from her bag somewhat mechanically and stiffly. The screen lights up. A text message notification from the bank was clearly displayed at the top of the screen. Dear Ms. Xiao Wanqiu, your account ending in XXXX received 1 million yuan at 1951 on September 22nd. The current account balance is... She could no longer see the numbers at the end. All that remained in her eyes was a long string of glaring zeros. Real. 1 million. Just like that, it arrived? Xiao Wanqiu felt like her breathing had stopped. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Qin Hao as if she was looking at a monster. The man in front of him still looked calm and composed, as if what he had just transferred out was not 1 million, but $1. This kind of impact is more shocking than any words before. Did you receive the money? Qin Hao returned the bank card to her as if he had done something insignificant. Xiao Wanqiu took it subconsciously, her fingertips were cold. Do you believe it now? Qin Hao asked with a smile. Xiao Wanqiu didn't answer. Her heart was in a mess. How many secrets does this man have that she doesn't know about? Remember what I just said. Qin Hao put away his smile and his expression became serious. First, quit all your part-time jobs. Your mission is to take care of the baby. Second, change your high heels and buy some nutritional supplements. Don't treat yourself badly, and don't treat my child badly. If you don't have enough money, just tell me. His words were no longer empty promises, but carried the heavy weight of 1 million, smashing into Xiao Wanqiu's heart. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked and she couldn't utter a word. In the end, she just clenched the bank card in her hand and looked at Qin Hao deeply, her eyes extremely complicated. Then, without saying a word, she turned around and left the rooftop silently. Only after watching her disappear at the stairs did Qin Hao finally breathe a sigh of relief. The first level is finally passed. He opened his bank app again. Account balance, 352.5 yuan. That 1 million is the child-rearing startup fund included in the system's novice gift package. Now, the money has been deposited into Xiao Wanqiu's card. And he himself returned to the state of being a pauper who even had to calculate the cost of tomorrow's meal. No. Wrong. The corners of Qin Hao's mouth slowly curled up into a confident arc. He is not a pauper now. He possesses the most precious wealth in the world: god-level investment skills and extraordinary brainpower. What's a mere 1 million? What he wants to earn is a business empire that can make his wife and children stand on top of the world. Xin Hao turned around and walked down the rooftop in high spirits. As soon as I returned to the dormitory door, I saw my roommate Wang Hao waiting there anxiously, his face burning with gossip. "How's he? My dear brother. You're finally back." Wang Hao grabbed him and said, "Tell me. What's going on between you and Goddess Xia? Why did she come to see you? When did you two get together?" Xin Hao looked at his anxious look, just smiled mysteriously and did not answer. He walked straight to Wang Hao's seat and pointed at the gaming laptop worth tens of thousands of dollars. "Lao Wang, can you lend me your computer?" Wang Hao was stunned. "Huh? Why do you want to borrow a computer? Don't you never play games?" Xin Hao's gaze seemed to penetrate the screen and saw a brand new world with turbulent winds and gold everywhere. The smile on his lips grew wider. "Play games? No, to make a little money." Chapter 4 Borrow from all over the internet, all in virtual currency. Make a little money? When Wang Hao heard these 4 words, he almost vomited blood. He snatched back his precious notebook, held it tightly in his arms, and looked at Xin Hao vigilantly, as if he was protecting his own old hen that was about to lay eggs. "Howsy, are you okay? You went crazy just after being found by Goddess Xia? Still making a little money? Do you know how much this alien machine of mine cost? 28,000. Even if I sell it, it won't even cover your losses. If you dare use my computer to browse those rubbish websites, I will break up with you." The other 2 roommates in the dormitory, Lu Yu and Zhao Ming, also cast concerned glances. "Howsy, are you okay? Don't scare us." "That's right, if you have anything to say, tell your brothers, don't carry it all by yourself. Getting dumped by the school beauty is not a big deal." Xin Hao looked at the 3 of them, who looked like they were facing a great enemy, and felt a little amused. He knew that these brothers really cared about him. But he didn't have time to explain now. Because in his extraordinary brain, a fleeting golden opportunity that can make wealth increase exponentially has begun to shine like a supernova. Rest assured. Xin Hao patted Wang Hao's shoulder, his expression calm and powerful. "I won't look at the website, and I won't damage your computer. It will only take me 10 minutes. As he said that, he pushed Wang Hao back to his seat, then pulled a chair and sat next to him. "Turn on your computer." Wang Hao looked at Xin Hao's calm but unquestionable eyes. Somehow, he listened to him and pressed the power button. "Log in to your banking app." Xin Hao continued to give orders. What are you doing?" Wang Hao was a little confused. "Use your Huawei, Jibei, Wiledai, and all the apps on your phone that can borrow money, and transfer all the credit limits to my card." Boom! This sentence was even more shocking than Xiao Wanqiu coming to the door just now. The entire dormitory fell silent in an instant. Wang Hao, Lu Yu, and Zhao Ming, 3 people with 6 eyes, stared at Xin Hao as hard as copper bells. Their eyes were as if they were looking at a complete madman. "Xin Hao." Wang Hao was the first to react. He suddenly jumped up from his chair, his voice changing tone. "Are you fucking crazy? You want me to borrow online loans? Do you know what that is? It's a loan shark. It's a vampire. It's a bottomless pit. Once you borrow it, don't even think about paying it back." Lu Yu, the usually taciturn tech geek, also got anxious. "Howsy, calm down. The interest rates on student online loans are shockingly high, and there are all kinds of upfront interest and handling fees. If you take it, you're done." Even Zhao Ming, who came from the wealthiest family, looked extremely serious. "Xin Hao, are you in trouble? If you need money, just tell us. If it's a few thousand or tens of thousands, we brothers can always help you out. Don't go down the wrong path." They were really anxious. In their opinion, Xin Hao must have been provoked by Xiao Wanqiu, or he must have gotten into some big trouble, which is why he did such a crazy thing that would destroy his future. However, faced with his brother's earnest advice, Xin Hao just shook his head. His eyes were still as calm as water. "I'm not crazy or irritated." He looked at Wang Hao and said in a serious tone, "Old Wang, I just want to ask you one question, do you believe me?" Wang Hao was stunned by the question. He looked into Xin Hao's eyes. There was no madness or despair in them, only a self-confidence as deep as the sea that he had never seen before. The words of dissuasion were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. Of course I believe it. Wang Hao stammered, but this. Just trust me. Qin Hao interrupted him directly. The money you borrowed is mine. I'll write you an IOU. Within 3 days, I'll pay you back double the principal and interest. That's not what I meant. Lu Yu, Zhao Ming, the same goes for you. Lend me all the money you can. And pay it back double within 3 days. Qin Hao's eyes swept over the other two people. Lu Yu and Zhao Ming looked at each other and saw deep shock and hesitation in each other's eyes. There is no problem in letting them lend money to Qin Hao. But asking them to use online loans and lend money to Qin Hao, this is simply pushing their brothers into the fire pit. Haozi. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Hao's voice deepened, carrying an unquestionable majesty. I don't have time to explain to you. If you don't lend it to me within a minute, I'll find a way myself. After saying that, he took out his old domestic mobile phone and opened the App Store. Judging from his attitude, he was actually planning to download those online loan apps himself. Don't! Wang Hao was quick to hold his hand and gritted his teeth, as if he had made some important decision. I'm fucking crazy. He slapped his thigh hard, sat back in front of the computer, and started typing away on the keyboard. Borrow it. I'll lend it to you. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars. At worst, I'll eat dirt this month. If you don't pay me back, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth and break your legs. As he said that, he actually opened his Alipay account and withdrew the entire 50,000 yuan balance in his Jibei account to his bank card. Seeing this, Lu Yu and Zhao Ming also looked struggling. Damn it, let's go for it. Lu Yu stomped his foot. Old Wang has already lent me a loan, so there's no reason for me not to. I still have 30,000. Zhao Ming sighed and smiled bitterly. I told us you were short of money, but you had to make it so exciting. Forget it, I have 70,000 yuan, I'll give it all to you. But here's a deal, if you dare to gamble with this money, the three of us will tie you up and take you to the police station right now. Qin Hao looked at the scene in front of him and felt a warm feeling in his heart. This is his brother. Although she cursed him, her actions showed her unconditional trust in him. Thank you. He didn't say any more nonsense, but just engraved these two words deeply in his heart. Soon, under the painful and worried gazes of his three roommates, funds were transferred into his bank card, which had a balance of only more than 300 yuan. 50,000. 30,000. 70,000. Plus the 20,000 yuan that Qin Hao collected from various platforms. A total of 170,000. This amount of money is undoubtedly an astronomical figure for any ordinary college student, a huge debt that is enough to crush one's life. Haozi, I've given you the money. Now, can you tell us what you are going to do? Wang Hao's voice was trembling. Qin Hao didn't answer. He simply took Wang Hao's notebook and placed it on his lap. Then, in front of everyone, a website with an entirely English interface, which they had never seen before, was opened. It is an overseas virtual currency trading platform. Immediately afterwards, Qin Hao's actions made the air in the entire dormitory freeze. He exchanged all the 170,000 yuan into USDT Tether on the platform through a special channel. Then, he clicked on a trading pair called AET USDT. On the screen, there is a red and green K-line chart. At this moment, the curve representing the price is lying on the floor, almost a straight line, showing that the virtual currency called AET has fallen to the point where no one is interested in it. Its price is 0.001 USDT. Worthless. What the hell is this rubbish? Wang Hao's eyelids twitched. Haozi, you're not going to buy this, are you? It's going to be worth zero soon. However, Qin Hao seemed not to hear what he said. There was a glint of excitement in his eyes. Because in his vision of god-level investment skills, this junk coin called AT will usher in an unprecedented and shocking surge of more than 10,000 times in the next 24 hours. Without any hesitation, he directly clicked on the contract trading interface. Buy. AET. 100 times leverage. All in. He staked all the USDT in his account, along with the change he earned from the 300 plus yuan he earned. The moment he pressed the confirm button, the entire dormitory was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Wang Hao, Lu Yu, and Zhao Ming, the three of them, were like three stone sculptures, motionless, with despair written all over their faces. It's over. Qin Hao is completely crazy. You. Wang Hao stretched out his hand and pointed tremblingly at the account balance on the screen that instantly returned to zero. His lips trembled and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Why did you choose to use a 100x leverage? Chapter 5 10 million arrived, and everyone in the dormitory was stunned. Why did you open 100 times leverage? Wang Hao's voice was crying, like a drake with its neck strangled, desperate and shrill. 100 times leverage. This means that as long as the price of that junk coin drops by 1%, the 170,000 yuan they borrowed from various sources with the help of online loans will be wiped out in an instant. There won't even be a sound. This is no longer a gamble. This is like using your own future as fireworks to show to God. It's over. Lu Yu's face was ashen as death. He slumped down in a chair, muttering to himself with a blank look in his eyes, it's all over. How are we going to explain this to our family? Zhao Ming's face became extremely ugly. He punched the wall hard, making a dull sound. Qin Hao. You bastard. He cursed at Qin Hao for the first time, and his eyes were red. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars in online loans. It's enough to ruin any of their student careers. However, facing three roommates who had fallen into despair, Qin Hao, the instigator, did something that no one expected. He calmly closed his laptop. Then, he gently returned it to the distraught Wang Hao. Okay, I'm done. He stood up and stretched, as if the madman who had just spent a lot of money and gambled everyone's future was not him at all. He walked back to his seat leisurely, picked up the bowl of Kangshufu beef noodles that had been soaked to a point of swelling, picked up the chopsticks, and continued to eat. He looked so calm and composed, as if he had just checked tomorrow's weather on the computer. The entire dormitory fell into an eerie silence. Wang Hao, Lu Yu, and Zhao Ming, the three of them, just stared at Qin Hao blankly. Watching him eat with gusto, taking a mouthful of noodles and a sip of soup. Their brains have completely shut down. What is going on? Just give up? Or are this guy's nerves made of steel? Qin Hao. Wang Hao's voice was trembling, our money. Don't be impatient. Qin Hao said incoherently without raising his head, let the bullet fly for a while. Fly your mother. Fly. Wang Hao almost couldn't breathe and fainted on the spot. He suddenly turned on the computer and clicked on the trading website with trembling hands. When he saw the numbers on the screen clearly, his heart sank to the bottom. Green. A dazzling green. In contract trading, green represents a decline. In just a few minutes, the total assets in their accounts had shrunk from 170,000 to 150,000. Falling. Wang Hao's voice was full of despair. I knew it. I knew it would be like this. Lu Yu closed his eyes in pain. Qin Hao ate the noodles without even a pause. Why rush? He said calmly, we haven't reached the bottom yet. Not to the bottom yet? When Wang Hao heard these four words, he was so angry that he was shaking all over. He almost couldn't help but throw the 28,000 yuan laptop directly from the 6th floor. He stared at the screen, watching the green K line move down bit by bit. 150,000. 130,000. 100,000. It's over. It's completely over. If it drops a little more, they will be liquidated. Wang Hao's heart was in his throat, and he could even clearly hear the sound of his own heart beating wildly. Just then, something strange happened. On the screen, the green K line that was originally falling slowly seemed to be suddenly stopped by an invisible big hand. Immediately afterwards, a thin red K line emerged from the bottom. Then, it was like a precursor to a volcanic eruption. That red K line began to rise crazily at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. On the screen, the number representing the total assets in their account began to jump up wildly at an incredible speed. 100,000. 150,000. 200,000. What the hell? Wang Hao's eyes almost popped out. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking that he was hallucinating because of too much pressure. But that string of numbers is still soaring up like crazy. 300,000. 500,000. 800,000. It's increased again? And it's doubled? Lu Yu also noticed something was wrong and suddenly jumped up from his chair, his face flushed with excitement. Zhao Ming rushed directly to the computer, staring at the screen intently, his mouth wide open, but unable to utter a word. At this moment, Qin Hao finally put down the bowl of instant noodles in his hand. He even took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Then, he slowly walked to the computer and took a look at the screen. On the screen, the red K line has turned into a hideous, huge red beam of light that pierces the sky. And the total assets in their accounts, that number, has jumped to a height that makes their souls tremble. 7 figures. 1,300,000. Gudong. Wang Hao swallowed hard and felt his throat was so dry that it was about to smoke. Howsy, is this 1,300,000? Yeah. Xin Hao nodded, his expression still as calm as if he was looking at someone else's account. It hasn't reached the top yet, keep watching. Not yet at the top? The three people felt that their worldview was completely shattered at this moment, and then forcibly reconstructed. They were like three puppets, staring at the number with dull eyes, and continued to soar upwards with an overwhelming force. 2 million. 3 million. 5 million. 8 million. In the entire dormitory, there was no other sound except the humming sound of the computer fan spinning frantically. Wang Hao, Lu Yu, and Zhao Ming have completely lost their ability to speak. Their faces were filled with dullness, numbness, and a fear that penetrated deep into their bones. Everything that was happening before their eyes was completely beyond their comprehension. This is no longer about making money. This is a money grab. No, it's even more exaggerated than robbery. Lu Yu. At this moment, Xin Hao's calm voice broke the silence. Put your hand on the mouse. Ah. Oh. The tech geek Lu Yu did as he was told subconsciously, his hands shaking like Parkinson's disease. Wait a moment, listen to my command. Xin Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at the red beam of light that was still rushing upwards. Its peak will be in the next 3 seconds. When I say close, you will immediately, click close and mark it as quickly as possible. Do you understand? I understand. Lu Yu's voice was trembling. Xin Hao stopped talking. The air in the entire dormitory seemed to be frozen. Time, at this moment, becomes extremely slow. 1 second. 2 seconds. A slight stagnation began to appear at the top of the red beam of light. Now is the time. Flat. Xin Hao's voice, like thunder, exploded in Lu Yu's ears. Lu Yu pressed the left mouse button hard, almost relying on muscle memory. Bang! A crisp sound. On the screen, the wildly jumping K line froze in an instant. And the number representing their final profit will remain there forever. A string of numbers that plunged the entire dormitory into eternal silence. 10.87 million. A full 10.87 million. After deducting the principal of 170,000, the net profit is 10.7 million. Time seems to have stood still. Wang Hao, Lu Yu, and Zhao Ming, the three of them, were like three statues, motionless. Their pupils have lost focus. In their minds, there was only a string of numbers so long that they couldn't count how many zeros there were, circling over and over again, madly. For a long, long time. Buzz buzz. The sound of a cell phone vibrating suddenly broke the silence. It's Xin Hao's cell phone. He calmly took out his cell phone and took a look. On the screen was a text message notification that had just been sent by the bank. He didn't read the content. He simply placed the phone in front of Wang Hao, who was completely petrified, and asked in a flat tone, as if asking, "Have you eaten?" So, Lao Wang. How do I transfer this money back to my domestic account now? Chapter 6 Goddess, this is your living expenses. So, Lao Wang, how do I transfer this money back to my domestic account now? Xin Hao's calm voice was like a depth charge, exploding in the silent dormitory. Turn back? Wang Hao's eyeballs moved with difficulty, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and he made a gulp sound, as if he had swallowed a piece of iron. His brain was still stuck in the fear of being dominated by that long string of zeros and was unable to handle such a complex problem. It was Lu Yu, the usually calm tech geek, who was the first to break free from his petrified state. He adjusted the non-existent glasses on his nose, took a deep breath, and forced himself to regain his ability to think. This is an overseas platform. The funds are in USDT, and we can't withdraw them directly to domestic bank cards. His voice was as dry as sandpaper. We need to use C2C transactions. We find certified merchants on the platform and sell them USDT. They then transfer the equivalent amount in RMB to our Alipay or bank cards. Will the card be blocked? Zhao Ming asked in a trembling voice. Although his family was rich, it all belonged to his parents. He himself had never seen such a huge cash flow. 10 million. If this money suddenly comes in and is spotted by the bank's risk control system, it will definitely be a huge trouble. Yes. Lu Yu's answer plunged the dormitory, which had just ignited a glimmer of hope, back into an ice cellar. If such a large amount of money is deposited into the account all at once, it will definitely be frozen. We must transfer it in batches, find multiple different merchants, and use multiple different bank cards to receive it. Lu Yu's professional analysis made Wang Hao and Zhao Ming's faces turn even paler. It's too complicated. This is completely beyond the processing capabilities of ordinary college students like them. However, after listening to this, Xin Hao just nodded calmly. Understood. He looked at Lu Yu and said, then I'll leave it to you. Find the most reliable merchant and transfer the money in the safest way. Then he looked at Wang Hao and Zhao Ming. You two, send me the bank card numbers of your family members and relatives, as long as they are trustworthy. The main recipients will use your cards. Use our card? Wang Hao was so scared that he almost jumped up. Haozi, are you kidding? This is 10 million. If you use our card, what if? Nothing will happen. Xin Hao's eyes were calm and deep, with an irresistible conviction. I believe in you, just like you believed in me just now. With just one sentence, everything Wang Hao wanted to say was stuck in his throat. Yes. Just now, when everyone thought Xin Hao was crazy, they chose to believe him. Now, Xin Hao repaid their trust with a miracle worth 10 million. Okay. Wang Hao gritted his teeth. I'll call my dad right now. Tell him I won the lottery. Zhao Ming also nodded heavily. My company account has a large turnover, so using my father's card is the safest. For the next hour, the entire dormitory 302 was plunged into an unprecedented, tense, and exciting busyness. Under the precise operation of Lu Yu, a tech geek, the huge sum of more than 10 million yuan was split into dozens of funds of different sizes, which were quietly transferred into several different domestic bank cards like a trickle through the channels of several certified merchants. When the last sum of funds arrived successfully, Lu Yu leaned back in his chair almost exhausted, his back already soaked with cold sweat. Done. Done. Wang Hao and Zhao Ming were so excited that their faces turned red and they almost jumped up on the spot. They succeeded. They personally moved a huge sum of tens of millions of dollars from the ethereal internet into reality. This feeling is 10,000 times more exciting than any game they have ever played. Xin Hao walked to his seat, picked up his mobile phone and opened the bank app. He first performed a few quick operations. Soon, Wang Hao, Lu Yu and Zhao Ming all received bank arrival text messages on their mobile phones almost at the same time. Wang Hao clicked it with trembling hands. Your account ending in XXXX has received 100,000 yuan. 100,000. He lent out 50,000. Lu Yu also opened the text message. Your account ending in XXXX has received 60,000 yuan. 60,000. He lent out 30,000. Zhao Ming's mobile phone also showed the arrival information of 140,000 yuan. No more, no less, exactly twice the amount they originally lent. Haozi. What are you doing? Wang Hao was the first to react and said anxiously, we agreed to get rich together, why are you giving us money? And so much. That's right. Zhao Ming also said, this money was pooled by everyone, so if we want to divide it, we should do it proportionally. This isn't a dividend. Xin Hao turned around and looked at the three of them with a sincere smile on his face. This is my promise to you. I said I would pay you back double within 3 days. Now, I have done it. This money is what you deserve. Without your trust, I wouldn't be who I am today. He paused, his tone becoming extremely serious. From now on, we are still brothers. But the money must be settled. Use this money to pay off your online loans immediately, and the rest can be considered as your pocket money. These words made the eyes of the three passionate young men red. They knew that Xin Hao was repaying their kindness in his own way, and at the same time, drawing a line between them. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. This money is a way of repaying a favor. And the greater wealth belongs to Xin Hao himself. Okay. Wang Hao took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Haozi, we'll all listen to you. From now on, we'll attack wherever you point. Xin Hao smiled and said nothing more. He picked up his phone again and clicked on the transfer interface again. Then, in front of everyone, he entered the bank card number belonging to Xiao Wanxiu, which he had only glanced at but had already memorized. Transfer amount. His finger tapped a number lightly on the screen. 9. Then, there is a series of 6 zeros. 9 million. 9 million. Fuck. Wang Hao's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he screamed, Haozi. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Are you going to transfer all the remaining money to Goddess Xia? That's right, Haozi. Lu Yu was also anxious. Even if you want to pursue her, you don't have to spend so much money, right? This is 9 million. Not 900 yuan. Qin Hao ignored their exclamations. His eyes were calm and gentle. He owed her this. No, I owe it to her and the child. If a billionaire's promise is only worth 1 million, it would be too cheap. What he wants to give is a stable, prosperous future where they no longer have to worry about money. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed the Confirm Transfer button. At the same time, Tianhai University, girls' dormitory. Xiao Wanqiu was sitting at the desk, staring blankly at the balance displayed on the mobile banking app, which showed 1,025.32. The extra 25.32 was the original balance in her card. Her heart is in turmoil. The shock Qin Hao gave her has not yet completely subsided. She didn't know how to deal with this sudden huge sum of money, let alone how to face the man who gave her this huge sum of money. What kind of person is he? Just when she was feeling extremely confused. Buzz. Without any warning, the phone vibrated again. At the top of the screen, another text message notification from the bank popped up. Xiao Wanqiu thought it was an advertisement from the bank and subconsciously wanted to cross it out. But when her eyes accidentally caught sight of the excessively long string of numbers in the text message, her fingers suddenly froze in mid-air. She slowly opened the text message bit by bit. Dear Ms. Xiao Wanqiu, your account ending in XXXX received 9 million yuan at 21:18 on September 22. The current account balance is 10,025.32 yuan. 9 million. Adding the previous 1 million, no more, no less, a full 10 million. Boom. Xiao Wanqiu felt as if his brain had been hit head-on by an atomic bomb and instantly went blank. She stared at the string of numbers, once, twice, 3 times. She even stretched out her trembling fingers and counted one by one to see how many zeros there were after the number. Not an illusion. It's true. She suddenly stood up from the chair, her chest heaving violently, and knocked over the glass of water on the table, spilling water all over the floor, but she was unaware of it. The only thing left in her mind was the last words Qin Hao said to her on the rooftop. If you don't have enough money, just tell me. So, he feels that 1 million is not enough? An unprecedented wave of emotion, a mixture of absurdity, shock, bewilderment, and a hint of indescribable shock, instantly overwhelmed all her rationality and calmness. She could no longer maintain the appearance of an ice goddess. With trembling hands, she retrieved the number from the address book that only had the name saved but had never been dialed. Then, using all his strength, he pressed the dial button. The phone rang only once and then was connected. Hello? Qin Hao's voice was calm and without a trace of emotion on the other end of the phone. Xiao Wanqiu gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She opened her mouth, but found that her voice was trembling. Qin Hao. Then 9 million. What is going on? Chapter 7 Love rival Lin Tianyu's public humiliation. On the other end of the phone, Qin Hao couldn't help but smile slightly as he listened to Xiao Wanqiu's slightly trembling voice that almost lost her composure. This is exactly the effect he wants. He wanted to use the simplest and most brutal way to hammer the word security into her heart. What's going on? Qin Hao leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and spoke in a relaxed tone as if he was asking, Have you eaten? Nothing, I just suddenly felt that 1 million might not be enough for you. After all, you'll need to buy all sorts of nutritional supplements, undergo various checkups, hire the best confinement nanny, and go to the best confinement center. All of these things cost money. So, I transferred some more to you. He gave you another. Point. Xiao Wanqiu felt as if her heart was being gripped by an invisible hand, and even breathing became difficult. 9 million, in his mouth, is just a little? Did this man win the lottery overnight, or is he actually a giant crocodile hidden under the deep sea that he has never known? Qin Hao. Xiao Wanqiu's voice was filled with complicated emotions. I don't need so much money. You need it. Qin Hao interrupted her directly, his tone gentle, but with a domineering attitude that brooked no refusal. I said, I will raise you and the child. This is not an empty statement. So take it, and then, spend it like a queen. This is what you deserve as the mother of my child. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving Xiao Wanqiu any chance to refute. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Xiao Wanqiu stood there blankly for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. On the other side, dormitory 302. Wang Hao, Lu Yu, and Zhao Ming were completely numb after watching Qin Hao's god-level operation. After receiving 10 million, he immediately transferred 9 million to the goddess as living expenses. What the hell is this? How's he? Wang Hao's lips trembled. You are now the richest person in our dormitory. No, the richest person in our entire finance department. Tonight, shouldn't I show my appreciation? Qin Hao was in a good mood as he looked at his three roommates with dazed faces. Show it, it must be shown. He waved his hand with great vigor and ambition. Let's go. East gate of the school, Haitian Pavilion, it's my treat tonight. Order whatever you want. If I don't eat all three of you to the ground, I lose. Haitian Pavilion? When Wang Hao heard these three words, his eyes lit up instantly. That was the most upscale seafood restaurant near Tianhai University, with average consumption starting from 4 figures per person. It was a place poor students like them could only go to in their dreams. Brother Hao is awesome. Brother Hao is awesome. Brother Hao, from today on, you will be the eternal legend of our 302 dormitory. The next day at noon. Tianhai University, second canteen. Because they had such a delicious seafood dinner last night, the three roommates stayed in bed together today, so Qin Hao had to go to the cafeteria alone to have lunch. He had just ordered a meal of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, found a seat by the window, and hadn't taken 2 bites yet. A sharp brake sound was heard on the side of the road outside the cafeteria. Immediately afterwards, a small commotion broke out in the cafeteria. Wow! Look! It's Lin Tianyu's Porsche 911. Oh my god, so handsome. Master Lin's Versace outfit today must be worth at least hundreds of thousands, right? As expected of our school's top-rich second generation, this aura is truly amazing. Amidst the envious and jealous chatter of the crowd, a young man dressed in designer clothes, with his hair combed sleekly and the words "I'm rich" written all over his face, walked in swaggeringly, surrounded by a group of lackeys. It was Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianyu is a celebrity in Tianhai University, not only because he looks decent, but also because his father is a famous real estate developer in Tianhai City with a net worth of billions. At the same time, he is also Xiao Wanqiu's craziest and most high-profile pursuer. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, his arrogant eyes began to scan around, as if looking for prey. Soon, his eyes fixed on Qin Hao, who was sitting alone by the window and eating quietly. Lin Axe's eyes instantly turned cold, and a cruel sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The news that Xiao Wanqiu went to the boys' dormitory to look for Qin Hao yesterday had already spread throughout Tianhai University through the campus forum. This is a great humiliation for Lin Tianyu. He pursued the goddess for 3 whole years, but never even touched her hand. How could this peasant who came out of some poor mountain valley win the favor of the goddess? The fire of jealousy burned fiercely in his heart. Let's go and take a look. Lin Tianyu winked at the lackeys around him, and a group of people walked towards Qin Hao's seat in a mighty manner. Everyone's attention in the cafeteria was instantly drawn to him. There's something interesting to watch. Lin Tianyu walked to Qin Hao's dining table and looked down at him, as if he was looking at an ant that could be stepped on to death at will. Hey, isn't this Qin Hao, our special recruit from the finance department? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but just loud enough for everyone around him to hear clearly. Eating alone? TSK, how pitiful. Qin Hao didn't even raise his eyelids and continued to eat his meal. He had no interest in even paying attention to this fly that came to his door seeking death. Seeing that Qin Hao dared to ignore him, Lin Tianyu's face instantly darkened. A yellow-haired lackey behind him immediately understood what he meant. He stepped forward, slapped Qin Hao's dining table, and said viciously, "Boy! Master Lin is talking to you. Are you fucking deaf or dumb?" Bang! The soup and the plate splashed out and landed on Qin Hao's clean sleeves. Qin Hao's brows finally furrowed. He slowly put down his chopsticks, raised his head, and looked at the yellow-haired man in front of him with the calm gaze of a dead person. Are you sick? The yellow-haired man's heart skipped a beat when he was looked at by him, but relying on the strength of the crowd, he still arrogantly cursed, "You are fucking sick. You dare to talk to Master Lin like that? Don't you want to stay in Tianhai University anymore?" A biao. Lin Tianyu waved his hand, signaling the yellow-haired man to retreat. He pulled out the chair opposite Qin Hao and sat down with his arms and legs extended, a playful smile on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse. Qin Hao, I won't beat around the bush with you. I heard that Xiao Wanqiu came to see you yesterday afternoon? Qin Hao picked up the seaweed soup that came with the plate, took a sip, and said calmly, So? So? Lin Tianyu sneered as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. So, I'm curious, what kind of magic potion did a poor idiot like you give her? I have no money, no background, and everything I own doesn't add up to more than 200 yuan. What's your claim to fame? Just based on your decent-looking face? Don't be ridiculous. In this day and age, being handsome can't make a living. His words caused the lackeys around him to burst into laughter. The other students watching in the cafeteria were also pointing at Qin Hao, their eyes full of sympathy and schadenfreude. If this poor student offends Lin Tianyu, he will probably be in big trouble. However, there was still no trace of anger on Qin Hao's face. He even asked back with interest, in your opinion, how can it be used to make a living? With this, Lin Tianyu slammed the table and showed the glittering golden Rolex Daytona on his wrist. See? 500,000. That's more money than you can ever earn in your entire life. Then he took out a pair of Porsche keys from his pocket and slammed them heavily on the table. Did you see that? Over $2 million worth of 911. People like you don't even have the right to touch it. Finally, he pulled out a thick stack of cash, at least 20,000 yuan, from his Hermes wallet and threw it directly onto Qin Hao's plate like trash. The red banknotes were instantly soaked in the greasy soup. Insulting, extremely strong. Listen here, poor fellow. Lin Tianyu came closer, lowered his voice, and said with a resentful tone, this money is a reward for you. Take it, immediately, disappear from my sight, disappear from Xiao Wanqiu's world. You and she are not from the same world at all. A toad should have the awareness of a toad, understand? The entire cafeteria was in complete silence. Everyone was stunned by Lin Tianyu's rough and direct monetary humiliation method. Too cruel. This is simply pressing Qin Hao's dignity to the ground and crushing it with feet. Everyone thought that Qin Hao would be furious, overturn the table, and rush forward like an enraged bull. However, it did not. Qin Hao just looked quietly at the oil-stained banknotes on the plate. After a long time, he slowly raised his head, looked at the face in front of him that was distorted by jealousy, and asked a question that no one expected. Are you done? Lin Tianyu was stunned. What? I say, Qin Hao's lips curled up in an unfathomable arc, is your performance over? Chapter 8 Buy the best building in Tianhai City with full payment. Is your performance over? Qin Hao's calm voice was like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pan. The entire cafeteria exploded instantly. Everyone looked at Qin Hao as if he were a madman. Does he know who was sitting opposite him? Lin Tianyu, the sole heir to the multi-billionaire Lin Real Estate Group. How dare he speak to Lin Tianyu in such a tone? Does he want to die? Lin Tianyu was also stunned. He had imagined countless reactions from Qin Hao. Or they might get so angry that they overturn the table and fight with him. Or they may be so ashamed that they flee with the money. Or you could grovel and kneel down to beg him for mercy. But he never expected that Qin Hao would be so calm and composed, as if he was watching a clown show. You, what did you say? Lin Tianyu's face instantly turned purple, and an unprecedented sense of humiliation rushed straight to the top of his head. I say, Qin Hao slowly stood up and looked down at him with a hint of pity in his eyes. Your world is too small. A watch worth $500,000, a car worth $2 million, $20,000 in cash. Is this all you're proud of? If that's all you have, then I can only say that you and Xiao Wanqiu are indeed from different worlds. Because you don't deserve it. After saying this, he didn't even look at Lin Tianyu again, nor did he touch the pile of dirty banknotes on the plate. He picked up his plate, turned around, and slowly walked to the plate recycling area under the shocked gazes of the entire cafeteria. Throw away leftovers. Put the dinner plates away. Then, without looking back, he walked out of the cafeteria. The whole process was smooth and unhurried. It was as if the epic humiliation just now was nothing but a boring farce to him. Until Qin Hao's figure completely disappeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. Lin Tianyu suddenly reacted. He was looked down upon by a poor guy. Ah! Lin Tianyu roared angrily and kicked over the dining table in front of him, spilling food and soup all over the floor, making a mess. Xin Hao. I'm going to fucking kill you. His handsome face became distorted and hideous due to extreme anger. When Xin Hao walked out of the cafeteria, the calmness and serenity on his face disappeared in an instant. Instead, there was an icy chill. He didn't care about Lin Tianyu's humiliation. But there was one sentence that hurt him deeply. A toad should have the awareness of a toad. Yes. Now, he doesn't even have a home where Xiao Wanqiu can rest and take care of her pregnancy. Living in that shabby dormitory without even air conditioning, and letting her suffer with me? No. Absolutely not. His woman and his children must have the best in the world. A thought, like a wildly growing vine, instantly occupied his entire brain. Buy a house. Right now. Right now. Buy the best, most expensive, and top-notch house in Tianhai City. At the moment when this thought reached its peak, the familiar mechanical voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! The host's strong desire to build a nest has been detected. To provide a top-notch living environment for offspring, an urgent task is now being issued. Task name: settling down and buying a home. Task content: purchase a property that can shelter your family from the elements. Task reward: random amount of home purchase fund. Here we come. An unprecedented brilliance burst out from Xin Hao's eyes. Accept the mission, he roared in his heart. Ding! Mission accepted. Homeownership fund disbursed. Congratulations to the host. You have received 88,888,888 yuan in the home investment fund. The funds have been automatically deposited into your bank account and have been legalized through the system channels. Please feel free to use them. Buzz. Xin Hao's cell phone vibrated slightly. He took it out and saw a brand new bank message on the screen. Your account ending in XXXX has received 88,888,888 yuan. Your current account balance is 89,158,888.50 yuan. Looking at the string of dizzyingly long numbers, Xin Hao took a deep breath, and all the depression in his chest was swept away. Lin Tianyu? Just a clown. He walked straight to the side of the road, stretched out his hand, and hailed a taxi. Master, go to Tianhai number 1. Half an hour later. The sales center of Tianhai number 1, the top real estate project in Tianhai City. The magnificent hall, the polished marble floor, and the dazzling crystal chandeliers all demonstrate the luxury and nobility of this place. The sales ladies, dressed in exquisite suits and with sweet professional smiles on their faces, shuttled among the well-dressed guests. When Xin Hao, wearing a cheap t-shirt with an oil stain on the sleeve, got out of the taxi and walked in here, he seemed out of place in this luxurious environment. It's like a grain of sand falling into a bowl of delicious shark fin soup. In an instant, the smiles on the faces of all the sales ladies in the hall froze. Their gazes stayed on Xin Hao for less than a second before they immediately looked away in disgust, as if looking at him any longer would dirty their eyes. There was only one young girl who looked like she had just arrived and was still a bit immature. After hesitating for a moment, she still stepped forward to greet him. Hello, sir. Welcome to Tianhai number 1. Are you here to see the house? The girl's voice was a little uncertain. Xin Hao nodded and got straight to the point. Which house here is the largest, most expensive, and has the best view? The girl was stunned, obviously not expecting him to ask so directly. At this moment, a sales lady next to her, who was wearing heavy makeup, 10-centimeter high heels, and exuding a pungent smell of perfume, suddenly burst out laughing. Her name is Li Wan, and she is the sales champion here. She walked over with her waist twisted, looked Xin Hao up and down, and the contempt and disdain in her eyes were not concealed at all. Xiao-sun, are you new here and don't know what's going on? Li Wan said to the young girl in a sarcastic tone, how dare you bring any guest in? Don't you even know where this place is? Our Tianhai number 1 is the most expensive building in Tianhai City. The cheapest unit starts at 20 million. How could someone like him afford it? Don't waste time. Tell security to kick him out. Can you afford to disturb our truly distinguished guests? Her voice was sharp and sarcastic, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. Many wealthy people who came to see the house also pointed at Xin Hao and sneered. The girl named Xiao-sun's face turned pale and she stood there embarrassedly, at a loss as to what to do. However, from beginning to end, there was no expression on Xin Hao's face. He didn't even look at the woman named Li Wan. He just looked at the young girl in front of him who was about to cry and calmly repeated the question. Let me ask you, where is the best house here? Xiao Sun was infected by his calm eyes and answered subconsciously, on the top floor. It's the top unit in our building, a 580 square meter sky-high flat with a panoramic view of the entire Tianhai City River. How much? Xin Hao interrupted her directly. 88 million. Xiao Sun's voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum. Oh, 88 million? Li Wan, who was standing by, was laughing so hard that tears were almost coming out. Kid, did you hear that? 88 million. Even if I sold you, I wouldn't even get a fraction of that. And you're still looking at houses? Do you understand? Get out of here now, right now. Faced with her shrew-like scolding, Xin Hao finally turned his head slowly and looked at her straight in the eye. Then, in front of everyone, he took out his old domestic mobile phone. Under the joking gazes of Li Wan and everyone else, he opened the bank app. Then, he held up the interface showing the account balance in front of Li Wan. That long list of numbers, enough to suffocate anyone, was like the loudest slap in the face of Li Wan. The smile on her face froze instantly. Those eyes, which were heavily painted with eyeshadow, suddenly widened and became bloodshot, as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, tens of millions. 89 million? Li Wan's voice was as shrill as a chicken with its throat strangled. The entire sales hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xin Hao's phone screen, their faces filled with shock and disbelief that overturned their worldview. Xin Hao took back his phone without even looking at the woman who had been completely petrified. He turned his head and gave a gentle smile to the young girl named Xiao Sun, who was also stunned. Now, can you take me to see the house? If I'm satisfied with the house, I'll buy this 88 million yuan apartment in full today. And all the sales commission belongs to you alone. Xiao Sun's brain suddenly went blank. At this moment, the sales manager, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, rushed out of the office like a gust of wind. His face was filled with an extremely flattering smile, and he ran while nodding and shouting. Yes. Of course. Sir. Mr. Qin. Please come this way. Please come this way. Xiao Sun. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and make Mr. Qin some of our top-quality De Hong Pao. Chapter 9 Shock Sales Lady, Top Black Gold Card. The Mediterranean manager's voice, which was flattering to the core, was particularly clear in the magnificent sales hall. He almost trotted to Xin Hao, his waist bent nearly 90 degrees, and the ingratiating smile on his face gave people goosebumps. Mr. Qin. Oh, look at my perceptiveness. He slapped himself with his backhand, making a loud paw sound. It's all my fault for not recognizing a great man like you and neglecting your distinguished guest. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. As he said this, he glared at the salesperson next to him named Li Wan, who looked as pale as death. Li Wan. Your bonus for this month will be deducted. No, from now on, you are no longer an employee of Tianhai No. 1. Go to the Human Resources Department and resign immediately. We have no room for someone like you who looks down on others. When Li Wan heard this, her legs went weak and she almost collapsed to the ground. She never dreamed that her eagle eyes that she was so proud of would be so blind today. She had hit a rock that she would never be able to cross in her life. Manager. Li Wan's voice was filled with tears and she wanted to beg for mercy. Get out! The manager roared mercilessly, then his expression changed instantly, and he put on that flattering smile towards Xin Hao again. Mr. Qin, please don't get angry with such an uncultured person. It will only dirty your ears. Xiao Sun. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take Mr. Qin to our top-notch VIP room to rest. I'll treat him to my prized Huaishan de Hongpo. Ha? Oh. Okay. The young girl named Sun Xiaoxiao was still in an extremely unreal dream at this moment. She felt that her heart had been beating wildly since just now, almost jumping out of her throat. A bank balance of 89 million. Get the top floor unit with full payment. All the sales commissions belong to her alone. All this happened so fast and so dreamy that she felt like she was living an unrealistic daydream. She was dizzy and took Xin Hao into the VIP reception room, which was only open to the most distinguished guests. Top-grade mahogany furniture, hand-woven carpets, and famous paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls all demonstrate low-key luxury. With trembling hands, Sun Xiaoxiao carefully brewed a pot of fragrant De Hongpo tea and handed it to Xin Hao respectfully. Mr. Qin, please have some tea. Yeah. Xin Hao nodded, but didn't drink. Instead, he said directly, "Don't bother with that. Just take me to see the house. Time is precious." Ah. Okay. Okay. Sun Xiaoxiao did not dare to delay in the slightest. She quickly stood up and took Xin Hao, accompanied by the manager himself, to the exclusive elevator leading to the top floor unit. The elevator uses iris recognition. After the manager respectfully asked Xin Hao to enter the information, the elevator slowly started. The ascent is extremely fast, yet extremely stable. When the elevator door slowly opened with a ding sound on the top floor, a heavy, high-tech black entrance door appeared before our eyes. The manager personally stepped forward and opened the door using his fingerprint and password. "Mr. Qin, please." The moment Xin Hao and Sun Xiaoxiao stepped over the threshold. Swish! The curtains in the entire room sensed someone entering and automatically opened slowly to both sides. The brightest sunshine in the afternoon, like a golden waterfall, poured down in an instant, filling the entire living room. Sun Xiaoxiao subconsciously let out a cry of surprise and put out her hands to cover her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she was completely shocked by the scene before her that could be described as God's perspective. This is a living room that is bigger than you can imagine. The ceiling is at least 7 meters high, with a mirror-clear obsidian floor underfoot and a crystal chandelier as bright as the Milky Way above. The most shocking thing is the huge floor-to-ceiling window that is more than 20 meters long and extends from the floor to the ceiling. 270-degree wrap-around viewing windows. Standing here, it feels like you are floating above Tianhai City. Beneath my feet lies the ever-flowing Huangpu River, with boats crisscrossing its surface. In the distance, rows of skyscrapers gleam in the sunlight. At this moment, the most prosperous scenery of the entire Tianhai City was like a painting, spread out at their feet without reservation. This is so beautiful. Sun Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and sighed like a dream. She has been working here for almost half a year, but this is the first time she is qualified to step into this legendary unit. Every scene here exceeded the limits of her imagination. The manager stood by, proudly introducing, "Mr. Qin, the sky-high penthouse apartment has a total area of 588 square meters, 4 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, 6 bathrooms, a sky garden, and an infinity-heated swimming pool. The entire house uses the world's top smart home system, and all the decoration and furniture are designed by top Italian designers." Xin Hao didn't listen to his nagging. He just walked slowly to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the city below. What emerged in his mind was Xiao Wanqiu's cold and beautiful face. He imagined her standing here, basking in the sunshine, stroking her slightly bulging belly, with a gentle smile on her face. Imagine that their children will be here in the future, running and jumping, growing up healthily. This home deserves them. No need for introductions. Xin Hao turned around, looked at Sun Xiaoxiao, who was completely stunned, and the manager, who looked expectant, and calmly uttered 3 words. "That's it. Swipe the card." 10 minutes later. VIP reception room. A thick house purchase contract was placed in front of Xin Hao. The Mediterranean manager personally served tea and water, with an attitude as respectful as if he was serving his own father. "Mr. Qin, please take a look. If there is no problem, just sign here." Xin Hao didn't even glance at it. He picked up the pen and signed his name at the end of the contract in a flamboyant manner. The 2 words Xin Hao were written with sharp strokes, carrying an air of looking down on the world. "All right." The manager put the contract away as if it were a treasure, and then carefully held up a brand new POS machine and placed it in front of Xin Hao. "Mr. Qin, the total price is 88 million, please." At this moment, the air in the entire VIP room seemed to freeze. Sun Xiaoxiao held her breath, staring at Xin Hao with her beautiful eyes, her heart pounding. What she was about to witness was a scene that she could never imagine in this life, or even in the next. 88 million, paid in full at one time. Under everyone's gaze, Xin Hao took out his wallet from his pocket. No, that's not a wallet. It's just one card. A completely black card made of titanium alloy, with only a portrait of an ancient Roman centurion in the center, without any unnecessary information. The moment this card appeared on the table, the Mediterranean manager's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The expression on his face instantly changed from flattery to horror. An absolute fear from the depths of the soul, from the lower to the higher. This is the Centurion Black Gold card? His voice was shaking like sieved chaff, and he could hardly stand. American Express, Centurion Black card. The world recognized king of cards. There is no upper limit on the credit limit, and cardholders are either wealthy or noble. It is the world's top status symbol. He had only heard of it in legends, but he didn't expect to see the real thing with his own eyes today. Who is this young man in front of me, wearing street vendor clothes? Qin Hao ignored his frightened expression and handed the card to Sun Xiaoxiao, who was completely dumbfounded. The password is 68. Oh. Sun Xiaoxiao woke up as if from a dream, and with trembling hands, she took the black gold card, which was much heavier than an ordinary bank card. Her fingertips could even feel the cold metallic texture of the card. She felt that what she was holding in her hand was not a card, but a vast and mysterious world that she could not imagine. Enter the amount. Swipe the card. Enter your password. Drop. A soft sound. Then, the paper outlet at the bottom of the POS machine slowly spit out a long purchase slip with the scent of ink. In the transaction amount column, the series of 8s hurts the eyes. Transaction successful. Done. Sun Xiaoxiao felt like all the strength in her body had been drained away. Her legs went limp and she almost fell to the ground. The Mediterranean manager had taken out a handkerchief from his pocket at some point and was frantically wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Qin Hao took back the black gold card without even looking at the purchase order worth 88 million. He just stood up and spoke calmly to Sun Xiaoxiao, who was already distracted. Give me the key to the house as soon as possible. Also, I need your help. Sun Xiaoxiao suddenly raised her head and said flatteredly, Mr. Qin. Just tell me what you want. I'm willing to endure any hardships. Qin Hao couldn't help but smile when he saw her nervous expression. It's not that serious. I just wanted to ask you. Do you have a driver's license? Chapter 10 Wife, welcome to our new home. Do you have a driver's license? Qin Hao's gentle voice sounded like heavenly music to Sun Xiaoxiao's ears. Her brain was still in a state of shutdown after being bombarded with the huge sum of 88 million yuan and the Centurion black gold card. When she heard this question, she nodded frantically, almost instinctively. Yes. I passed the test my freshman year. C1 license, 5 years of driving experience, and never had a single deducted point. She was afraid that if she answered slowly, this great opportunity would slip through her fingers. Very good. Qin Hao nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the Mediterranean manager next to him, who had completely become a background figure and didn't even dare to breathe, and said lightly, Prepare a car for me, the more low-key the better. Let her drive. Low-key? The manager was stunned for a moment, his mind racing. For this mysterious big man holding a black and gold card, what kind of car is considered low-key? Ferrari? Lamborghini? No, that's too ostentatious and doesn't fit the temperament of a big boss. His eyes rolled and he instantly had an idea. Yes. Of course. The manager's face was once again filled with a chrysanthemum-like smile. Our boss just bought a Phaeton 2 days ago and parked it in the underground garage. He said he would use it to entertain the most distinguished guests. This car is the most low-key. I'll have someone send the keys over right away. Volkswagen Phaeton. The top luxury car that is not afraid of BMW and Land Rover, but is afraid of Volkswagen with letters on it. From the outside, it looks no different from a Passat worth 200,000 yuan. But inside, it is a luxurious beast worth 3 million. This is the real low-key style of a top boss. Qin Hao didn't know much about cars, but the name sounded okay, so he nodded. Go ahead, I'll wait here. Okay. Please wait a moment. The manager ran out crawling as if he had been pardoned. Half an hour later. Tianhai University, downstairs of the girls' dormitory. A Volkswagen sedan that was polished to a shine, as black as ink, and looked ordinary on the outside, but exuded a powerful aura that kept strangers away, slowly stopped by the side of the road. In the driver's seat, Sun Xiaoxiao gripped the steering wheel tightly, his palms full of sweat. She felt like she was dreaming. Just an hour ago, she was a trainee salesperson who was about to be fired. And now, not only did she sell a house worth 88 million yuan with her own hands, she also received a huge commission that she could never imagine in her life, and she even drove this legendary Phaeton. Her life changed drastically in just 1 hour because she met the man named Qin Hao. In the back row, Qin Hao took out his cell phone and called Xiao Wanxiu. The call was connected quickly. Hello? Xiao Wanxiu's cold voice came, but Qin Hao could hear that there was still a trace of emotion in the depths of the voice that had not completely subsided. Go downstairs, Xin Hao said concisely. What for? Xiao Wanqiu obviously didn't react. I'll show you something. After saying that, Xin Hao hung up the phone. A few minutes later, Xiao Wanqiu appeared at the dormitory door. She was still wearing a simple white dress today. Her cool temperament was out of tune with the hot environment around her, attracting the attention of the boys passing by. She looked a little dazed, obviously still immersed in the huge impact brought by the 10 million yuan. When her eyes swept over the unfamiliar Volkswagen on the side of the road and the figure wearing an ordinary t-shirt leaning against the door waiting for her, her steps couldn't help but pause. Xin Hao? How come he is here? This car is his? Before she could think about it, Xin Hao had already opened the back door of the car and made a please gesture to her. Get in the car. Xiao Wanqiu's brows furrowed slightly. She didn't move. She looked at Xin Hao with a hint of inquiry and vigilance. Where are you going? A place where you can feel at ease. Xin Hao's eyes were gentle and sincere. Trust me. The three words believe me seemed to carry a strange magic. Xiao Wanqiu looked into his eyes. There was no poverty and struggle of yesterday. Only a depth and calmness that was unfamiliar to her and could encompass everything remained. As if possessed by some mysterious force, she actually took a step forward, bent down, and got into the car. The car door closed, blocking out all the noise from the outside world. Inside the car, there are top-quality leather seats and the air is filled with a faint sandalwood scent. Sun Xiaoxiao secretly glanced at the legendary school beauty goddess in the rearview mirror and was shocked. What a nice view. She's like a fairy walking out of a painting. Only a woman like this is worthy of such an unfathomable man like Mr. Qin. She didn't dare to look any longer, and quickly started the car and drove steadily towards the direction of Tianhai No. 1. The car fell into silence. Xiao Wanqiu didn't ask who the car belonged to, nor did she ask who was driving it. She just quietly watched the street scene outside the window rapidly receding, and her heart was like a lake with a stone thrown into it, rippling. She felt that she seemed to be increasingly unable to see through the man beside her. He is like a mystery. A mystery full of fatal attraction. Soon, the phaeton slowly stopped in front of the magnificent gate of Tianhai No. 1. When Xiao Wanqiu saw the most luxurious house in Tianhai City that she had passed by countless times but never thought she would walk into one day, her cold eyes finally revealed an unconcealable shock again. Here it is. Our new home. Xin Hao answered for her, then got out of the car first and opened the door for her. Xiao Wanqiu followed him out of the car somewhat mechanically. From the moment she stepped into the magnificent hall, she had been in a state of confusion. Looking at those sales ladies who had disdained Xin Hao yesterday, now all of them bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle to him, shouting in unison, "Hello, Mr. Qin." Looking at the Mediterranean manager, he trotted all the way and personally pressed the button of the exclusive elevator for them. Looking inside the elevator, there is a top-level security system that requires iris recognition to activate. Her heart sank bit by bit. Until the heavy, high-tech black entrance door slowly opened under Xin Hao's fingerprint recognition. Until the curtains of the entire room were automatically pulled open to both sides, and the god's perspective that was enough to suffocate anyone was displayed before her without reservation. Xiao Wanqiu's breathing completely stopped at this moment. She stood there in a daze. Look at the river flowing under your feet, the buildings standing in rows in the distance, and the prosperous city under your feet. She felt that her soul had suffered an unprecedented huge shock. Here. It's in Tianhai City, the very top. Xin Hao slowly walked to her side, stood side by side with her, and overlooked the scenery that belonged to them. He didn't say anything, just quietly enjoying the completely shocked, cute and adorable expression on her face. For a long, long time. He slowly reached out his hand, not to hold her hand, but gently, holding her waist, with a protective gesture, and spoke softly. Wife. Welcome to our new home. Xiao Wanqiu's body trembled violently. Slowly, she turned her head. At this moment, those cold eyes were filled with confusion, shock, disbelief, and a trace of dependence that she herself had not even noticed. She looked at the man in front of her, who had completely overturned her entire world in just one day. Her lips moved, and she used all her strength to ask the question that was lingering in the deepest part of her heart. Xin Hao. Who are you? Chapter 11 Reward, Heaven-Defying Cooking Skills, Conquering the Goddess's Stomach. Xin Hao, who are you? Xiao Wanqiu's voice, with an uncontrollable tremor, echoed in this empty yet luxurious living room. Her world had been turned upside down by the man before her in the past 24 hours. A huge sum of 10 million. The king of Riverview apartments costing 88 million. All of this seems like a bizarre dream. And in the center of the dream stood this man who was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. Xinhao looked at her clear eyes filled with confusion and shock, and did not answer her question. He just took a step forward slowly. Then, in Xiao Wanxiu's astonished eyes, he stretched out his hand and gently, with an extremely gentle and cherishing movement, took her into his arms. Xiao Wanxiu's body stiffened instantly. She subconsciously wanted to struggle. But Xinhao's embrace was not overbearing, but full of warm and firm strength that she could not resist. It doesn't matter who I am. Xinhao's lips moved close to her ear, and his warm breath instantly made her sensitive earlobe turn a touching pink. His voice, deep and magnetic, was like a dose of the most potent poison, instantly breaking down all her defenses. What's important is that from today on, I am your man and the father of the child in your belly. He is the one who will stand in front of you and shield you from all the wind and rain. After saying that, he let go of her, took a step back, and kept a safe distance from her again. It seemed as if the warm hug just now was just an illusion. Xiao Wanxiu's heart was pounding wildly, in a mess. She felt her cheeks burning. This man. He is so good. He always manages to break down all her psychological defenses in the simplest and most direct way. Just when Xiao Wanxiu was feeling extremely upset and at a loss, her stomach growled at an inopportune moment. Although the sound was not loud, it was exceptionally clear in such a quiet environment. Xiao Wanxiu's face suddenly turned red all the way to the neck. She wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. It's so embarrassing. Xinhao laughed when he heard the voice. That smile was full of sunshine and pampering. Hungry? He asked softly. I didn't. Xiao Wanxiu denied stubbornly, but her voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum. You haven't eaten anything since noon. Xinhao's tone carried a hint of an order that could not be refused. Come on, I'll take you to see our kitchen. By the way, I'll make you something to eat. As he spoke, he naturally took Xiao Wanxiu's soft and boneless little hand. Xiao Wanxiu's fingers curled up as if she had been electrocuted, but she did not struggle. She let Xinhao lead her like a puppet, following him through the huge living room and towards the kitchen. When the kitchen sensor door slowly opened, Xiao Wanxiu was once again stunned by the scene before her. This is a top-notch kitchen that is comparable to a Michelin 3-star kitchen and is full of futuristic technology. A full set of German Miele kitchenware, built-in coffee machine, steamer, oven, and a huge marble island with a sink in the middle. The most exaggerated thing is the huge refrigerator with double doors that almost takes up half of the wall. Xinhao walked forward and opened the refrigerator door. Buzz. A soft cool breeze hits your face. The refrigerator is already packed full. The freshest seasonal vegetables, premium Wagyu beef flown in from Australia, fresh crusted Norwegian salmon, black truffles from France, and even a whole box of Caspian Sea caviar. A variety of top-quality ingredients, everything you need. These were obviously prepared in advance by the Mediterranean manager for his distinguished guest. Looking at the dazzling array of top-quality ingredients, an idea suddenly flashed through Xinhao's mind. To capture a woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Especially, she is a woman who is pregnant with her own child. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again at the perfect moment. Ding! The host's strong desire to feed has been detected. To provide the best nutritional support for the offspring and the mother, a series of love-feeding tasks are now being released. Task 1. Prepare the first loving dinner for your wife. Mission reward, God-level cooking skills. Here we come. The corners of Xinhao's mouth curled up in a confident arc. Accept the mission. Ding. Mission accepted. The reward, God-level cooking skills, is being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have instantly mastered the cooking techniques of all cuisines in the world, and possess the God's taste and God's touch that transforms the ordinary into the magical. Boom. A huge and pure stream of information instantly poured into Xinhao's brain. Knife skills, heat control, seasoning, plating. The complexity of Chinese cuisine, the refinement of French cuisine, the zen of Japanese cuisine. At this moment, everything comes together. He feels like he is the modern-day cooking god. What would you like to eat? Xinhao turned his head and looked at Xiao Wanxiu, who was still in shock, his eyes full of confidence. I don't care. Xiao Wanxiu answered subconsciously. In her opinion, it was good enough for Qinhao, a poor student who ate instant noodles all year round, to be able to cook the rice. Pregnant women can't be so casual. Qinhao shook his head. He walked to the center island, skillfully pulled out a chef's knife from the knife rack, and made beautiful knife flowers with his fingertips. Xiao Wanqiu was stunned by the smooth movements. He seems a little different? Qinhao didn't explain. With the dual blessing of God-level cooking skills and extraordinary brain area, his brain has instantly tailored a set of nutritious dinners for Xiao Wanqiu that are most suitable for expectant mothers in the early stages of pregnancy. Light, appetizing, and nutritionally balanced. He took out a piece of prime chicken breast, a small piece of salmon, a few organic tomatoes, and a handful of green asparagus from the refrigerator. Immediately afterwards, a cooking show that stunned Xiao Wanqiu and could be called an art officially began. His wrist flew, and the heavy chef's knife seemed to come alive in his hand. Do. After a burst of dense sounds like rain hitting banana leaves, the chicken breast had been cut into slices as thin as cicada wings. Peel the tomatoes and cut into small, even pieces. The asparagus is blanched and then chilled to preserve its brightest emerald green color. He didn't even turn on the range hood, but just used a frying pan to lightly fry the pink salmon on both sides, precisely controlling the cooking time to medium rare, and perfectly locking in the juice inside the fish. The whole process has no unnecessary movements and is full of indescribable rhythm and beauty. Xiao Wanqiu was completely stunned. She comes from a wealthy family. From childhood to adulthood, what kind of top chefs has she not seen? But no one can turn cooking into such a pleasing performance like Qinhao in front of him. Most importantly, when he was cooking, his focused and serious profile exuded an unprecedented and fatal charm. Her heart couldn't help but beat faster and faster. Soon, 3 dishes were served on the table. A lemony pan-fried salmon. A dish of blanched asparagus. There was also a bowl of ordinary-looking tomato chicken soup. There is no complicated presentation, but it exudes an aroma that is the most original of food and makes you salivate. Try it. Qinhao handed her the chopsticks with a hint of anticipation on his face. Xiao Wanqiu took the chopsticks in a daze. She first picked up a piece of green asparagus. It tastes sweet and crispy. Without adding any extra seasoning, the sweetness of asparagus is brought to the extreme. Then she used a fork to pick up a small piece of pink salmon. The fish skin is slightly charred and has a light lemon aroma. The fish melts in your mouth, and the delicious juice explodes on your taste buds instantly. Tasty. So delicious. Xiao Wanqiu felt like she was about to faint from happiness. Finally, she scooped up a spoonful of tomato chicken soup with a spoon and carefully put it into her mouth. Boom! The moment when the sweet, sour, delicious and rich taste slides down the throat and flows into the stomach. Xiao Wanqiu's eyes turned red without any warning. A crystal teardrop fell uncontrollably from the corner of her beautiful eye. This is not the taste of delicacies from land and sea. This is the taste of home. It was a kind of warm feeling that she had never felt since she was a child in that cold and empty home. Qinhao felt a tightness in his heart when he saw her crying. What's wrong? Is it not tasty? Xiao Wanqiu did not answer. She just raised her head and looked at him infatuatedly with her eyes, which were misty and breathtakingly beautiful. Then, she asked a question that even Qinhao had not expected. Qinhao, would you be willing to cook for me every day? Chapter 12 Happy to get the top supercar and blow up Tianhai University. Qinhao, are you willing to cook for me every day? Xiao Wanqiu's eyes, which were filled with moisture, looked at him intently with a hint of cautious expectation that she herself had not even noticed. At this moment, she is no longer the lofty ice goddess. She is just an ordinary little woman who longs for the warmth of family. Qinhao's heart was deeply pierced by this look. He felt his heart was soft and hot, as if it had been soaked in a hot spring. He didn't say anything, but just reached out and gently wiped away the tear from the corner of her eye with his fingertips. Then he leaned over and whispered in her ear in a doting voice that only the two of them could hear. Fool! If I don't do it for you, who else will I do it for? Xiao Wanqiu did not return to the dormitory that night. For the first time, the huge flat with a skylight felt like home. Qinhao gentlemanly gave the master bedroom with the best view to Xiao Wanqiu. He himself slept in the guest room. The next morning, Qinhao woke up when the first ray of sunlight shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto the floor. He walked out of the room and saw Xiao Wanxiu wearing one of his loose white shirts, standing quietly in front of the window with her bare white feet, overlooking the city that was still waking up in the morning light. The scene is as beautiful as a painting. When Xiao Wanxiu saw Qin Hao coming out, a touching blush appeared on her face. Morning. Good morning. Qin Hao smiled. Did you sleep well? Yeah. Xiao Wanxiu nodded gently. This was the most peaceful and restful sleep she had had in the past 20 years. Are you hungry? I'll make you breakfast. No thanks. Xiao Wanxiu shook her head. I have classes in the morning and have to go back to school. Back to school? Qin Hao then remembered that they were still students. He couldn't just lock Xiao Wanxiu up in this empty big house all day long. But here comes the problem. The phaeton was driven back by Sun Xiaoxiao yesterday. Now they don't even have a means of transportation. You can't let her squeeze into the bus or subway with you with a bulging belly, right? No. As soon as this thought came up, Qin Hao strangled it to death. How could his woman suffer such injustice? It seems that buying a car is imminent. At this moment, the familiar voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! We've detected a strong demand for travel from the host. To provide your family with the safest, most comfortable, and top-tier travel experience, we're releasing a series of vehicle tasks. Task 1: Buy your family's first exclusive car. Mission requirements: the vehicle's safety factor must not be lower than S-Class, and its comfort level must not be lower than S-Class appearance. It must be worthy of your status as the universe's greatest dad. Mission reward: God-level driving skills. God-level driving skills? This is good. Qin Hao's eyes lit up instantly. Accept the mission. Ding. Mission accepted. The reward, God-level driving skills, is being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have instantly mastered every driving skill in human history. With your car and you moving at will, you are the only king on the road. Boom. A mysterious feeling instantly surged through Qin Hao's body. He felt as if he could have a wonderful resonance with any machine. As soon as he gets in the driver's seat, the car becomes an extension of his body. Wait for me. Qin Hao gave Xiao Wanxiu a mysterious smile. I'm going downstairs to buy something and will be back soon. After saying that, he changed his clothes and left home alone. An hour later. Tianhai City, Hengyuan International Automobile City. This is the top luxury car distribution center in the entire East China region. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce can only be considered entry-level here. The real kings are hidden in the top brand showrooms that require appointments and even capital verification to enter. Like Koenigsegg, a world-class supercar manufacturer from Sweden famous for producing the Ghost sports car. Qin Hao's goal today is here. When he got out of the taxi wearing a casual suit that cost no more than 200 yuan and walked into the Koenigsegg exhibition hall that was decorated like a futuristic science and technology museum. As expected, he was ignored. In the showroom, several car models in sexy skirts and several salesmen in suits just glanced at him and chatted among themselves. No one even came forward to ask questions. Qin Hao didn't care either. His eyes had long been attracted by the silver-gray sports car in the center of the exhibition hall, which was like a work of art and was covered by countless spotlights. Koenigsegg 1:1. Limited to 6 units worldwide, the only one in Xiagua. The entire car is made of carbon fiber and its lines are full of aggressiveness, like a silver beast from outer space, ready to devour people. Its name comes from its amazing 1:1 thrust-to-weight ratio. 1360 horsepower drives a vehicle weighing 1,360 kilograms. This isn't a car anymore. This is a road-legal, land-based aircraft. Sir, do you have an appointment? Just as Qin Hao was engrossed in watching, a sales manager with a fairly polite voice came over. This car is part of our boss's personal collection and is only on display and not for sale. The implication is very clear. You can take a look, but don't touch it, and don't have any unrealistic thoughts. Qin Hao turned his head and looked at him, and said lightly, "What if I insist on buying it?" The sales manager was stunned for a moment, then gave a professional fake smile. "Sir, you really are kidding. This car is worth over 120 million and there's no one in the market." He hasn't finished speaking yet. A pitch-black card with a metallic sheen was handed to him. It's the American Express Centurion Black Card. The smile on the sales manager's face froze instantly. As a salesman of top luxury cars, he certainly knows this legendary king of cards. A thin layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. You are. Can we ask your boss to come out and talk now? Xin Hao's tone remained calm. Yes. Of course. You, please wait a moment. The sales manager rushed into the office, crawling all the way. Less than 3 minutes. A middle-aged fat man with a big belly and a big smile on his face rushed out from inside with a POS machine in his hand. Oh. A distinguished guest. A truly distinguished guest has arrived. Sir, are you interested in this 1:1? No problem. It's its greatest honor that you like it. What's the point of making a friend with 120 million? I'll round off the 100 million and you can drive away. As he spoke, he respectfully handed the POS machine to Xin Hao. Xin Hao took the card and entered the password. The movements are done in one go. Drop. The transaction was successful. The whole process takes no more than a minute. The car models and salesmen in the showroom who had been indifferent to Xin Hao before were now completely dumbfounded. Their mouths were open so wide that a light bulb could be put in, and their eyes were filled with shock and regret that overturned their worldview. What on earth did they miss? Half an hour later. Downstairs of the Tianhai University girls' dormitory. A low and violent roar of an engine, like the roar of an ancient beast, echoed throughout the entire campus from far away. All the students subconsciously stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a silver-gray supercar that they had never seen before, which looked like it came from a science fiction movie and slowly drove into their sight in an extremely oppressive manner. Holy shit! What kind of car is that? A transformer? Oh my god. This is a Koenigsegg. It's the Koenigsegg 1:1. I've seen it in a magazine. There are only 6 in the world. A ghost sports car worth over 100 million. How did it end up in our school? Whose is it? The whole campus was in an uproar. Countless students rushed out of the classrooms, libraries, and dormitories frantically, surrounding the silver ghost tightly. They took out their mobile phones and took photos and videos frantically to post on their moments in forums. Breaking news! A Koenigsegg worth over 100 million yuan has appeared at our school. The owner is suspected to be a mysterious wealthy person. A Porsche 911 that instantly beats Lin Tianyu. Tianhai University's first legendary car is born. Just when everyone was wildly guessing who the owner of the car was. Buzz. The upward opening butterfly door, full of technology, slowly rose. Under the shocked and incredible gazes of thousands of people in the school. A tall young man in an ordinary t-shirt walked down from the driver's seat calmly. It's Xin Hao. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone's brain was in a state of paralysis. Wang Hao, Lu Yu, and Zhao Ming, who had just rushed out of the dormitory building upon hearing the news, were petrified on the spot when they saw the scene. They looked at the mythical super sports car, then at the brother leaning against the car door with a calm expression, and felt that their worldview was once again being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. Wang Hao trembled and pointed a finger at the silver ghost with a shaking voice like he had the hiccups. How's he? This thing. Is it yours? Xin Hao took out his cell phone, checked the time, and then gave the 3 of them a bright smile. Yeah, I just bought it. How handsome is he? I'm going to drive it to pick up your sister-in-law from Get Out of Class. Chapter 13 Lin Tianyu's Jealousy and Driving Provocation. I'm going to drive it to pick up your sister-in-law from Get Out of Class. Xin Hao's calm words were like a blockbuster bomb that once again set off a huge wave of shock in the boiling crowd. Sister-in-law? Which sister-in-law? Who else in the entire Tianhai University can be called sister-in-law by Xin Hao? Late summer and autumn. In an instant, the image of that cool and ethereal figure appeared in everyone's mind. Then the rumor that Xiao Wanxiu went to the boys' dormitory to find Xin Hao in person yesterday afternoon was completely confirmed at this moment. Holy crap! Is this true? Did Xin Hao finally win over Goddess Xia? Driving a sports car worth over 100 million to pick up his girlfriend from school? Oh my god. What kind of plot is this? No wonder Goddess Xiao looked down on Lin Tianyu. It turns out she already knew that Xin Hao was a hidden genius. Lin Tianyu? His Porsche, worth over 2 million, is nothing compared to this ghost. There were bursts of exclamations and discussions in the crowd. All the eyes looking at Xin Hao changed from shock to admiration and awe. This is a man who single-handedly overturned the entire Tianhai University in just one day. Wang Hao, Lu Yu, and Zhao Ming listened to the discussions around them and looked at the brother who was worshipped by countless people. They felt a surge of blood rushing to their heads. Cool. It feels so fucking good. This is even better than if they got rich themselves. Brother Hao. You are simply my god. Wang Hao was so excited that he was incoherent and almost knelt down to Qin Hao on the spot. Haozi, from today on, you have the final say in the circle of wealthy people at Tianhai University. Zhao Ming also sighed sincerely. Qin Hao just smiled and was about to say something. Drip. Drop. A burst of rapid and shrill horn sounds suddenly rang out. Then, a bright red Porsche 911 rushed through the crowd with an extremely arrogant attitude, spun its tail, and stopped precisely next to the Koenigsegg. The car door opened. Lin Tianyu walked out of the car wearing an Armani suit and a pair of Dior sunglasses. His face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it. After being publicly humiliated by Qin Hao in the cafeteria yesterday, he was furious all day long. This morning he drove his favorite sports car to school just to save face. But he never dreamed that he would hear this shocking news as soon as he arrived, which was enough to make him vomit 3 liters of blood. Qin Hao, that poor bastard he regarded as an ant, actually drove a Koenigsegg worth over 100 million yuan? How is this possible? He doesn't believe it. This is absolutely impossible. This must be the model car that this poor guy rented from somewhere to show off here. Right. It must be like this. Qin Hao. Lin Tianyu took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of bloodshot eyes filled with jealousy. He stared at Qin Hao as if he wanted to eat him alive. You're so damn good. Just to show off, you even dare to drive a fake car like this? Why weren't the 20,000 yuan you had yesterday enough to rent a better car? Why did you have to rent this fake plastic shell? His voice was filled with sourness and disdain. However, his self-righteous exposure sounded like a joke to everyone around him. Fake car? Is young Master Lin going crazy? How could the Koenigsegg 1:1's engine sound and all carbon fiber body be fake? That's right, this texture, this aura, I can smell the smell of money from 10 meters away. It's over, it's over. Young Master Lin has been driven crazy by this. Hearing the discussions around him, Lin Tianyu's face became even uglier. Of course he knew the car was real. But he couldn't admit it. Once he admitted it, it was equivalent to admitting that he was completely crushed by the poor guy he despised the most. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. What a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Lin Tianyu snorted coldly and tried to save face. If it's a fake car, we'll know after taking it for a run. As he said this, he turned a provocative look towards Qin Hao. Qin Hao, do you dare to compete with me? Start from here and run around the city highway. Whoever comes back first wins. If you win, I'll give you this Porsche. But if you lose... The corners of his mouth curled up cruelly. You'll kneel down and admit in front of everyone in the school that you're a poor idiot who can only rent a car and act cool. Then disappear from Xiao Wanshou's world forever. He is gambling. I bet Qin Hao can't drive this kind of top-notch supercar. In his opinion, a peasant like Qin Hao probably couldn't even tell the difference between automatic and manual transmission. Even if this car really fell into his hands, it would just be a pile of expensive scrap metal. And he is the little prince of corners who is well known in the underground racing circle of Tianhai City. He was 100% confident that he could beat Qin Hao to a pulp in terms of driving skills. As long as he wins the race, he can not only regain his face but also slander this Koenigsegg as a showpiece that looks good but is useless. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Perfect plan. However, facing his vicious bet, there was no trace of tension on Qin Hao's face. He even picked his ears with interest. Then, under the incredulous gazes of Lin Tianyu and thousands of people in the school, he slowly uttered 2 words. That's it? Lin Tianyu was stunned. What? I say, Qin Hao's lips curled up into a cat and mouse smile that Lin Tianyu felt very familiar with. Your bet is too small. A crappy Porsche is worthy of being compared to my 1:1? Let's do this. Qin Hao stretched out a finger and tapped lightly on the cold carbon fiber body of the Koenigsegg. I won't bully you either. If I lose, this car and I will immediately disappear from Tianhai University. But if you lose... Qin Hao's eyes instantly turned cold and filled with unquestionable dominance. I want you to kneel on the ground and slap yourself 100 times. Then yell I'm an idiot 100 times in front of everyone. Finally, call your father, Lin Jiangwo, over to me. Boom. Everyone was shocked when these words were spoken. Crazy. Xin Hao was really crazy. Not only did he want to humiliate Lin Tianyu, he even wanted to touch Lin Tianyu's father? Who is Lin Jiangwo? That's the chairman of the Lin Real Estate Group, who is worth billions. A well-known figure in Tianhai City. How dare a student like him say that he wants Lin Jiangwo to come and see him? Who does he think he is? The king of heaven? Good. 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 Lin Tianyu laughed in anger. He felt that he was about to explode with anger at this poor guy who didn't know his place. Xin Hao, you're asking for death yourself, don't blame me. Today, I will let you know what true despair is. After saying that, he turned around abruptly, opened the car door and got into his Porsche 911. Buzz. Accompanied by a deafening roar of the engine, the bright red Porsche rushed out like an enraged bull. He didn't even count down and just chose to start running. Shameless. So shameless. Everyone booed angrily. However, Xin Hao remained unhurried. He even had the leisure to make an okay gesture to his 3 roommates who were almost going crazy in the crowd. Then he slowly opened the car door and got into the Silver Ghost. Buzz buzz buzz. For the first time, Koenigsegg's unique engine sound, like the roar of a monster, exploded in the sky above Tianhai University. The sound was full of power and wildness and instantly drowned out the sound of the Porsche. Hold on tight. Xin Hao held the steering wheel with one hand, a cold arc on his lips. There was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. With the help of his god-level driving skills, he felt that he had completely merged with this land beast. Next second, he suddenly stepped on the accelerator. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying roar that was enough to tear the eardrums, the Silver Ghost instantly turned into a lightning that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Before anyone could react, it had disappeared at the end of the road. The terrifying, teleportation-like starting speed left everyone stunned and their scalps tingling. Oh shit. Wang Hao stuttered, expressing everyone's thoughts, is this a car or a rocket? Teaching building. The lecture hall on the top floor. Xiao Wanqiu sat by the window, absent-mindedly listening to the professor's boring art history lecture at the podium. Xin Hao's figure kept appearing in her mind. The man who made a promise to her on the rooftop. The man who cooked for her in the kitchen. The man who held her in his arms in the king's house with river view. Her heart was completely confused. At this moment, there was a burst of exclamations like thunder and lightning from downstairs. This was followed by a series of violent engine roars that were enough to shatter glass. Xiao Wanqiu curiously stuck her head out and looked out the window. Then her pupils suddenly contracted. She saw a silver-gray supercar that looked like a futuristic fighter jet, which she had only seen in top car magazines, parked downstairs of their dormitory. And the figure beside the car that she had been thinking about was being worshipped like an emperor by thousands of people in the school. At that moment, Xiao Wanqiu's heart skipped a beat. Then she saw a bright red Porsche rushing out madly. Then the Silver Ghost disappeared at a speed that she could not understand, like teleportation. Her heart tightened instantly. Something happened. Something must have happened. Teacher. I'm sorry. Xiao Wanqiu suddenly stood up from her seat and rushed out of the classroom without looking back in the astonished eyes of the professor and the whole class. As she ran, she took out her cell phone and with trembling hands dialed the number that was deeply engraved in her heart. The call was connected quickly. But the voice coming from the other end of the phone was not Xin Hao's. Instead, it was a series of thunderous howling sounds that made her scalp tingle. Xin Hao. Where are you? Xiao Wanqiu's voice was filled with tears. Did something happen to you? Don't be afraid. Xin Hao's voice finally came from the other end of the phone, calm and confident. I'm fine. I'm just helping you get rid of a really annoying fly. Wife, just wait for me at the door of the teaching building. I'll pick you up from get out of class in 5 minutes. Chapter 14 Activating the God of Cars Technique. Sakina Mountain is waiting for you. I'll pick you up from get out of class in 5 minutes. Xin Hao's calm and confident voice was clearly transmitted to Xiao Wanqiu's ears through the electric current. That powerful and calming force instantly soothed all the anxiety and uneasiness in her heart. She believed him. There is no reason to believe him. After Xiao Wanqiu hung up the phone, she stood quietly on the steps in front of the teaching building, waiting. The other side. A speed showdown is taking place on the Tianhai City Ring Expressway. Lin Tianyu has stepped on the accelerator of his bright red Porsche 911 to the bottom. The 3.8T twin-turbocharged engine roared and the speedometer needle soared to 280 km per hour. The scenery outside the window has turned into a flowing shadow. But there was no excitement on his face, instead it was full of irritability and disbelief. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He gripped the steering wheel tightly and pounded on the horn frantically. Where's that bastard? Where did his old car go? A full 3 minutes had passed since he started the false start. At his current speed, he should have finished 1/3 of the distance. But until now he hadn't even seen the Koenigsegg's taillights. He even began to suspect that poor guy Qin Hao didn't dare to catch up and was just a coward. Right. It must be like this. He had fooled himself. Thinking of this, Lin Tianyu showed a ferocious smile on his face. Qin Hao, you're a waste. Wait until I get back and see how I trample your face under my feet in front of the whole school. Just when he was getting carried away and thought he had victory in his grasp. Buzz. A low, demonic roar of an engine suddenly sounded from behind him without warning. The voice was full of oppression, as if a ferocious beast from hell was slowly waking up behind him. Lin Tianyu's heart trembled suddenly. He subconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror. Just one glance. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. A silver-gray, ghost-like supercar appeared silently behind him. Just so slowly, hanging on the tail of his car. Like an elegant hunter, playing with the prey in his hands. It's that Koenigsegg. Impossible. Lin Tianyu let out a terrified scream. When did he catch up? I didn't even notice it? Fear instantly gripped his heart. He suddenly stepped on the accelerator even deeper in an attempt to shake off the nightmare that was following him like a shadow. However, it's useless. No matter how he accelerated or changed lanes, the silver ghost always stuck to his back like a ghost, always keeping a distance of less than 10 meters. He even saw Qin Hao's face with a playful smile from the other car window. That bastard actually had the time to smile at me? He was actually driving with one hand? Humiliation. This is a naked humiliation. Lin Tianyu's rationality was completely burned out by jealousy. Ah! I'm going to fight you. He suddenly turned the steering wheel and tried to use his proud drifting skills to completely get rid of Qin Hao on a high-speed curve. However, at the moment he entered the corner, Qin Hao also moved. God-level driving skills, start. At that moment, Qin Hao felt that he had completely merged with the land beast under him. The grip of the tires, the speed of the engine, the airflow rate, all the data turned into the most precise instinct and were imprinted in his mind. His eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. I saw him holding the steering wheel with one hand and his wrist shook slightly. No slowing down. It's even accelerating. Boom! The silver ghost let out an earth-shaking roar. The entire car cuts into the center of the curve from the outer lane in a posture that completely violates the common sense of physics and can be called flying close to the ground. A drift that was even more exaggerated and violent than Lin Tianyu's. Inertial drift. Squeak. The tires in the ground made a sharp scream that was enough to tear the eardrums. In Lin Tianyu's terrified eyes as if he had seen a ghost. The silver ghost easily surpassed his Porsche as if cutting tofu. Then it turned into a silver lightning and disappeared at the end of the bend in an instant. All that was left was a car taillight that he would never forget and was filled with endless mockery. Lose, lose. Lin Tianyu's Porsche stopped on the side of the road in a daze. He slumped in the driver's seat as if his soul had been drained away, his eyes empty, and he kept muttering to himself. I actually lost. The miracle overtaking just now had completely destroyed all his pride and confidence. That's not a driving skill that a human can perform. That Qin Hao, what kind of monster is he? Just when he was at his wit's end. Buzz. His cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up mechanically and took a look. 2 words were jumping on the screen. Qin Hao. Lin Tianyu's hand shook violently and he almost threw his phone away. He pressed the answer button tremblingly. Qin Hao's voice, calm and without a trace of emotion, came from the other end of the phone. I'll wait for you at the school gate. Don't forget our bet. After that, the call was hung up. Lin Tianyu's face instantly lost all color and turned pale. Bet. He knelt on the ground, slapped himself and shouted, I am an idiot. and call his father over. No. No. He can't just go back like this. If he really did that, Lin Tianyu's life would be completely over. A crazy idea suddenly emerged in his mind. Perish together. Right. As long as Qin Hao dies, no one will know about this bet. A fierce and murderous light flashed in Lin Tianyu's eyes. He suddenly stepped on the accelerator, turned the car towards another road, and rushed out madly. That road leads to the most dangerous and exciting winding mountain road in the suburbs of Tianhai City. Akina Mountain. While driving, he took out his cell phone and called Qin Hao again. Qin Hao. His voice became hoarse due to madness. If you have the guts, come to Akina Mountain. This is where victory or defeat is truly decided. If you don't dare to come, you're a coward. Qin Hao on the other end of the phone couldn't help but chuckle when he heard his cowardly roar. Want to risk your life? Okay. Then I will play with you till the end. He hung up the phone and glanced at the Koenigsegg car key on the passenger seat, which still smelled of ink, and the black Centurion card lying quietly. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed another number. The call was connected quickly. Hello, Wang Hao? It's me. Help me with something. Go to the entrance of the art college teaching building right now. Protect your sister-in-law. If I'm not here in 5 minutes, and a man named Lin Jiangwo has sent someone to cause trouble for your sister-in-law. Remember, don't waste time talking to him. Call the police directly. Just say, Lin's real estate group is suspected of kidnapping. At the entrance of the teaching building of Tianhai University School of Art. Xiao Wanqiu stood there quietly like a snow lotus isolated from the world. She glanced at her phone. 4 minutes and 50 seconds had passed since Qin Hao said 5 minutes. Just then, Wang Hao, Lu Yu, and Zhao Ming ran over from a distance, panting, and protected her in the middle like 3 door gods. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Wang Hao said breathlessly, Brother Hao, he asked us to protect you. Xiao Wanqiu frowned slightly. Protect me? What happened? Without waiting for her to ask, a sharp brake sound was heard not far away. 7 or 8 black Audi S6s were parked arrogantly on the side of the road. As the car door opened, more than 20 burly men in black suits and sunglasses rushed out of the car, exuding a fierce aura that told strangers to stay away. The leader was a middle-aged man with a sinister face and fierce eyes. He walked straight up to Xiao Wanqiu and said coldly, Miss Xia, our boss, Lin Jiangwo, would like to invite you over for a cup of tea. As soon as the words fell, Wang Hao and the other 2 stood in front of Xiao Wanqiu without even thinking. What do you want to do? Wang Hao mustered up his courage and shouted loudly. You guys still want to abduct a woman in broad daylight? However, the middle-aged man didn't even look at them. He just waved. The big men behind him immediately rushed towards Wang Hao and the others with a grim smile. At this critical moment, boom! Without warning, a roar of an engine, 10 times more violent than the previous one and powerful enough to tear the sky apart, erupted from a distant street corner. That voice was filled with endless anger and murderous intent. Right after, a silver lightning bolt tore through the air at a speed that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Before anyone could react, an extremely exaggerated drift and tailspin occurred, which could be described as a dragon's tail swing. Squeak! Accompanied by a shriek loud enough to shatter eardrums, the ghostly Koenigsegg 1:1, carrying a terrifying aura of destruction, accurately stood between Xiao Wanqiu and the group of men in black. The friction between the car body and the ground produced dazzling sparks. The powerful airwave even knocked the big men who were rushing in the front to the ground. The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone was completely stunned by the scene before their eyes, which looked like a Hollywood blockbuster. Buzz. The butterfly door slowly rose. Qin Hao got out of the car. His face no longer had the calmness and composure it had before. Instead, there was a piece of ice cold enough to freeze people to the bone. Murderous intent. He slowly raised his head. There was a terrifying cold light flashing in those deep eyes, like 2 unsheathed swords, locking onto the middle-aged man in the lead. Chapter 15 A shocking comeback on the death highway. You just said. You want to invite my wife to tea? Qin Hao's voice, devoid of any emotion, struck clearly on everyone's heart, like the judgment from the 9 nether hell. The entire gate of Tianhai University fell into dead silence. The air seemed to be completely frozen by the icy murderous intent emanating from him. The expression on the face of the middle-aged man in the lead, named Li Biao, froze instantly. For the first time, his calm eyes, which had seen all kinds of big scenes, showed an emotion called horror. He never dreamed that the target person would appear before him in such a violent manner that could be described as a god descending to earth. That terrifying driving skill. That devastating momentum. And that, the ghost worth over 100 million, which he had only heard of in legends among the top wealthy circles. All of this was like an invisible hammer hitting his heart. He knew that today he might have kicked a titanium alloy plate that was countless times harder than steel. You, who are you? Li Biao forced himself to suppress the turmoil in his heart and asked in a dry voice. The group of black-clad men behind him also subconsciously took half a step back, their faces full of fear. Xin Hao didn't answer him. He just slowly opened the car door and got out. Then he walked around the front of the car and went straight to the girl named Xiao Wanxiu, who was completely stunned. Under the shocked and incredible gazes of thousands of people in the audience, he reached out his hand and gently, with an extremely gentle and cherishing gesture, took her into his arms. Don't be afraid. He lowered his head to her ear and spoke softly. I'm back. Xiao Wanxiu's body was still trembling slightly. But the moment she was held tightly in this warm and solid embrace, when she smelled the familiar scent on him that made her feel extremely at ease, all the fear, uneasiness, and worry in her heart disappeared in an instant. Instead, she felt an unprecedented sense of security that she could rely on for the rest of her life. She stretched out her arms and hugged him tightly, burying her little face deep in his chest. It seemed as if as long as she was in his arms, she would not be afraid even if the world was coming to an end. Comfort the late summer and autumn. Xin Hao slowly turned around. When his eyes turned to Li Biao again, the tenderness in his eyes disappeared without a trace in an instant. All that was left was the endless cold that was enough to freeze even a person's soul. I don't care who sent you. I don't care who's standing behind you. Xin Hao's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable, domineering aura as if he was the king of the world. Now I give you 3 seconds. Get out of my wife's sight. 3 seconds later, anyone still standing here? The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold, bloodthirsty arc. I will make him disappear from this world. Boom. Everyone was shocked when these words were spoken. Crazy. This man is really crazy. How dare he openly threaten the people from the Lin Real Estate Group in front of so many people? Doesn't he know how to write the word death? Li Biao's face instantly became extremely ugly. He has been active in the underworld of Tianhai City for so many years and has never seen such an arrogant young man. Boy, you're crazy. A fierce gleam flashed in Li Biao's eyes. I admit that you have some strength. But do you know who you are talking to now? Our boss is Lin Jiangwo. He's the chairman of Lin's Real Estate, worth billions. If you offend him, you'll be offending the entire Tianhai City business community. I advise you to be sensible and let Miss Xia go with us. Otherwise. What else? A hint of impatience flashed in Xin Hao's eyes. Otherwise, based on what you just said, I can make sure you don't see the sun tomorrow. Li Biao's voice was full of threats. However, facing his threats, Xin Hao smiled. It was a laugh that came from the heart and was filled with endless sarcasm. Lin Jiangwo? Is it remarkable? Xin Hao slowly took out his mobile phone and pressed the answer button without even looking at the caller ID and turned on the hands-free function. Hello? A middle-aged man's voice full of anxiety and fear immediately came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Qin. Misunderstanding. What a huge misunderstanding. I'm Lin Jiangwo. My son was ignorant and offended you. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. I apologize. The moment when the 3 words Lin Jiangwo came out clearly from the mobile phone receiver, the ferocious expression on Li Biao's face froze instantly. His sinister eyes suddenly widened, filled with shock and disbelief that overturned his worldview. Boss? Is that really the boss's voice? And the boss's tone was surprisingly full of humility and fear, as if he was talking to his own ancestors? What the hell is going on? Apologize? Xin Hao's mouth curled up into a cold arc. Director Lin, your good son was trying to risk his life with me just now. He also threatened to prevent me from seeing the sun tomorrow. How do you think we should settle this account? What? Lin Jiangwo on the other end of the phone was scared to death when he heard this. This rebellious son. This beast. I'll break his legs when I get back. Mr. Qin. Please calm down. Please calm down. He's just a child. Child? Xin Hao sneered. When he sent someone to invite my wife, he didn't act like a child at all. How about this, Director Lin? I'm giving you two choices now. First, I'm calling the police. I'm going to sue your son for illegal racing and attempted murder, and then I'm going to sue your company for attempted kidnapping. Do you think your Lin real estate, with its shady background, can withstand an investigation? No. No. Lin Jiangwo screamed like a butchered pig. Mr. Qin. Please. Please have mercy. As long as you don't call the police, you can ask me to do anything. Very good. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Xin Hao's eyes. Then the second option. Let your good-for-nothing son fulfill our bet. Then you bring him to my new home to apologize in person. Remember to crawl in on your knees. There was a dead silence on the other end of the line. It took a long time before Lin Jiangwo's hoarse voice, filled with endless humiliation and bitterness, was heard. Good. I promise you. Xin Hao hung up the phone without even looking at Li Biao, who had been completely petrified as if he had lost his soul. He just turned around and hugged Xiao Wanqiu again. Then, he lowered his head and announced softly in her ear in a doting and overbearing tone. My wife is fine. From today on, no one in Tianhai City will dare to touch a hair on your head. Xiao Wanqiu hugged him tightly, feeling the strong heartbeat from his chest. Tears flowed uncontrollably again, blurring her eyes. But this time it wasn't out of fear, but because of happiness. Xin Hao patted her back gently and then looked up at the three roommates in the crowd who were completely dumbfounded. That familiar, sunny smile returned to his face. What are you standing there for? Why don't you come over here and meet your sister-in-law? Chapter 16 Crush. You can't even see my taillights. What are you standing there for? Why don't you come over here and meet your sister-in-law? Xin Hao's smiling voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the frozen atmosphere on the scene. Wang Hao, Lu Yu, and Zhao Ming woke up as if from a dream. They looked at each other and saw in each other's eyes the deep, almost overflowing, fanaticism and admiration. So fucking handsome. The scene just now was even more exciting than a Hollywood blockbuster. This is their brother. Their boss. The three of them rushed over without any hesitation, crawling and rolling. Hello, sister-in-law. Wang Hao stood at the front with his face flushed red with excitement. He didn't know where to put his hands. He bowed deeply to Xiao Wanqiu, who was still nestled in Xin Hao's arms. Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Yu and Zhao Ming followed closely behind, their movements in unison and their voices as loud as bells. Xiao Wanqiu's face turned red in an instant. She struggled out of Xin Hao's arms somewhat embarrassedly, lowering her head and speaking in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Hello, hello. Her shy, girlish demeanor formed a huge contrast with her usual image of an ice goddess, which made Wang Hao and the other two feel swayed again. It's over, brother Hao is so happy. Just then, the roar of a car engine came weakly from the distance. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw the bright red Porsche 911 slowly driving over with its head drooped like a defeated rooster. The car stopped at the school gate. The car door opened. Lin Tianyu got out of the car in a daze. There was no longer any arrogance or domineering look on his face, only a dead despair. He looked at the man not far away who was surrounded by people like an emperor. Looking at the beautiful woman who should have belonged to him but was now nestled beside the man like a little bird. His heart felt like it was being pierced repeatedly by 10,000 steel needles. Jealousy, regret, fear. All kinds of emotions intertwined together, almost tearing his sanity apart completely. Come over. Xin Hao's voice was not loud, but it was like a death spell, striking his heart clearly. Lin Tianyu's body trembled violently. He didn't want to go over there. He didn't want to face the impending public execution, which was more terrifying than death. But he didn't dare. He thought of his father's voice on the phone just now, which was full of endless fear, humbleness, and almost pleading. He knew he was finished. I kicked a piece of iron plate that was enough to crush the entire Lin family into pieces. His legs went weak and he moved in front of Xin Hao step by step like a walking corpse. He was just about to say something. Kneel down. Xin Hao calmly uttered two words. These two words, like two invisible mountains, pressed heavily on Lin Tianyu's knees. Plop! Thousands of people in the school and tens of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room were watching simultaneously. The arrogant Lin Xiao, once the top-rich second generation of Tianhai University. His knees softened and he knelt heavily on the cold ground. Buzz! An earth-shaking uproar suddenly broke out in the crowd. He knelt. He really knelt. Oh my god. This is such an epic face-slapping scene. Too cruel. God, Qin is too cruel. He is simply ruthlessly rubbing Lin Tianyu's dignity on the ground. However, this is just the beginning. Let's begin. Qin Hao looked down at him, his eyes cold and without a trace of pity. Do you still remember our bet? Lin Tianyu's body began to tremble violently. He slowly raised his head. That once handsome face was now filled with tears and snot of humiliation. He looked at Qin Hao's trembling lips and said in a tone that was almost pleading, Qin Hao, I was wrong. I'll give you money. I'll give you 10 million. No. 50 million. Please, let me go. Money? Qin Hao sneered as if he had heard some huge joke. Do you think I need your money? After saying that, he didn't even bother to look at Lin Tianx again. He just slowly raised his wrist. Then he gently tapped the cold carbon fiber body of the silver ghost next to him. The meaning is self-evident. In my opinion, your money is not enough to buy a wheel. All of Lin Tianyu's hopes were completely shattered at this moment. He knew that today, he couldn't escape. He slowly closed his eyes. A line of tears of humiliation rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Then he raised his hand. Bang! A loud slap hit his face hard. Yes. Idiot. Bang. Another slap. I'm an idiot. Snap. 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 One after another, crisp and loud slaps. Sentence after sentence was filled with roars of endless humiliation and despair, echoing over Tianhai University. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. All that remained was the background sound of this brutal public execution. The students around were completely dumbfounded. The expressions on their faces changed from initial excitement to shock and finally even a hint of pity. It's so miserable. Lin Tianyu is really miserable. Even Xiao Wanqiu subconsciously tugged at the corner of Qin Hao's clothes, a complicated look appearing in her cold eyes. Qin Hao just patted her hand gently to reassure her. He is not a bloodthirsty person. But the premise is that others do not take the initiative to provoke him. Especially, don't try to hurt the only person he cares about in this world. The dragon has a reverse scale, whoever touches it will die. Today, Lin Tianyu must pay the most painful price for his stupidity and arrogance. I don't know how long it took. Lin Tianyu's face had been slapped into a pig's head by himself. His voice was completely hoarse and he could no longer utter a complete syllable. He knelt on the ground like a puddle of mud, his eyes empty, and he had completely lost his soul. Just then, a sudden brake sound was heard again. A black Maybach with the license plate 88,888 stopped on the side of the road. The car door opened. A middle-aged man wearing a custom-made suit, with his hair combed meticulously but his face as pale as paper, rolled and crawled out of the car. It was Lin Jiangwo, the chairman of Lin Real Estate Group. He didn't even look at his son who had become a disabled person. Instead, he rushed straight to Qin Hao. Then, under the gaze of everyone, whose worldview was overturned. With a plop sound. This business tycoon, with a net worth of billions, can cause an earthquake in the entire Tianhai city with just a stomp of his foot. Kneeled down heavily. He didn't even dare to raise his head and begged in a trembling voice filled with endless fear and humility. Mr. Qin, my son has ignorantly offended you and you, your wife. I, Lin Jiangwo, kowtow to you and apologize. After saying that, he really did it in front of everyone in the school. With a loud bang, he hit his head heavily on the cold ground. Bang! That muffled sound was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. The whole audience was dead silent. Complete silence. Everyone's brain was completely frozen because of this magical scene before them. What on earth did they see? The chairman of Lin's Real Estate is kowtowing to a college student? Is this world crazy? Qin Hao looked at Lin Jiangwo, who was kneeling in front of him and trembling like a sieve, with cold eyes without a trace of emotion. He slowly squatted down. She whispered in his ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear, like a devil's whisper. Mr. Lin, you are very lucky. Because my wife is in a good mood today. So I decided not to kill you for now. When Lin Jiangwo heard this, he felt as if he had been pardoned and kowtowed madly. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for not killing me. Go away. Qin Hao stood up, as if he was shooing away a fly. Take your useless son and get out of my sight. Remember, this is the last time. If there's a next time. Qin Hao didn't finish his words. But the cold, tangible murderous intent frightened Lin Jiangwo so much that he almost fainted on the spot. He crawled to Lin Tianyu and dragged him into the Maybach like a dead dog. Then he fled as quickly as possible from this nightmarish place that he would never forget. With the Lin family father and son's embarrassing escape, this shocking drama, which can be described as the most shocking, subversive, and incredible since the founding of Tianhai University, finally came to an end. Qin Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at the beautiful woman who had been standing quietly behind him from beginning to end, looking at him with eyes full of admiration, love, and endless dependence. A genuine, gentle smile appeared on his face. He reached out and gently scratched her delicate nose. Then he asked softly in a tone that was full of doting. Wife. Now, does anyone dare to disturb us? Chapter 17, Xiao Wanshou's family background and pressure from a wealthy family. Wife, does anyone dare to disturb us now? Qin Hao's words, full of pampering and domineering, were like a stone thrown into the center of a lake, creating circle after circle of sweet ripples in Xiao Wanshou's heart. Her cheeks were as red as ripe apples. Being addressed so affectionately by him in front of so many people made her feel an unprecedented sense of shyness. But more of it is a sense of happiness of being cherished and protected. She shook her head gently. The man in front of her was reflected in those clear eyes. It was as if he was the only one left in her whole world. Look at the two of them acting as if no one is around and showing off their love like crazy. The students watching around all smiled. It is too sweet. It's so sweet that it makes your teeth fall out. Oh my God. God, Qin is so good. Such a doting look, such a doting CEO-like declaration. Which girl can resist it? Wow, I'm jealous. I admit that I'm that huge sourpuss. I also want to be pampered by Qinshan like this. Stop dreaming. First, see if you have the divine beauty of Goddess Xia. Wang Hao, Lu Yu, and Zhao Ming were all grinning from ear to ear, feeling proud. See? This is my brother Hao's true strength. Wang Hao proudly showed off to the people around him. Keep a low profile. Although Zhao Ming said this, his raised chin revealed his inner pride. With the embarrassing exit of Lin's father and son, this shocking drama finally came to an end. The crowd gradually dispersed. But the legend about God Qin swept through the entire Tianhai University campus network at a viral speed. Qin Hao ignored all this. He just held Xiao Wanshou's hand and opened the cool butterfly door of Koenigsegg. Get in the car, he said softly. Let's go home. The word home made Xiao Wanshou's heart tremble suddenly. She nodded and sat in the passenger seat obediently. The silver ghost slowly drove away from Tianhai University under the envious gazes of countless people. Soothing light music was playing in the car. Qin Hao held the steering wheel with one hand and naturally held Xiao Wanshou's soft and boneless little hand with the other, stroking it gently. Xiao Wanshou did not break free. She just quietly watched the street scene rapidly receding outside the window, the blush on her face never fading. After a long time, she seemed to have made up her mind and slowly spoke. Qin Hao. Lin Jiangwo, why is he so afraid of you? This is the biggest doubt in her mind. She could understand that Qin Hao's driving skills were indeed superb when he crushed Lin Tianyu. How could a business tycoon like Lin Jiangwo, who was powerful enough to call the wind and rain in Tianhai City, kneel down and kowtow in public? This has completely gone beyond the scope of good driving skills. Behind this lies an absolute power that is enough to make Lin Jiangwo not even dare to think of resisting. And this power is definitely not something an ordinary college student can possess. Qin Hao couldn't help but smile when he heard this question. Of course, he couldn't tell her that he had found out all the dirty laundry about Lin's real estate with just one phone call and had forced Lin Jiangwo to comply in exchange for not calling the police. He simply turned his head to look into her clear eyes filled with curiosity and said half seriously, maybe it's because I'm richer than him? Xiao Wanshou was choked by his answer. Although it sounds outrageous. But when I think about it carefully, it seems that there is some truth to it. After all, a person who can casually spend over 100 million on a car and over 80 million on a house. What is his total assets? I dare not think about summer late autumn. I don't want to think about it. She just felt that the distance between her and Chin Hao seemed to be getting farther and farther. He became more and more mysterious, and more difficult for her to understand. This feeling made her feel a little uneasy. As if he noticed the change in her mood, Chin Hao couldn't help but tighten his grip on her hand. "What's wrong?" he asked softly. Xiao Wanqiu was silent for a moment before she whispered in a voice that sounded almost dreamy, "Chin Hao, do you remember what I said to you when I first came to see you?" Chin Hao was stunned for a moment. Of course he remembers. That day on the rooftop, she told him in a cool and rational tone, "I'm pregnant, and it's yours." "That's not what I said." Xiao Wanqiu shook her head. "After that, I said that I didn't come to you for money or to make you responsible. I just want to give the child a complete family." Chin Hao's heart sank slightly. He understood what she meant. Wanqiu, he stopped the car on the side of the road, turned around, and looked into her eyes very seriously. "Do you think the gap between us is too big?" Xiao Wanqiu didn't say anything, but her dimmed eyes said it all. Yes. The gap is too big. It was so big that she began to doubt whether she was worthy of the brilliant man in front of her. Fool. Chin Hao reached out and rubbed her head lovingly. "I don't care who you are, or what your family background is. I only know that you, Xiao Wanqiu, are the woman Chin Hao has chosen to be the mother of the child in my belly. That's enough. As for the rest." The corner of his mouth curled up in a confident arc. "In this world, there is nothing that I, Chin Hao, cannot deserve. Including your so-called wealthy family background." Xiao Wanqiu's heart trembled suddenly. She raised her head and looked at him in disbelief. You know? Is it hard to guess?" Chin Hao smiled. "For a girl like you who's still in college to casually pull out an exclusive bank card with your family name printed on it, I can't think of any other possibility except for those top-tier wealthy families with a century-old heritage." A complicated look flashed in Xiao Wanqiu's eyes. She slowly lowered her head, her voice filled with a trace of fatigue and fragility she had never heard before. "Our family is complicated. My mother died when I was very young. Later, my father married my current stepmother. She also gave birth to a half-brother for me. I'm actually like an outsider in that house. They have always wanted me to marry Lin Tianyu, because the Lin family can bring great help to their business. I don't agree, so I've been in a cold war with them. This time, if they knew that I was pregnant." She didn't say anything else. But Chin Hao already understood it completely. What will be waiting for her? Forced to abort the child. Then, like a commodity, she was packaged and sent to the Lin family, completing her mission. A surge of rage instantly rose from Chin Hao's heart. His eyes became extremely cold. Xia family? Very good. He was worried that he had no chance to meet these so-called top wealthy families. He wanted to see whether their rules were harder or Chin Hao's fists were harder. Just then, Xiao Wanqiu's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. She picked it up and saw a name jumping on the screen that she least wanted to see. Wang Feng. Her stepmother. Xiao Wanqiu's face turned pale in an instant. Her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing this, Chin Hao took the phone from her hand. Then he pressed the answer button and turned on the speakerphone in front of her. A middle-aged woman's voice, full of sarcasm and arrogance, immediately came from the other end of the phone. "Xiao Wanqiu. Where the hell have you been? Let me tell you that your grandfather has personally approved your marriage to Lin Tianyu. Director Lin will personally bring people to our house to propose marriage tonight. I order you to get back here right now. If you dare to delay this marriage and ruin your brother's future, I will break your legs." The woman's voice on the other end of the phone was still chattering and roaring madly. And on the other end of the phone, the blood had drained from Xiao Wanqiu's face, leaving it pale. Her eyes were filled with despair. However, there was no trace of emotion on Chin Hao's face. He just waited quietly for the woman to finish scolding him. Then he slowly picked up the phone and spoke into the receiver in a calm, emotionless tone, as if stating a fact. "Hello? Who are you?" "Xiao Wanqiu is with me now. She's not going anywhere tonight. Because she wants to go home with me for dinner." Chapter 18 Mother-in-law's contempt and 1 million humiliation. She wants to go home with me for dinner. Xin Hao's voice, so calm without a trace of ripples, came clearly through the receiver to the other end of the line. Moment. The sarcastic voice on the other end of the phone, which was roaring like a machine gun, suddenly stopped. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. More than 10 seconds passed. Who are you? Wang Feng's voice, full of vigilance and suspicion, rang out again. This time, her voice no longer had the arrogance from before, but instead held a hint of uncertainty. Xin Hao didn't answer her. He just slowly took the phone away from his ear. Then, facing Xiao Wanqiu's eyes full of shock and worry, he gently pressed the hang-up button. Beep, beep, beep. The busy sounds started. Xin Hao. You. Xiao Wanqiu suddenly came back to her senses, her face full of anxiety. How could you hang up on her? Do you know who she is? She? I know. Xin Hao interrupted her with a calm and deep look in his eyes. She is your stepmother Wang Feng, right? Xiao Wanqiu was stunned. How could you? I also know that your half-brother is called Xiao Wei. He's a freshman this year and relies on his family's influence to get by in school. He's just a playboy with no education. I also know that although your father, Xia Guodong, is the eldest son of the Xia family, he has no talent in business and has always been suppressed by your second uncle. Therefore, he is eager to consolidate his position in the family through marriage with your Lin family. With every word Xin Hao said, Xiao Wanqiu's face showed more shock. By the end, her clear eyes were filled with incredible thoughts that subverted the worldview. These are family secrets that even her closest friends don't know. How on earth did he know? You, who are you? She had asked the same question no less than 3 times in just 2 days. Every time this man appeared before her, he would bring her a brand new shock that was enough to overturn her entire worldview. Looking at her cute and adorable appearance, Xin Hao couldn't help but reach out and lovingly scratch her delicate nose. Didn't I tell you that? I'm your man. So, I want to know everything about you. After saying that, he didn't give Xiao Wanqiu any chance to ask any more questions and started the car. The silver ghost let out a low roar, and like an arrow shot from a bow, it instantly merged into the rolling traffic. Little Tiger BOT document anti-piracy, find, book, machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable, don't step into pits. Xia family. Located in Hentaying Villa, the top wealthy area in Tianhai City, it is a luxurious villa covering thousands of square meters. A middle-aged woman wearing jewels and heavy makeup but with a look full of harshness and calculation was holding her cell phone with a grim face. It was Xiao Wanqiu's stepmother Wang Feng. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. She was so angry that she was shaking all over and threw the latest Hermes bag in her hand to the ground. That little bitch actually had the nerve to hang up on me. You even found a wild man to challenge me? Does she still have me as her elder in her eyes? Does she still have the Xia family in her eyes? Sitting on the sofa in the living room, a middle-aged man with an elegant face but a hint of cowardice and indecision between his brows put down the newspaper in his hand and frowned. He is Xiao Wanqiu's father, Xia Guodong. What's wrong now? He asked impatiently. Wanqiu still refuses to come back? It's more than just refusing to come back. Wang Feng plopped down across from him and exaggerated, she's become quite capable now. I don't know where she got this strange guy from. And she even dared to let that strange guy hang up on me. Tell me. Is this reasonable? In a few hours, Director Lin will come to propose marriage in person. What if she ruins our family's business? What will happen to your brother's future? When Xia Guodong heard this, his face darkened. Nonsense. He slammed the table and said, this girl is getting more and more outrageous. I'll call her right now. I want to see which fool dares to kidnap my daughter, Xia Guodong. As he said that, he took out his cell phone. But before he could dial, buzz. Wang Feng's cell phone suddenly vibrated. It's a bank transfer text message. She clicked it with some doubt. Next second, her pupils suddenly contracted. There was only one line of words clearly displayed on the screen. Your account ending in XXXX has received 1 million yuan. 1 million? Wang Feng's breathing suddenly became rapid. Then an unfamiliar text message popped up. Hello, Ms. Wang. My name is Xin Hao, the blind boy you mentioned. I just accidentally hung up on you. Consider this million as apology. Also, I don't like people talking to my wife in that tone. So I also hope this is the last time. Otherwise, the next deposit into your account might not be money. Boom. Wang Fong felt her brain go blank with a buzzing sound. She stared at the text message and the notification of the 1 million yuan's arrival. She was completely dumbfounded. Xin Hao? Wife? 1 million? What the hell is going on? What's wrong? Xia Guodong, who was standing by, saw her expression as if she had seen a ghost and couldn't help but frown and asked. Wang Fong didn't say anything. She just handed the phone to Xia Guodong with trembling hands. Xia Guodong took it doubtfully. When he saw the content on the phone clearly, his reaction was even worse than Wang Fong's. His elegant face instantly turned the color of liver and his breathing became rapid, as if someone was strangling him. Xin Hao? He actually just transferred 1 million to you without thinking? And, still calling Wanqiu your wife? Xia Guodong felt that his worldview had suffered an unprecedented huge impact. He is not a fool. Someone who can casually take out 1 million to apologize. His wealth and background are definitely extraordinary. It might even be more terrifying than their Xia family and Lin family. How is this possible? Doesn't that girl Wanqiu hate those playboys the most? How could she be related to such a wealthy man? Guodong. Wang Fong's voice was trembling. Now, what should we do now? Director Lin will be here soon. Xia Guodong's expression was gloomy. On one side is Lin South Real Estate, which knows the family business well and can provide substantial help to the family business. On the other side, there is a mysterious rich man who spends 1 million at a time. How should he choose? Just when he was hesitating, the doorbell of the villa rang. The Lin family has arrived. A thin layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on Xia Guodong's forehead. He gritted his teeth, as if he had made some important decision. Steady, Director Lin first. I'm going to meet that guy named Xin Hao. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called back the unfamiliar number. The call was connected quickly. Hello? Xin Hao's voice, calm and without a trace of emotion, came from the other end of the phone. Xia Guodong took a deep breath, forced himself to act like an elder, and said in a calm tone, Hello, are you Mr. Xin Hao? I'm Wanqiu's father, Xia Guodong. I heard Wanqiu talk about you. Young people are very energetic. But there are some things I think we still need to talk about face to face. After all, this concerns Wanqiu's lifelong happiness. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Then came Xin Hao's voice with a hint of smile. Okay. I was just thinking of visiting my father-in-law. You decide the location. Xia Guodong's eyelids jumped when he heard the words father-in-law. This kid really dares to shout. He suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, then in half an hour, in the Tianzi private room of Tianyue Tea House. I'm waiting for you. Hang up the phone. Xia Guodong's face was already cold. He wants to see it. Who on earth is this wild boy who appeared out of nowhere? Inside the Koenigsegg. Xia Wanqiu's heart tightened instantly when she heard the witty conversation between her father and Xin Hao on the phone. Xin Hao, you really want to go? Her voice was filled with worry. She knows her father and stepmother too well. They are snobs through and through. If they found out that Xin Hao was just a nouveau riche with brute force but no deep family background, what awaits Xin Hao will be the most ruthless and harsh humiliation. Of course I'll go. Xin Hao smiled calmly. He reached out and rubbed her head lovingly. The ugly son-in-law always has to meet his father-in-law, doesn't he? After saying that, he suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The silver ghost let out a low roar, turned the car's front end towards the direction of Tianyue Tea House, and sped away. Xia Wanqiu looked at his confident profile, and for some reason her anxious heart slowly calmed down. Perhaps. Can he really work miracles? Tianyue Tea House. The number 1 box. Wang Fong looked at the mysterious young man who was leisurely sipping tea opposite her, her eyes full of undisguised contempt and disdain. She had seen it clearly in the parking lot downstairs just now. Although this guy named Xin Hao was driving an expensive-looking sports car that she didn't recognize. But all he was wearing were cheap, unbranded goods. At first glance, he's the kind of unsophisticated nouveau riche who became rich overnight because his house was demolished or he won the lottery. This kind of person has some dirty money but no background or connections. Compared with the Xia family, which has been passed down for hundreds of years and has deep roots in Tianhai City, the difference is simply worlds. Is he worthy of touching her stepdaughter? It's just wishful thinking. Thinking of this, she slammed the bank card with 1 million in it on the table. Go ahead. She crossed her legs and spoke in a condescending tone. How much money do you want in exchange for leaving my daughter? There's 1 million in this card. I gave it to you as a reward. Chapter 19 100 million. Buy out your daughter's future. There's 1 million in this card. I gave it to you as a reward. Wang Feng's condescending voice, full of contempt and alms, sounded particularly harsh in the elegant tea-room box. Although Xia Guodong, who was sitting opposite her, did not say anything, his slightly raised chin and the hint of contempt at the corner of his mouth already showed his attitude. In his opinion, people like Qin Hao, who had no idea how lucky they were to become rich overnight, were the easiest to deal with. Use money to throw. Smash it hard. There is no poverty that cannot be solved by money. However, facing this classic humiliation scene, there was no trace of emotion on Qin Hao's face. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He just picked up the cup of top-quality Westlake Longjing tea that had just been brewed by the tea artist and took a sip. Then he slowly shook his head. The tea is good. Pity. The person who makes the tea is so dirty. You've ruined this nice cup of tea. Puff. The young and beautiful tea artist who was wearing a cheongsam and was responsible for making tea turn pale when she heard this and almost threw the teapot in her hand on the spot. Wang Feng and Xia Guodong's faces also darkened in an instant. What do you mean, kid? Wang Feng slammed the table and shouted. Qin Hao then slowly raised his head. His eyes, as deep as the sea, were calm without a single ripple. He just looked at Wang Feng quietly, as if he was looking at a funny clown jumping up and down. It's nothing. He said calmly, I just think that Madame Xia, you may have some misunderstandings about me. Misunderstanding? Wang Feng sneered. What misunderstanding could I have about you? You just saw our Wanqiu as innocent and kind, and you wanted to climb the ladder of our Xia family and rise to prominence? I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of this kind of drama, kid. Put away your unrealistic fantasies. You and Wanqiu are not from the same world at all. You don't deserve her. Qin Hao didn't get angry but laughed when he heard this. He gently put down the teacup in his hand with a crisp sound. Oh? Then according to Madame Xia's opinion, what kind of man is worthy of Wanqiu? Of course it's Lin Tianyu, a child of destiny like young Master Lin. Wang Feng blurted out without a second thought, the sole heir to the Lin estate, worth billions. He and our Wanqiu, that's a true match. A match made in heaven. Lin Tianyu? The smile on Qin Hao's face grew even wider when he heard the name. It was a smile filled with endless mockery and pity. You're talking about that. Just now, you knelt in front of me at the school gate, slapped yourself 100 times, and cried and called me grandpa. Waste? Boom. As soon as these words came out, it was like thunder from the blue. The smug expressions on Wang Feng and Xia Guodong's faces froze in an instant. Their pupils suddenly contracted, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief that overturned their worldview. You, what did you say? Xia Guodong suddenly stood up from his seat, his voice trembling. You, what did you just say? I say, Qin Hao slowly leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and simply recounted what had just happened at the school gate in a nonchalant tone. Of course, he concealed the part about Xia Wanqiu being pregnant and Lin Jiangwo sending someone to invite her. He just said that Lin Tianyu raced with him out of jealousy and lost. Then, the bet was fulfilled. That's all. But even so, it was enough to make Wang Feng and Xia Guodong tremble with fear and lose their souls. They stared at Qin Hao as if he were a monster. Make Lin Tianyu kneel down in public and slap himself? Forced Lin Jiangwo to personally come forward and admit defeat? Is this something a human could do? This unremarkable young man in front of me, wearing cheap clothes, who on earth is he? Impossible. Wang Feng screamed and shook her head frantically. This is absolutely impossible. You must be bragging. Boast? Qin Hao smiled and took out his phone and clicked on a video. It was a live video recording taken by the students around at that time. In the video, Lin Tianyu's humiliating appearance of kneeling on the ground like a dead dog and slapping himself was clearly captured. There was also Lin Jiangmo's ugly face, which was so humble that he kowtowed and begged for mercy. Even every detail is visible. Buzz. Wang Fong and Xia Guodong felt as if their brains were hit head-on by an atomic bomb. It instantly became blank. They stared intently at the blood color on the man's face in the video, and it faded away completely at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's over. The Xia family is proud of him and his greatest support. Just like that. Being crushed by this man in front of me? Now, Xin Hao put away his phone and calmly looked at the two completely dumbfounded so-called rich men in front of him, and said lightly, "Can we talk about the issue of money again?" Wang Fong and Xia Guodong's bodies trembled violently. Only then did they wake up from their dream. They looked at Xin Hao, and there was no longer any contempt and disdain in their eyes. Instead, there was only a deep fear that penetrated deep into their bones. "Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin." Xia Guodong's voice was trembling as he forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Just now, it was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." "Misunderstand?" A cold arc appeared at the corner of Qin Hao's mouth. "Why do I feel like this isn't a misunderstanding?" He reached out, picked up the bank card with 1 million yuan on the table and tossed it gently between his fingertips. "Didn't Madame Xia just say that she wanted to use this 1 million to buy out the relationship between Wanqiu and me? I just feel." His eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. "This price is a bit low." Wang Fong and Xia Guodong's heart sank suddenly. They know the point, here they come. Then, according to Mr. Qin. Xia Guodong asked cautiously, "How much do you think is appropriate?" "Not much." Qin Hao stretched out a finger. Xia Guodong was stunned for a moment, then asked tentatively, 10 million? Qin Hao shook his head. Seeing this, Wang Fong gritted her teeth as if she had made a huge investment, and said in a trembling voice, Could it be? 100 million? These two words almost drained all her strength. 100 million. This is almost all the liquid funds that the couple can use. However, Qin Hao still shook his head. Then, in their horrified eyes as if they had seen a ghost, he gently pushed the bank card back. Then he took out the pitch-black Centurion black gold card from his pocket. It was also placed gently on the table. He looked at the two so-called elders in front of him who were completely frightened, and a domineering smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I'll give you 100 million. Buy out your daughter's future ownership. From today on, Xia Wanqiu is my Qin Hao's person in life and my Qin Hao's ghost in death. She has no relationship with your Xia family anymore. This price. Will you sell it?" Chapter 20 Xia Wanqiu's shock and emotion. This price. Will you sell it? Qin Hao's voice, filled with endless arrogance and possessiveness, was like thunder, exploding in the silent box. Wang Fong and Xia Guodong stood there motionless, like two stone sculptures weathered by thousands of years. Their pupils had completely lost focus due to extreme fear and shock. Their brains had been completely turned into a mess by the three words 100 million. What did he just say? He wants to pay 100 million to buy out Wanqiu's future? What the hell is this monster? Are they crazy or is this world crazy? However, Qin Hao was not interested in wasting time with these two so-called elders who were already frightened. He stood up slowly. He looked down at them as if they were two ants that could be crushed at will. "It seems you have no objection," he said calmly. "In that case, Wanqiu will follow me from today. She probably won't be able to leave your Xia family and want to go back." After saying that, he didn't even look at them again and turned around and opened the door of the box. At the end of the corridor outside the door, the girl in a white dress, as cool and beautiful as a snow lotus, was standing there quietly. Her face was filled with worry. She clutched her cell phone tightly in her hand. Just now in the car, she thought more and more that something was wrong, and finally, she couldn't help but followed. She couldn't hear the conversation in the box clearly because of the door. She only knew that Qin Hao was facing the cold and cruel so-called family alone for her. Her heart was always in pain. Until the door of the box was slowly opened. The figure that had been haunting her dreams walked out from inside. Unharmed. There was even a faint smile on his face. Xia Wanqiu's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled back into her stomach. She hurried forward. "Qin Hao, are you okay?" There was a hint of trembling and fear in her voice that she herself had not even noticed. "What can I do?" Looking at her nervous little look, Jinhao couldn't help but reach out and rub her head lovingly. Let's go. I'll take you somewhere. Half an hour later. Koenigsegg stopped at the entrance of Tianhai Civil Affairs Bureau. Xiao Wanqiu was completely stunned when she saw the three solemn gold-plated characters. Come, what are you doing here? There was a hint of uncontrollable panic in her voice. Jinhao didn't answer her. He simply turned off the engine, turned around, and stared deeply into her eyes with an unprecedented serious and solemn look. Then he took out a small velvet box from his pocket. Open slowly. A dazzling pink diamond ring, sparkling with moving fire, lay quietly in the center of the box. The huge, heart-shaped pink diamond reflects a dreamy light under the sunlight, almost blinding people's eyes. Xiao Wanqiu's breathing completely stopped at this moment. She felt like her brain was hit head-on by a bomb of happiness. It instantly turned into a sweet blank. Late autumn. Jinhao's voice was so gentle that it seemed like it could squeeze water out of it. I know this all happened a little fast. I know I haven't had the chance to give you a grand, world-shattering proposal yet. I also know that I may not be the perfect Prince Charming in your heart right now. But his eyes became extremely firm and full of unquestionable commitment. I love you. I want to give you and our child a proper home. So, will you marry me? Boom. Xiao Wanqiu felt that her whole world was completely overwhelmed by this sudden and huge happiness at this moment. She covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from crying out loud. But those crystal clear and hot tears were like pearls with broken strings, sliding down uncontrollably from the corners of her beautiful eyes. She had waited too long for this day. From the moment she knew she was pregnant. She just kept waiting. She wasn't waiting for a billionaire. She wasn't waiting for a hero. All she was waiting for was a man who could stand firmly in front of her and say to her, I will support you. And now, she has waited for it. She even waited for a perfect ending that was 1,000 times better than she had imagined. She opened her mouth to say I do. But my throat seemed to be blocked by something and I couldn't utter a single word. She could only nod frantically with all her strength. Tears had already blurred her vision. Jinhao couldn't help but smile when he saw her cute tearful face. He reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then he took out the pink diamond that symbolized eternal promise and gently placed it on her slender, snow-white ring finger. Not too big, not too small, just right. It seems to be tailor-made for her. When I came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, both of them had a small red, gold-embossed notebook in their hands. Xiao Wanqiu carefully held the marriage certificate in her palm, looking at it over and over again. Jinhao felt distressed again when he saw that silly and foolish look. He knew how much this seemingly cold and strong girl lacked a sense of security deep down in her heart. He reached out and held her and the red marriage certificate tightly in his arms. Wife. This time he had the right to do so. Xiao Wanqiu responded softly in his arms. The voice was nasal and had a hint of indelible sweetness. Just then. Buzz. Jinhao's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and took a look. It is a transfer notification from the bank. Dear Mr. Jinhao, your account ending in XXXX received 100 million yuan at 16:45 on September 23. 100 million. Jinhao raised his brows slightly. Then an unfamiliar text message popped up. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm Xia Jinhua. My son is incompetent and my daughter-in-law is rude, so I'm sorry to cause trouble to you and Wanqiu. This small gift is not enough to show my respect. I only ask that you consider Wanqiu as a descendant of the Xia family. Please spare my Xia family. Xia Zhenhua? All the information about this name instantly appeared in Jinhao's mind. Summer and late autumn, grandpa. The real pillar of the Xia family. A founding father who walked out of a sea of blood and corpses. A playful smile appeared on Jinhao's lips. It seems that this old man is much smarter than his two useless sons. He actually knew how to use this method to show goodwill to me and beg for mercy. But the 100 million he sent was quite timely. It can be regarded as a bride price for Wanqiu. Thinking of this, he directly opened the bank app and transferred the 100 million yuan intact to Xiao Wanqiu's card. Buzz. Xiao Wanqiu's phone also vibrated. She took out her cell phone from her bag with some confusion. When she saw the text message about the arrival of 100 million yuan, Her beautiful eyes, which had just cried, widened uncontrollably again. This is. She raised her head and looked at Qin Hao as if he were an alien. How much money does this man have? Did his family's money come from the wind? Qin Hao couldn't help laughing when he saw her silly and cute expression as if she had seen a ghost. He reached out his hand and lovingly pinched her smooth and delicate face. Then he spoke softly in a tone full of endless pampering and dominance. Wife. Take it. This is the share of money your grandfather gave us. Chapter 21 System New Task, Create a Perfect Baby Room. This is the share of money your grandfather gave us. Qin Hao's voice, with a hint of playfulness and doting, sounded softly in Xiao Wanqiu's ears. Membership money? 100 million yuan in share money? Xiao Wanqiu felt that her cognition was once again refreshed by this man. Grandfather. The old man who, in her impression, was as majestic as a mountain and never smiled. She would actually use this method to show her goodwill to Qin Hao? No, that's not right. This is not a gesture of goodwill. This is begging for mercy. He is scared. He was afraid of Qin Hao, this mysterious and powerful man who appeared out of nowhere. A huge wave rose in Xiao Wanqiu's heart. She looked at her legal husband, who was smiling brightly at her. She suddenly felt that all her previous worries were so unnecessary. What kind of pressure is this from a wealthy family? What family marriage? In front of this man, whose absolute power was enough to make the old man of the Xia family tremble. It all seemed so ridiculous. Puff. She couldn't help but laugh. That was the first time in 20 years that she laughed so happily and relievedly. Like a snow lotus blooming proudly in the ice and snow. Breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Hao was stunned for a moment. It's so beautiful. He exclaimed sincerely. Xiao Wanqiu's face turned slightly red. She suppressed her smile and gently hit his chest, saying angrily, slippery tongue. Although I say so. But the crescent-shaped corners of her eyes revealed the sweetness in her heart. Let's go. Qin Hao held her little hand and opened the door of the Koenigsegg. My dear wife, let's go home. When the silver ghost returned to the underground garage of Tianhai No. 1 again. The sky was gradually getting dark. Hand in hand, the two took the exclusive elevator back to their new home above the clouds. As soon as you enter the door, Qin Hao naturally took out a pair of brand new pink bunny slippers from the shoe cabinet, squatted down and put them on Xiao Wanqiu himself. Seeing that gentle and considerate look, Xiao Wanqiu felt a surge of warmth in her heart. I'll go cook. Qin Hao rubbed her head. You go to the sofa and rest for a while and watch TV. Xiao Wanqiu nodded obediently and sat on the expensive Italian handmade sofa like a happy young wife. She turned on the TV and picked a variety show to watch. But her eyes always involuntarily glanced towards the kitchen. Looking at the tall figure who was busy in the kitchen for her. The corners of her mouth would rise slightly uncontrollably. Is this what home feels like? Very nice. On the other side in the kitchen, Qin Hao was preparing to show off his skills. That familiar mechanical synthesized voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully established a family. The road to becoming the most powerful dad in the universe has officially begun. To provide the perfect growth environment for the soon-to-be-born bloodline of God, the Cradle of God series of quests is now released. Task 1. Create a perfect baby room for your child that is safe, comfortable, educational, and beautiful. Task requirements: all materials must be the world's top environmentally friendly materials. All designs must conform to the most scientific parenting concepts. Quest reward: God-level design skills. God-level design? This is good. Qin Hao's eyes lit up instantly. He was worried about how to arrange the large house of more than 500 square meters because it was too spacious. This is simply like giving someone a pillow when they are sleepy. Accept the mission. Ding. Mission accepted. The reward, God-level design skills, is being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have instantly mastered all the design knowledge and techniques in architecture, interior design, gardening, aesthetics, and other fields in human history. You are a walking muse. The ultimate embodiment of aesthetics. Boom. Another huge and sophisticated stream of information poured into Qin Hao's brain. Ergonomics, spatial layout, color matching, light and shadow art. At this moment, everything is integrated. Hundreds of design plans for the perfect baby room instantly emerged in his mind. He even knows exactly what material every screw in the room should be made of. Looks like I'll be busy tonight. A confident smile appeared on Qin Hao's lips. He first used the ingredients in the refrigerator to easily prepare a nutritious and delicious dinner for Xiao Wanqiu. Once again, he successfully conquered the stomach of the new Mrs. Qin. After dinner, Qin Hao took Xiao Wanqiu's hand and came to the second bedroom adjacent to the master bedroom. The area of this second bedroom is as large as 70 to 80 square meters. It also has a large floor-to-ceiling window with an excellent view. Wife, what do you think of this room? Qin Hao asked. Very good. Xiao Wanqiu was a little puzzled. The lighting and ventilation are both excellent. Yeah. Qin Hao nodded. I plan to transform this into our baby's room. The baby's room? Xiao Wanqiu's eyes lit up instantly. A hint of maternal glow could not help but appear on her face. She subconsciously reached out and gently stroked her still flat belly. Then, how do we transform it? She asked with some anticipation. Don't be impatient. Qin Hao smiled mysteriously. Then, in front of Xiao Wanqiu's curious eyes, he took out a latest tablet computer from somewhere. He opened a professional design software. Then his fingers began to dance rapidly on the screen. Xiao Wanqiu was completely stunned. She saw countless complex lines and geometric shapes constantly generated, combined, and changed at his fingertips. A 3D model of a baby room full of childlike fun and a sense of technology is being built at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. Furniture that is round without any sharp edges. A starry sky ceiling light that can automatically adjust brightness according to the light. The walls are hand-painted with cute cartoon animals. The floor is covered with soft, natural wool carpet. There's even a small indoor heated paddling pool. Every detail is full of humanized and ingenious design. It ensures absolute safety. It is full of endless childlike fun. Xiao Wanqiu was completely stunned. She felt that what she was seeing was not a blueprint. It is a fairy tale world full of love and wisdom. She couldn't imagine her baby living in such a perfect room. What a happy thing that would be. I don't know how long it took. Qin Hao finally stopped what he was doing. A perfect baby room design appears on the screen. He raised his head and looked at his little wife, who was completely stunned, with a smug smile on his face as if seeking credit. How about it? My dear wife. Are you satisfied with your husband's design? Chapter 22 Reward, Grandmaster level Bajiquan of the National Martial Arts Inheritance. My dear wife, are you satisfied with this design of your husband? Qin Hao's voice, with a hint of pride and seeking credit, woke Xiao Wanqiu from the extreme shock. She slowly raised her head. Reflected in those clear eyes was Qin Hao's handsome face with a bright smile. There was a bright light in her eyes called adoration. This man. How many surprises are there that I don't know about? God-level driving skills. God-level cooking skills. Now even the world's top designs are at my fingertips. What kind of monster is he? No, not satisfied. Xiao Wanqiu's pretty face flushed slightly and she muttered something in a low voice with a hint of duplicity. Oh? Qin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. What are you not satisfied with? My dear wife, please tell me and I will change it immediately. Here. Xiao Wanqiu stretched out her slender jade finger and tapped the small indoor constant temperature paddling pool on the screen. What a waste. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito's hum. Although she now has a huge sum of more than 200 million yuan in her card. But her frugal habits from childhood still made her feel that building a heated swimming pool just to bathe an unborn baby was really too extravagant. Qin Hao couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard this reason. He reached out and scratched her delicate nose lovingly. Fool. My children deserve the best in the world. Don't even mention it's a small swimming pool. Even if he wants the stars in the sky in the future. As his father, I have to find a way to take it off for him. His voice was filled with unquestionable dominance and pampering. Xiao Wanqiu's heart was instantly filled with a huge sense of sweet happiness. She could no longer say no. She just snuggled quietly in his arms and stared at the perfect design. It seems as if I have already seen the beautiful picture of their family of 3 living happily here in the future. The next day, Qin Hao got up very early. First, he used his superb cooking skills to prepare a nutritionally balanced and loving breakfast for Xiao Wanqiu. Then he drove the silver ghost and took her to the gate of the art academy. Before getting off the car, he repeatedly told her not to get too tired, to eat lunch on time, and to call him immediately if anything happened. The nagging old father's appearance made Xiao Wanqiu burst into laughter. Only after watching her back completely disappear in the teaching building did Qin Hao drive away slowly. However, he did not go home. Instead, he drove the car to a large building materials market on the outskirts of the city. The design of the perfect baby room is already here. The next step is to purchase materials. Although with his current financial resources, he can completely hand over all of this to the top decoration company. But he still wanted to do it himself. Because this was the first gift he prepared for his unborn child. Significance: extraordinary. Koenigsegg stopped at the entrance of the building materials market. The cool shape that looked like a futuristic fighter jet instantly attracted everyone's attention. Qin Hao ignored the looks filled with shock and envy. He walked straight into the market. Then, he began to purchase according to the list he had already prepared in his mind. The wall paint should be imported from Germany, pure natural formaldehyde-free Albina Snow Mountain White. The floor should be parquet, made of pure solid wood imported from Italy and hand-polished. Even the most inconspicuous screw is made of 3.4 grade titanium alloy imported from Japan. He was not purchasing decoration materials. But it is the best work of art in the world. His professional appearance and knowing all kinds of unpopular building materials completely stunned those unscrupulous bosses who originally wanted to take advantage of him. For a time, the entire building materials market was filled with a legend about a mysterious rich man's incognito visit. Just when Qin Hao was immersed in the joy of building a nest for his baby, he didn't notice. In a dark corner of the market, a few thugs with shifty eyes were staring at him with malicious and greedy looks. Fuck! Brother Heisey, did you see that? That guy is driving a Koenigsegg. A yellow-haired gangster said excitedly in a low voice. Nonsense! I'm not blind. The man called Brother Heisey is a burly bald man with a face full of flesh. His eyes were fixed on the silver ghost not far away, and his saliva was almost flowing out. This car must be worth tens of millions, right? If we can get it, we brothers will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. But Heisey, a skinny thug nearby, said with some concern, anyone who can afford a car like this must be someone extraordinary. Can we afford to offend them? Scared of nothing. Heisey spat, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Look at that kid, he's wearing cheap clothes and he doesn't even have a bodyguard with him. He looks like a nouveau riche who got lucky. This kind of person is the easiest to deal with. Wait a minute, when he comes out we will. Heisey made a gesture of wiping his neck. As long as we do it cleanly and secretly, who would know it was us? When the gangsters heard this, they immediately showed greedy and cruel smiles. Afternoon. Qin Hao finally purchased all the materials. In addition, we have contacted the best construction team in Tianhai City. Let them go to Tianhai No. 1 early tomorrow morning to start construction. After doing all this, he returned to the underground garage with satisfaction. However, just as he opened the car door and was about to get in, something strange happened. Don't move! A cold dagger flashing with a cold light suddenly came from behind and pressed against his waist. Immediately afterwards, 5 or 6 ruffian thugs emerged from the darkness and surrounded him. The leader was the bald strong man named Heisey. If you know what's good for you, hand over your car keys and all the valuables on you. A ferocious and smug smile appeared on Kuriko's face. Otherwise, I'll leave a few more bloody holes on your body today. Faced with this sudden life and death crisis, there was no trace of panic on Qin Hao's face. His eyes were still as calm as water. Even a little bit, want to laugh? Just now. The moment the dagger was against his waist, the familiar mechanical synthesized voice in his mind rang again. Ding! It has been detected that the host and the potential mother of the blood of God are facing a serious threat to their personal safety. In order to ensure the absolute safety of the host and his family, that Absolute Protection's series of tasks are now released. Task 1: eliminate all potential threats in front of you. Quest reward: traditional Chinese martial arts inheritance grandmaster level Bajiquan. Boom! An ancient and violent torrent of information instantly poured into Qin Hao's limbs and bones. Strength skills. Practical combat moves. Combat awareness. At this moment, everything is perfectly integrated with his body. He felt as if he had turned into a god of war from ancient times. His whole body is filled with explosive power that is enough to break stones and split rocks. Did you fucking hear that, kid? Heisey became furious when he saw Qin Hao still standing there in a daze. He exerted force on his wrist, and the sharp dagger pierced Qin Hao's t-shirt. It looked like blood was about to be seen. But at this moment, Qin Hao moved. His movements were as fast as lightning. He just tilted his body slightly at an incredible angle and instantly dodged the deadly dagger. Then he turned his hand like a pair of pliers and tightly grasped Heisey's wrist holding the knife. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bones breaking was heard. Ah! Heisey let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. He felt as if his wrist was crushed alive by a prehistoric beast. The intense pain made him let go of his hand in an instant. The dagger fell to the ground. However, this is just the beginning. A cold light flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. He took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. An extremely powerful mountain-sticking kick. It hit Koriko's chest hard. Bang! A dull sound like a heavy hammer hitting a drum. Heisey's burly body weighing more than 200 pounds flew backwards in an instant like a kite with a broken string. It hit a concrete pillar about 7 or 8 meters away. Then it slowly slid down. He was foaming at the mouth, convulsing all over, and his life or death was unknown. One move. It only took one move. He instantly killed a fierce-looking knife-wielding man. The whole audience was dead silent. The remaining gangsters all stood there in a daze, as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were filled with extreme fear that overturned their worldview. Is this a fucking human? It's your turn. Qin Hao turned around slowly. His cold, emotionless eyes swept over the remaining thugs one by one as if he was looking at dead people. Then he asked word by word in a deep voice like a devil from hell. You want to lie down by yourselves? Or do you want me to give you a ride? Chapter 23 Encounter with the Human Trafficker. Qin Hao's thundering attack. You guys want to lie down by yourselves? Or do you want me to give you a ride? Qin Hao's emotionless voice, like the sentence of death, slowly echoed in the empty underground garage. The remaining gangsters were scared out of their wits. They looked at the terrifying man who beat their boss to death with one move, leaving him in a state of uncertainty about whether he was dead or alive. He looked again at Heisey, who was lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and twitching all over like a dead dog. Their psychological defenses were completely broken at this moment. Plop! 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 The sounds of kneeling were heard one after another. The remaining gangsters didn't even think twice and directly chose the most sincere option: kneel down and beg for mercy. Big brother. Spare my life. We were blind to the truth. We won't do that again. Please, just treat us like as if we were nothing. The way they kowtowed madly and cried for their parents, looking terrified, formed a sharp contrast to their arrogance and domineering behavior just now. Qin Hao looked at their ugly appearance with a hint of disgust in his eyes. He is not a bloodthirsty person. Just teach the lesson. Roll. He uttered a word coldly. Those little thugs were pardoned. They crawled to Heisey's side, lifted up his muddy body, and fled as quickly as possible from this horrific hell that they would never forget. These blind flies have been dealt with. Qin Hao's mood did not improve at all. Instead, it became a little heavy. He was lucky today and happened to activate the Grandmaster Bajiquan. But what if there is no system? What if it was Xiao Wanqiu who was stuck here today? The consequences. Unthinkable. A feeling of fear suddenly surged into Qin Hao's heart. He realized. Money is not everything in this world. Sometimes absolute force is the strongest shield to protect your family. It seems that money alone is not enough. A deep gleam flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. It's time to put a sufficiently strong security team on the agenda. As he thought about this, he got into the Silver Ghost. Start home. Evening. Qin Hao had prepared dinner and was about to call Xiao Wanqiu to ask her to come home for dinner after class. But the call hasn't been made yet. Xiao Wanqiu called first. The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with joy and excitement. Qin Hao, are you free now? Yes, what's wrong? Do you remember my best friend Su Muxiue? It's her birthday tonight and she's booked a private room at Dynasty KTV and invited us over. Would you like to come too? Su Mushue? The image of the short-haired queen with a hot body and straightforward personality instantly appeared in Qin Hao's mind. That was Xiao Wanqiu's only friend in this world who could be called a best friend. She had to give him face. Moreover, Qin Hao also felt that Xiao Wanqiu was too tense recently because she was pregnant and was forced to get married by her family. Taking her out to sing and relax is also a good choice. Okay. He agreed with a smile. Where are you? I'll pick you up. Half an hour later. Koenigsegg stopped at the magnificent entrance of Huangqiao KTV. As soon as Qin Hao parked the car, he saw two beautiful figures standing at the door, chattering about something. One, of course, is his young wife Xiao Wanqiu. The other one is a short-haired lady wearing a fiery red tight dress that perfectly outlines her figure. It was Su Mushue. When she saw Qin Hao walking down from the ghost like Koenigsegg, her already big almond-shaped eyes instantly became even rounder. I fuck. She couldn't help it, she cursed and grabbed Xiao Wanqiu's arm and shook it wildly. Wanqiu. Pinch me. Tell me. I'm not dreaming. That handsome young man who got out of a Koenigsegg worth over 100 million is really yours, the legendary, poor student? Xiao Wanqiu felt dizzy from her shaking. Her pretty face flushed and she said angrily, "What poor student? You are not allowed to say that about him." Su Mushue was amazed again when she saw the little girl's eager look to protect her husband. It's over. This is a unique cabbage that I have been growing for 20 years. It seems like he was completely taken over by that pig called Qin Hao. Hello. Qin Hao walked up to the two of them and politely extended his hand to Su Mushue. My name is Qin Hao, and I'm Wanqiu's husband. Husband? Su Mushue's eyes almost popped out of her sockets. She glanced at Qin Hao's face, which was so handsome that it infuriated both humans and gods. He glanced at Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful face next to him, which was so embarrassed that it was about to drip water. Finally, her eyes fell on Xiao Wanqiu's still flat belly. There was a buzzing sound in her brain as if something exploded. She pulled Xiao Wanqiu aside and asked in a low voice as if she had seen a ghost. Fuck. Wanqiu. You too, not only are you together, but you even got the certificate? And your belly. Could it be a shotgun marriage? Xiao Wanqiu's face instantly turned as red as a ripe tomato. She nodded shyly. Su Mushue was completely speechless. She felt like she hadn't seen her best friend for just a week. How come when we meet again, not only does she already have a husband and a child, but she's also a mysterious wealthy man who can afford a sports car worth over 100 million? This world is too fucking magical, right? Just as she was still immersed in this huge shock that overturned her worldview. Suddenly, a little girl's shrill cry came from not far away. Mom! I want mom! Woo-oo! The three of them subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Not far away, I saw a middle-aged woman in rural women's clothes holding tightly a little girl who looked only 3 or 4 years old. The girl was wearing a princess dress and looked as delicate as a doll. The little girl struggled desperately in her arms, crying until her voice was almost hoarse. Next to them stood a tall, thin man with shifty eyes. He was urging the middle-aged woman impatiently. Hurry up! What are you dawdling for? If you call the cops again, we're all done for. Got it. Got it. While dealing with this, the middle-aged woman took out a piece of yellow candy from her pocket and handed it to the little girl's mouth. Nan, be good and don't cry. Eat this candy and I'll take you to find your mother, okay? But the little girl ignored her and continued crying heart-wrenchingly. You are not an ant. You are a bad person. I want my mother. Whoa. See this scene. Xiao Wanqiu and Su Mushue both frowned subconsciously. Although, it looks like an ordinary family conflict. But for some reason they always felt that something was wrong. But Qin Hao's eyes were fixed on the tall and thin man with shifty eyes. Suddenly, it felt cold. In his mind, the extraordinary fighting consciousness brought by the Grandmaster-level Bajiquan was instantly stimulated at this moment. He saw the man's posture, eyes, and slightly bulging waist. They all smelled an extremely dangerous bloody scent. This man definitely has blood on his hands. And there is more than one. Combined with this extremely strange scene in front of me, a word suddenly popped up in Qin Hao's mind. Human trafficker. You guys stay here and wait for me. A cold murderous intent flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. What he hates most is this kind of unscrupulous scum. Especially at this critical juncture when he himself is about to become a father. He absolutely cannot sit idly by. Xinhao, what are you going to do? Xiao Wanqiu grabbed the corner of his clothes with some concern. Go and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Xinhao threw down these 5 words and strode straight towards the 2 human traffickers. Hey! You too! His cold voice, devoid of any emotion, rang out behind the 2 of them. The 2 human traffickers' bodies suddenly stiffened. They turned slowly. When they saw, there was only a young man in ordinary clothes walking towards them. Their tense nerves finally relaxed a little. The tall, thin man with shifty eyes pulled out a switchblade that flashed with a cold light from his waist and tossed it in his hand. Boy, do you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? He grinned and threatened, I advise you to stay out of other people's business. Otherwise, today, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. However, facing his threats, there was no trace of fear on Xinhao's face. He didn't even pause for a moment. His cold eyes were fixed on the poor little girl who was still crying loudly. Then he said it lightly in a calm tone as if stating a fact. I'll say it again. Let go of that kid. Otherwise, die. Fuck. You're looking for death. The tall and thin man was completely enraged by Xinhao's arrogant attitude that showed he didn't take him seriously at all. He roared and stabbed Xinhao's heart with the switchblade. Ah! Xiao Wanqiu and Su Muxue, who were far away, screamed in horror the moment they saw this bloody scene. But the next second, a pig slaughtering howl, countless times more shrill than their screams, resounded throughout the night sky. Xinhao's body swayed slightly and he dodged the fatal knife in an incredible angle. Then he attacked like lightning. A crisp and clean knife move. He chopped the wrist of the tall and thin man holding the knife hard. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Ah! The tall and thin man's howling stopped abruptly. Because Xinhao's other hand was like an iron clamp, tightly strangling his throat. He lifted his entire body off the ground with one hand. I did. There was a terrifying murderous intent flashing in Xinhao's eyes. He looked at the tall and thin man who was struggling desperately in his hands and whose face had turned liver-colored due to lack of oxygen, and asked word by word. Why do some people always disbelieve it? Chapter 24 The power of one punch shocked the whole audience. Why do some people always not believe it? Xinhao's voice, as cold and low as that of a demon from hell, slowly echoed in the dead silent night sky. The tall and thin man who was held in the air by his throat with one hand was completely scared silly. He felt like a little chicken held in the mouth of a prehistoric tyrannosaurus. Apart from kicking his legs in vain due to extreme fear and suffocation, he could no longer do anything, not even the slightest bit of resistance. His eyes were filled with bloodshot and deep regret that penetrated deep into his bones. What kind of monster had he gotten into trouble with? And the other side. The middle-aged woman holding the little girl saw her accomplice and was easily subdued by him in the first encounter, just like crushing an ant. Her originally kind face was instantly filled with extreme fear that overturned her worldview. Her brain went blank with a buzzing sound. The next moment, there was only one thought left in her mind. Escape. Without thinking, she let go of the little girl in her arms who was still crying loudly. Then, he turned around and ran away like a stray dog. However, she had only taken 2 steps. Want to leave? Xinhao's cold voice sounded behind her like a death spell. Right after. Bang! A heavy muffled sound. Xinhao didn't even look back. He just treated the tall and thin man who looked like a puddle of mud in his hand as a human sandbag. He threw it hard at the middle-aged woman who was trying to escape. That heavy body weighing more than 200 pounds drew a desperate parabola in the air. It hit the middle-aged woman's back precisely. Ouch! The middle-aged woman let out a shrill howl. She felt as if her spine had been hit head-on by a speeding truck. The severe pain made her lose all her strength in an instant. The whole person fell forward to the ground like a rolling gourd. She and her accomplices fell into a pile and their lives were unknown. In a flash, 2 extremely vicious knife-wielding human traffickers. Xinhao crushed him with an overwhelming force. Easy solution. The whole process is smooth and neat and takes no more than 10 seconds. The whole audience was dead silent. Complete silence. Whether it is the men and women coming in and out of the KTV door, Or, those two gorgeous women in the distance who were completely stunned. Everyone's face was filled with extreme shock as if they had seen a ghost. Their brains have completely crashed because of this magical scene before them that can be described as violent aesthetics. Is this a fucking human? This is exactly like those humanoid weapons in the movies that can fight one against 100. Shin Hao ignored the shocked and awed gazes around him. He just walked slowly to the delicate little girl who had forgotten to cry because of being too frightened. Then he slowly squatted down. The icy murderous intent on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was a gentle smile full of sunshine and warmth. He reached out and gently rubbed the little girl's furry head. He spoke softly in a fatherly tone that was so gentle that he himself didn't even realize it. "Don't be afraid, little one. The bad guys have been chased away by my uncle. You're fine." Perhaps it was his affability that worked. Or maybe it was because his infuriatingly handsome face was just too deceptive. The little girl, who was originally in a state of stress, saw his warm smile. I actually slowly relaxed. She blinked her big, watery eyes like black gemstones and looked at Shin Hao timidly and asked, Uncle. Are you Ultraman?" Shin Hao couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard this innocent question. He nodded seriously. "I am Ultraman Tiga. Uncle, he's responsible for fighting monsters." When the little girl heard this, little stars of admiration instantly appeared in her big eyes. She stretched out her two pink lotus root-like little arms and spoke in a baby voice. "Uncle Tiga, give me a hug." "Good hug." Shin Hao smiled and carefully held the cute little angel in his arms. At the moment his hand touched the little girl's body, his heart suddenly trembled. An unprecedented strange feeling instantly surged through his whole body. Soft, small, and fragrant. How does the child feel? He seemed to have already felt in advance the incomparable happiness that he would feel when he held his own child in his own hands a few months later. His eyes instantly became extremely gentle. He slowly stood up holding the little girl. Then he walked towards the two beautiful women who were completely stunned. Late Autumn Mushue. He couldn't help but smile at their cute expressions, still in shock. "Please help me and call the police. By the way, call 120. Don't let those two pieces of trash on the ground die too easily." Half an hour later. Inside the top-notch presidential box of Dynasty KTV. The little girl has found her young parents who are crying their hearts out. The family of three hugged each other and cried with joy. Shin Hao politely declined the young couple's enthusiasm to kneel down and kowtow to him on the spot. Finally got away. Back to the box. In the box, Xiao Wanqiu and Su Mushue were sitting on the sofa and chatting in low voices. The moment I saw Shin Hao push the door in, the two women's eyes were all focused on him in an instant. That look was filled with extremely complicated emotions. There was shock, curiosity, awe, and a hint of worship? "What are you looking at?" Shin Hao felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by them, so he touched his nose and asked. "Nothing." Su Mushue was the first to come back to her senses. She picked up a glass of Hennessy XO on the table and raised it towards Shin Hao. "I just feel like our Wanqiu has found a treasure." She drank it all in one gulp, then looked at Shin Hao with a playful and ambiguous look and continued. "Great hero Qin, great master Qin, I, Su Mushue, offer you a toast. If it weren't for you today, we would both be scared silly. From now on, I'll be counting on you to take good care of our Wanqiu." Her tone was joking though. But the solemnity and recognition in the depths of his eyes came from the heart. This man is not only rich, handsome, and talented. He actually has such terrifying skills. And a chivalrous heart that draws its sword to help others when it sees injustice. He is simply the perfect man. She now finally understood why her best friend, who had such high standards, fell so completely so quickly. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to bear it. Shin Hao just smiled when he heard this, and picked up a glass of wine and drank it all. She is my wife and I should take care of her. After saying that, he naturally sat down next to Xiao Wanqiu and held her in his arms. Xiao Wanqiu's pretty face turned slightly red, but she didn't show any resistance at all. Instead, she snuggled in his arms like a docile kitten. The happy little woman's appearance made Su Mushue opposite her feel a pang of jealousy. All right. She rubbed her arms exaggeratedly. "That's enough, you two. There's another single guy here. If you keep showing off your affection, I'll call the police. The three of them smiled at each other. The atmosphere in the box also became relaxed and pleasant. But at this moment, suddenly, the door of the box was roughly pushed open with a bang. Then, a young man wearing fashionable brand name clothes, earrings, and colorfully dyed hair strode in, surrounded by a group of equally unruly rich second generations. His face was pale and sickly, and his eyes were full of the vanity and arrogance that had been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. As soon as he entered the door, he ignored Qin Hao and Su Muxue who were present. Those cloudy eyes filled with lust and possessiveness were fixed on Xiao Wanqiu's cool and beautiful face. Yo! He whistled and a very obscene smile appeared on his face. Isn't this my pure and innocent sister? Why don't you stay home and prepare to marry into the Lin family? Why do you come to such a mixed place to fool around? And you're cuddling with a strange man who appeared out of nowhere? Sister, does your brother-in-law know that you are doing this? Chapter 25 Hiring the loyal Qin gang as a bodyguard. Sister, does your brother-in-law know that you are doing this? The young man's sarcastic voice, filled with sarcasm and vulgarity, suddenly rang out in the entire box. Moment. In the box, the originally relaxed and happy atmosphere was gone. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Xiao Wanqiu's beautiful face, which was already slightly flushed due to drinking some wine, turned pale in an instant. Her body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. Those clear eyes were filled with disgust and a hint of fear. Xiao Wei. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out the name. That's right. The young man in front of me was dressed like a neither man nor woman, and he exuded the aura of a drunkard and a womanizer. It was her half-brother who was spoiled by her stepmother Wang Fong and became lawless and uneducated. He is also the person she hates most in this world. Su Mushue's face instantly darkened the moment she saw Xiao Wei. She stood up from the sofa in a flash. A raging fire of anger burned in those fiery almond-shaped eyes. Xiao Wei. Are you fucking sick? She pointed at Xiao Wei's nose and cursed him without any hesitation. Who let you in? Get out of here. Hey, isn't this the campus beauty of Suzhou University? When Xiao Wei saw Su Muxue, he not only did not show any fear, but a more obscene light flashed in his turbid eyes. He whistled and looked back and forth at Su Mushue's hot and sexy body with an extremely obscene look. You're still so grumpy after not seeing you for a few days. Why can't I just go and catch up with my sister? Who the hell do you think you are to meddle in the affairs of our Xia family? You! Su Muxue was so angry that she was shaking all over and wanted to rush up and slap him. But he was stopped by a warm big hand. It's Qin Hao. From the moment Xiao Wei pushed the door open, Qin Hao didn't say anything. He just sat there quietly. He stared at this ignorant clown with a cold look as if he was looking at a dead person. He could clearly feel the stiffness and trembling of Xiao Wanqiu's body in his arms. I can also feel the deep powerlessness and despair in her heart. A raging rage burned wildly in his chest. It's the Xia family again. It seems that the lesson we taught them in the tea house yesterday was far from enough. Are you Xiao Wei? Qin Hao spoke slowly. His voice was calm and no emotion could be heard. Only then did Xiao Wei move his lustful gaze away from Su Muxue. Reluctantly, she threw herself into the arms of this wild man who had held her sister in his arms from beginning to end. When he saw Qin Hao's handsome face, which was more than 100 times more handsome than his, a strong fire of jealousy instantly rose from the bottom of his heart. That's right. I am Xiao Wei. He raised his chin arrogantly. Who the hell are you? If you know what's good for you, let my sister go. Then kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Otherwise. The group of rich second generation behind him immediately understood what he meant and surrounded him with grins and clenched fists. It was obvious from the look on their faces that they were going to fight if they had a disagreement. However, faced with this tense atmosphere, Qin Hao smiled. He slowly released Xiao Wanqiu from his arms. He patted her hand gently to reassure her. Then he slowly stood up. Walked towards Xiao Wei step by step. There was a playful smile on his face. His eyes were as cold as 2 pieces of ice that had existed for 10,000 years. Do you know? He stood in front of Xiao Wei and spoke softly in a voice like a devil's whisper that only the 2 of them could hear. I've always had a bad temper. Especially when someone dares to touch my woman. Before he finished speaking, bang! A crisp and loud slap. He slapped Xiaowei's face hard, which looked a little pale due to excessive drinking and sex. The whole world seemed to be quiet at this moment. Xiaowei and the group of rich second generations behind him were all stunned. They never dreamed of it. This looks like a gentle, pretty boy. How dare you just start fighting over a disagreement? And he slapped young Master Xia in the face in front of so many people? You dared to hit me? Xiaowei covered the half of his face that had instantly become red and swollen, his eyes filled with disbelief that overturned his worldview. Hit you? Xin Hao's mouth curled up in a cold arc. Bang! Another even louder slap. Xiaowei was slapped so hard that he turned 360 degrees on the spot. A bloody tooth flew out of his mouth. Beating you is too light. There was a terrifying murderous intent flashing in Xin Hao's eyes. He grabbed Xiaowei's neck and lifted him up with one hand like a chicken. I warned your mother. Let her take care of your Xia family's dog. It seems she didn't understand. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaowei was strangled by him and his face turned purple. He struggled desperately with his hands and feet, but it was of no avail. He felt like a crayfish being clamped tightly by a pair of pliers. There is no other way except waiting to die. And the group of so-called brothers behind him saw this terrifying scene that could be described as demon-like. I'd been scared to death for a long time. Everyone was silent as a cicada, not even daring to fart. Xin Hao. At this moment, Xiao Wanshou's voice, with a hint of reluctance and worry, came from behind. Forget it. Don't cause any deaths. When Xin Hao heard her voice, the murderous intent in his eyes faded a little. He snorted coldly and threw the muddy Xiaowei in his hand to the ground like throwing away garbage. Then he stepped on Xiaowei's chest. He looked down at him from a high position, as if he was looking at a humble ant. Listen. He pronounced the sentence word by word in a cold voice without any emotion. This is the last time. If you do that again, I won't care whose son you are. I promise. You will disappear from this world completely. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the mud on the ground that was already scared to death. He turned around and walked back to Xiao Wanshou and held her in his arms. It's okay. He comforted her softly, let's go home. On the way home. The atmosphere inside the Koenigsegg is a bit dull. Xiao Wanshou kept his head down and remained silent. Xin Hao knew that she was not angry with him. She was just feeling sad because she had such an unpromising brother in such a cold and heartless family. Don't think about it. Xin Hao reached out and gently held her cold little hand. From today on, I'm your only family. Xiao Wanshou's body trembled slightly. She raised her head, and her clear eyes were filled with a layer of moving mist. She held Xin Hao's big hand tightly with her backhand. It was as if he was trying to grab the last straw in his life. Return to Tianhai number 1. Xin Hao didn't cook as usual. He simply turned on his computer and logged into one of the world's top headhunting websites. Hunter's House. He then posted a job posting anonymously. Job post, personal bodyguard and driver. Work location, Tianhai City, Xia Country. Job requirements, male, under 35 years old, at least 185 centimeters tall. Must have at least 10 years of service in a top-tier global special forces unit. Proficient in combat, firearms, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, and driving. Must have no bad habits or criminal record. Most importantly, absolute loyalty. Salary, starting at 10 million renminbi per year. No upper limit. The sky-high recruitment information was released. It instantly caused an uproar on the entire Hunter's House website. Countless retired soldiers, killers, and mercenaries are crazy about it. Less than 10 minutes. Xin Hao's mailbox received hundreds of job application resumes from all over the world. Xin Hao used his extraordinary brain to quickly screen. Soon a resume caught his attention. Name, Qin Gang. Age, 32. Height, 188 centimeters. Nationality, Xiagua. Resume, served for 12 years in the Dragon Teeth, Xia Nation's most mysterious special forces unit. Served as the assault team leader. Codenamed Wolf Warrior. Participated in hundreds of missions, large and small, with no failures. Later, while protecting a comrade on a cross-border mission, he was seriously injured, resulting in nerve damage in his right leg, forcing him to retire. Current status, unemployed. A family member is seriously ill and in urgent need of money. See the last sentence of this resume. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Hao's lips. Short of money? Good. I just like people who are short of money. Because only problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Moreover, Qin Gang not only has impeccable abilities. More importantly, it is his noble character that he would rather sacrifice himself to protect his comrades. Such a person is worth entrusting. Qin Hao dialed the phone number on the resume without any hesitation. The call was connected quickly. A steady male voice full of magnetism came from the other end. Hello? Hello, Mr. Qin Gang. Qin Hao said straight to the point, I am the employer who posted the job posting for the 10 million yuan annual salary. I'm attracted to you. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Then came Qin Gang's voice, neither humble nor arrogant. Boss. What do you want me to do? Chapter 26 Prenatal Checkup, hearing the baby's heartbeat for the first time. Boss, what do you want me to do? Qin Gang's voice on the other end of the phone was calm, capable, and neither humble nor arrogant. He did not show any flattery or excitement because of the temptation of tens of millions of annual salary. Just this calm and composed character that remains unchanged even when faced with a crisis. This made Qin Hao look up to him even more. I want you to be my shadow. Qin Hao's voice was calm yet powerful. I want you to protect my family with your life. Can you do that? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. It seemed as if he was digesting the heavy weight of Qin Hao's words. After a long time, Qin Gang's magnetic and firm voice sounded again. As long as the money is in place. My life is yours. Very good. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Hao's lips. Come to Tianhai number 1 to see me at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Also send me your mother's medical account. Tens of millions of dollars in annual salary is your reward. Saving your mother's life is a gift from me to you. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The next day, early morning. While Qin Hao was still preparing a loving breakfast for Xiao Wanqiu in the kitchen, the doorbell rang. He took a look through the smart cat's eye. Standing at the door was a tough man who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, wearing a cheap camouflage uniform, but his body was as straight and tall as a javelin. It was Qin Gang. Qin Hao opened the door. Their eyes met. A barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed across Qin Gang's eyes. He didn't seem to have expected that his future employer would be such a young man who was a little too young. But his good professional ethics prevented him from asking any unnecessary questions. He just respectfully gave Qin Hao a standard military salute. Boss. The voice is as loud as a bell. Full of the iron-bloodedness and loyalty unique to soldiers. Come in. Qin Hao nodded and stepped aside to let him in. Half an hour later. After breakfast. Qin Hao, Xiao Wanqiu, and Qin Gang, who had changed into brand new black suits, exuded a powerful aura that kept strangers away. The three of them sat in the Silver Ghost and left Tianhai number 1. Today's destination is Tianhai City's top private obstetrics and gynecology hospital. Harmony Family. It's time for your first official prenatal checkup. The Koenigsegg stopped in front of the hospital. Qin Gang got out of the car first and opened the door for Qin Hao and Xiao Wanqiu like the most loyal guardian knight. His professional and cool look attracted the attention of passers-by. Qin Hao ignored all this. He just carefully held Xiao Wanqiu's hand and walked into the hospital lobby. Because I had booked it in advance, the top VIP package. So as soon as they walked in, a special nurse with a sweet appearance and gentle temperament came to greet us. Good morning, Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin. The nurse had a professional and sweet smile on her face. I'm your exclusive health consultant. My name is Lin Lin. From now on, I will accompany you throughout all the inspections. Please follow me. Under the leadership of Lin Lin, the two came to an independent clinic filled with a warm atmosphere. A white-haired female doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked to be in her 50s and had an elegant temperament, was sitting inside waiting for them. Good morning, Director Liu. Lin Lin greeted respectfully. Then he turned to Qin Hao and Xiao Wanqiu and introduced, this is Director Liu Peiqi, our chief obstetrician and gynecologist at Harmony Family Hospital. Yes, one of the top obstetricians and gynecologists in Xia country. Hello, Director Liu. Qin Hao and Xiao Wanqiu nodded politely. Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin, please take a seat. Liu Peiqi had a kind smile on his face and gestured for the two to sit down. Then she began to ask about Xiao Wanxiu's recent health condition as if chatting with family. For example, whether there is morning sickness, how is your appetite, how is your sleep quality, etc. Every question was asked in a very detailed and professional manner. Xinhao took out a small notebook and carefully wrote down every precaution that Director Lu had said. The nervous yet serious look of the new dad made Lin Lin and Lu Peiqi beside him smile at each other. The consultation is over. Next is the B ultrasound examination. Xiao Wanqiu lay on the examination bed. After obtaining Director Lu's consent, Xinhao followed and walked into the ultrasound room. He wanted to witness that miraculous moment with his own eyes. The cool coupling agent was applied to Xiao Wanqiu's still flat and smooth belly. Director Lu held the probe and moved it slowly. A blurry black and white image appeared on the monitor next to it. Xinhao widened his eyes and stretched his neck to look for a long time. I can't figure it out. Director Lu, he couldn't help but ask in a low voice, where is my son? His question, which was full of straight man flavor, made Lin Lin next to him laugh again. Lu Peiqi couldn't help but laugh and explained, don't worry, Mr. Qin. The baby is just a tiny embryo right now. Look, it's this little bright spot. She pointed to an almost invisible white spot on the screen. Xinhao looked in the direction of her finger. Sure enough, I saw a faint light flickering in the center of the screen. Very small and weak. But it is full of the power of life. His heart suddenly trembled. An unprecedented wonderful feeling of blood connection instantly surged throughout his body. This is his child? Just then. Boom. 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 A strong and powerful heartbeat like a war drum came through the ultrasound machine's loudspeaker and resounded clearly throughout the room. That sound is full of the primitive rhythm of life. It's like solemnly announcing its arrival to the world. This is. Xinhao's voice was trembling. That's the baby's heartbeat. A relieved smile also appeared on Lu Peiqi's face. From all indicators, the baby is very healthy and energetic. Congratulations, you two are going to be parents. Boom. Xinhao felt his brain go blank with a buzzing sound. He stared at the flickering light intently. Listened to the strong heartbeat. His eyes turned red without warning. A drop of hot, crystal-clear tear fell uncontrollably from the corner of the eye of this man who was decisive and ruthless, and remained calm even when faced with a mountain collapsing in front of him. He is going to be a father. Xinhao finally has blood relatives in this world. And the other side. Xiao Wanqiu, lying on the bed, was already in tears. She stretched out her hand and held Xinhao's hand tightly, interlocking their fingers. The two smiled at each other. Each other's eyes were filled with endless emotion and happiness. When I came out of the ultrasound room, Xinhao and Xiao Wanqiu still had that silly, anti-smile on their faces that hadn't completely faded away. The two were still immersed in the great joy of becoming parents. Just then, the familiar mechanical synthesized sound rang in Xinhao's mind again. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully established the first intimate link with the bloodline of God. To reward the host for taking good care of the mother during this period. Special rewards for new dads now available. Reward, God-level prenatal education skill heavenly sound. Congratulations, host. You have instantly mastered the techniques for playing all instruments. And possess a divine voice that will enchant everything in the world. From today on, you are a walking world-class music master. Xinhao's footsteps suddenly stopped. A playful smile appeared on his face. It seems that I will have a new surprise to give to my wife tonight. Just as his thoughts were racing, an old voice full of surprise and uncertainty suddenly sounded from behind him. Please, excuse me. Are you Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin? Chapter 27 Reward, Heavenly Sounds for Prenatal Education of Your Baby. Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin? An old voice full of surprise and uncertainty suddenly sounded behind Xinhao. Xinhao turned around slowly. He saw an old man in a white tang suit with white hair and beard, but with an extremely vigorous spirit, looking at him excitedly. Behind the old man was a young man who was also wearing a tang suit but with a look of arrogance and disdain on his face. Xinhao's mind was searching rapidly. He was sure that he did not know the old man in front of him. Who are you? He asked politely. Oh. It's really you. Mr. Qin. When the old man saw Xinhao's face, the excitement on his face became even stronger. He walked up to Qin Hao in 2 steps and even wanted to perform an ancient salute to Qin Hao. But Qin Hao quickly supported him. "What are you doing, old man?" Qin Hao was a little amused. "Mr. Qin. You are my savior." The old man was so excited that tears streamed down his face. "Don't you remember me? The old man who had a heart attack and was about to die at the antique market in Chenghuang Temple some time ago. If you hadn't generously intervened and saved my life with your miraculous silver needle acupuncture technique, I would have lost my life long ago." After hearing what he said, Qin Hao finally remembered. It seems to be the case. That was someone he saved when he accompanied Xiao Wanqiu to the antique market shortly after he acquired the divine-level Chinese medicine skills. "I didn't expect to meet you here today. So it's you." Qin Hao smiled. "It's just a small favor, don't take it to heart." No. The old man shook his head like a rattle. "For you, it's just a piece of cake. But for me, it's a blessing of rebirth." As he said this, he took out a purple gold business card from his pocket and handed it to Qin Hao respectfully. "Mr. Qin, this is my business card. My name is Li Chunfeng. I'm the honorary president of the Xia Country Chinese Medicine Association. From now on, if you have any orders for me, Li Chunfeng, I will go through fire and water without hesitation." Li Chunfeng? Honorary president of the Chinese Medicine Association? When Qin Hao heard this name, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the person he saved was actually a leading figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. "Mr. Li, you are too kind." He took the business card before he could say anything more. The young man next to him, who had been silent all this time, suddenly snorted coldly and spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Grandpa, are you getting senile?" He looked Qin Hao up and down, his eyes full of undisguised contempt and questioning. "Him? A kid who hasn't even grown all his hair knows Chinese medicine? Acupuncture with silver needles? I'm afraid he can't even recognize all the acupuncture points on the human body? I think you were just lucky last time and recovered on your own. It has nothing to do with him. You still think of him as your savior? I think he's just a charlatan and a fraud." The young man's name is Li Xian. He is Li Chunfeng's most beloved grandson. He is also a well-known genius newcomer in the traditional Chinese medicine community in Tianhai City. He has been following his grandfather since he was a child and has been influenced by him, so he does have some talent in traditional Chinese medicine. As a result, he developed a proud and arrogant personality that looked down on others. In his opinion, Chinese medicine is a profound knowledge that requires years of experience accumulation to achieve success. A young man in his early 20s like Qin Hao. How could he be a miracle doctor? It's absolutely ridiculous. Asshole. When Li Chunfeng heard his grandson's outrageous words, he was so angry that he trembled all over and glared. He turned his hand and wanted to slap her. "You ignorant and rebellious grandson. What do you know? Mr. Qin's medical skills have reached the pinnacle of perfection. How could a child like you casually speculate and slander them? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Qin." "Me?" Li Xian covered his face with his hands, looking unconvinced. "Let me apologize to him? Why? Unless he can show his true ability to convince me. Otherwise, I'll just leave it at that today. He's a liar." It seemed that the grandfather and grandson were about to quarrel in front of so many people in the hospital lobby. Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a headache. He didn't want to argue with this kind of petty person who only sees the world from a narrow perspective. But now it seems that it is no longer possible. "All right." He sighed and spoke slowly. "Since you want to see real skills, then I'll let you see enough." He didn't even take Li Xian's pulse as he said this. She just glanced at him lightly with those deep eyes that seemed to see through everything. Then he spoke in a calm tone as if he was stating a fact. "When you were 3, you accidentally ate a poisonous mushroom and nearly died. Fortunately, your grandfather used the golden needle technique to bring you back from the brink of death. When I was 7, I climbed a tree to rob a bird's nest and accidentally broke my left leg. To this day, my left knee still aches on rainy days. At 12, I was in love for the first time. I peeked at the widow next door taking a bath and was chased 3 blocks by her wolf dog. It even left 5 permanent teeth marks on my butt. At 15, I was obsessed with my craft, which led to kidney deficiency, premature ejaculation, and premature ejaculation. Although I looked energetic on the surface, I was actually just a rotten shell. Every time I had sex with my girlfriend, I couldn't last more than 3 minutes. Am I right? Every time Qin Hao spoke, the arrogant expression on Li Xin's face froze a little more. In the end, all that was left on his face was extreme fear, as if he had seen a ghost. He stared at Qin Hao as if he was looking at an omniscient devil. These are old embarrassing stories that even his grandfather doesn't know about. How did he know that? You. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, pointed at Qin Hao, his lips trembling, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. And the other side. Li Chunfeng, after listening to Qin Hao's words. I was stunned at first. Then, the whole person fell into an unprecedented great shock. He looked at Qin Hao with eyes full of fanaticism and admiration as if he was looking at a god. See? Smell. Ask. Cut. These are the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine. The first one is the most difficult and profound one. Observational diagnosis. Just by taking a look, you can clearly tell a person's entire medical history and even old privacy. This is no longer medical skill. This is divine magic. Plop. This is a highly respected leader in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. Without thinking, he just knelt down in front of Qin Hao. A miracle doctor. You are the real miracle doctor. Old man, Li Chunfeng has failed to recognize the great man. Please forgive me, my doctor. The little incident between Li Chunfeng and his grandson was resolved. Qin Hao brought Xiao Wanqiu, who was still immersed in the great joy of becoming a mother, back home. As soon as you enter the door. Qin Hao mysteriously pulled Xiao Wanqiu to the expensive Steinway grand piano in the living room. Wife, sit down. He pressed Xiao Wanqiu onto the soft piano stool. What are you doing? Xiao Wanqiu was a little confused. I'll give you and your baby a professional prenatal education class. A confident smile appeared on Qin Hao's lips. As he said this, he opened the black piano cover. The 10 slender fingers with distinct joints gently placed on the black and white piano keys. Xiao Wanqiu is a top student at the Academy of Arts. She certainly knew how difficult the piano was. Although Qin Hao's hands looked beautiful. But she didn't think that a poor student who had grown up in an orphanage and had to earn her own tuition in Dalian was a good person. Who would have the time and money to learn such an expensive, aristocratic instrument? However, the next second. The moment when Qin Hao's first note flowed from his fingertips. The trace of doubt on Xiao Wanqiu's face froze in an instant. Her clear and beautiful eyes were instantly filled with extreme shock that overturned her worldview. It was a melody she had never heard before. Ethereal and melodious, it is filled with the holy breath of life. It seems to be depicting a beautiful picture of spring when all things come back to life and flowers bloom. That's not just music anymore. That is heavenly sound. It is God's music that can cleanse people's souls. Xiao Wanqiu was completely mesmerized by what she heard. She felt as if she was in a dreamland filled with sunshine and the fragrance of flowers. All the worries and sorrows disappear at this moment. Only endless tranquility and peace remain. She even felt it clearly. In her still flat belly. That little life that is still in the embryonic stage. It seems that I also feel this power full of love and warmth. He was responding to his father in an extremely weak but extremely cheerful way. The song ends. The lingering sound. The entire living room was still immersed in that holy and beautiful atmosphere that lasted for a long time. Qin Hao turned around slowly. Looking at his little wife, who was completely stunned. A smug smile appeared on his face. How about it? My dear wife. Are you satisfied with your husband's prenatal education class? Chapter 28. A piano piece caused a sensation at the Art Academy. Are you satisfied with this prenatal education class given by my wife? Qin Hao's voice, with a hint of pride and amusement, was like a huge bell exploding in the depths of Xiao Wanqiu's soul. She suddenly came to her senses. Those clear and beautiful eyes that were already wide open due to extreme shock now lit up with a star-like adoration at this moment. Satisfy? More than satisfied? This is simply a god-level performance that will go down in history. You. Xiao Wanqiu felt that her tongue was a little tied. She pointed at the Steinway piano, which seemed to tremble with the sound of its holy lingering sound. You, how many things are you hiding from me? God of cars. God of cooking. God of medicine. Now even the god of piano has appeared? What kind of peerless evildoer is this man? Not much. Xinhao couldn't help but look at her silly and cute look, and reached out to lovingly pinch her smooth and delicate face. It's just a few 100 million. You'll find out later. After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to his little wife, who was completely lost in self-doubt. He took out his cell phone and recorded the impromptu piano piece he had just composed. Then it was sent to an unexpected person. Wang Hao. And attached a sentence. Please submit this piece anonymously to your art college's campus forum. Say it's an anonymous love letter to Xiao Wanqiu. After doing all this, a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since my wife likes it so much, then let this surprise come even more violently. The next day. Tianhai University School of Art. The entire academy was plunged into an unprecedented, huge sensation. The source of all this came from an anonymous post on the campus forum that quietly appeared late last night. Title: An anonymous love letter to Senior Xiao Wanqiu. Content: An original piano piece. At first, everyone thought that this was another overconfident bootlicker who was using this old-fashioned method to gain the attention of the goddess. After all, Xiao Wanqiu is the beauty goddess of the art college. I receive at least 80 love letters every day, if not 100. Among them are many original works by those who claim to be musical talents. But without exception, it's all bullshit. However, when the first person clicked on the audio file out of curiosity appeared, the style of the entire forum changed instantly. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What kind of magical song is this? Oh my god. My ears are pregnant. Is this something a student could write? If you tell me this is Beethoven reborn, I'll believe it. I'm begging you to tell me the true identity of the composer. This piece is simply heavenly. I'd call it the greatest piano piece of the century. At Xiao Wanqiu. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and get married. A man who can write a song like this is definitely a treasure boy. For a moment, the entire art school forum completely exploded. Countless students, teachers, and even professors have gone crazy because of this god-level piano piece that suddenly appeared. And as the heroine of this storm, Xiao Wanqiu naturally heard this song as well. At that moment, the familiar ethereal melody flowed out from her mobile phone. She was completely dumbfounded. Of course she knew who wrote this song. But she never dreamed of it. Xinhao actually used such a high-profile and romantic way announce his love for her to the whole world. An unprecedented sense of sweetness and happiness instantly overwhelmed her completely. She felt like she had fallen into a honeypot. From head to toe, inside and out, she exudes the sour smell of love. Office of the Dean of the School of Arts. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with his hair combed meticulously and exuding an artistic air, is staring at the computer screen with a serious face. He is Wu Cheng'en, the Dean of the Academy of Arts. Also, a famous pianist from Xia country. At this moment, the anonymous piano piece that has become popular all over the campus is playing on repeat in his office. He had been listening all morning. The expression on his face changed from initial disdain to shock and finally to fanaticism and worship. Genius. This is definitely a rare and extraordinary genius. He slammed the table and stood up from his chair, his face flushed with excitement. The compositional technique, emotional expression, and artistic conception of this piece have reached the pinnacle. It's the pinnacle. Even I am ashamed of myself. No. I must find this peerless genius hiding in our academy. This kind of talent must not be buried. Having said that, he directly dialed his secretary's number. Xiao Li. Check it for me. His voice was full of unquestionable majesty. Use all the resources of our academy. Even if it means turning the entire school upside down. You must find the genius who posted this anonymously within today. I, Wu Cheng'en, will personally accept him as my disciple. And the other side. As the initiator of this storm. Xinhao, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He was driving his silver ghost on the way to the finance department. Today is the day when the professional course teacher calls the roll. He doesn't want to lose credits for skipping classes. However, he had just parked his car in the parking lot under the teaching building. An unexpected person blocked his way. It's Lin Tianyu. But at this moment, Lin Tianyu no longer had the arrogance and domineering look on his face. Instead, there was a sickly paleness. And a fear that goes deep into the bones. He looked at Qin Hao, his eyes filled with extremely complicated emotions. There is jealousy, resentment, and malice, but more of it is fear. What's up? Qin Hao frowned slightly. He had no interest in even taking a second look at this defeated opponent. Lin Tianyu's lips trembled and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Today, he came to Qin Hao in compliance with his father's death order, working like a slave to seek his forgiveness. But when he really faced this terrifying man who was like a devil again, he realized that he didn't even have the courage to speak. Just then, a clear female voice full of surprise suddenly came from not far away. "Classmate Qin Hao. It's really you." Qin Hao looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a tall and capable young woman in a professional suit walking towards him quickly with an excited look on her face. Qin Hao searched in his mind. He quickly recognized the other person's identity. Zhang Qian, counselor from the finance department. He is also one of the few good teachers who helped him when he was in the most difficult times. "Hello, Teacher Zhang." Qin Hao nodded politely. "Oh. Please don't call me teacher. I don't deserve it." Zhang Qian waved her hands quickly, with a hint of flattered fear on her face. "Joke. The person in front of me is a mysterious big shot who even the chairman of Lin Real Estate has to kneel down and kowtow to. How could she, a mere counselor, dare to act so arrogantly in front of him?" "Student Qin Hao," Zhang Qian said with a flattering smile on her face. "Well, the director of the Academic Affairs Office and the head of our department would like to invite you over for a cup of tea. Is it convenient for you?" Qin Hao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. What he hates most is this kind of hypocritical social interaction. But before he could refuse, an older but more powerful voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Mr. Qin." Qin Hao turned around. He saw an old man in a Zhongshan suit with white hair and beard, but extremely energetic, walking towards him quickly with an excited look on his face. It is the current president of Tianhai University, Ma Donghua. Behind him followed a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an artistic aura. It was the dean of the Academy of Arts, Wu Qingzhen. These two people are the most important figures in the entire Tianhai University. Normally, you only see the head and not the tail of the dragon. Today, they actually came together? Everyone present was dumbfounded. What is going on? What made them even more stunned was yet to come. Principal Ma and Dean Wu walked up to Qin Hao in 2 steps. Then, under the gaze of everyone whose worldview was overturned, bowed deeply and respectfully to Qin Hao. "Mr. Qin, we finally found you." Ma Donghua's voice was full of excitement and ecstasy. Wu Qingzhen on the side directly grabbed Qin Hao's hand, his expression like an avid fan who finally met his idol. "Master." He was so excited that he was incoherent. You are the genius who created God-level piano music, right?" "I, Wu Cheng'en, was astonished by your music. Please accept me, your useless disciple." Chapter 29. You call this just playing casually? "Master. Please accept me, your useless disciple." Dean Wu Qing'en's voice, filled with enthusiasm and admiration, and with an excited tone that had changed, boomed in the dead-silent parking lot. Moment. Everyone present, whether it was Counselor Zhang Qian or Lin Tianyu who had completely become a background figure. It was as if they were all struck head-on by the 9 heavens' divine thunder. Completely petrified on the spot. Their brains have completely crashed because of the subversive scene before them that can be described as magical realism. What on earth did they see? What did you hear? The dean of the Academy of Arts is the famous pianist Wu Qingzhen from Xiaogua. I actually want to take a finance student as my teacher? And in such a humble manner that was almost like begging? Has this world gone crazy? Or are they collectively dreaming? President Wu, did you recognize the wrong person? Principal Ma Donghua, who was standing by, was the first to recover from the extreme shock. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and reminded in a dry voice. "Classmate Qin Hao, he's a top student in our finance department. He has nothing to do with music, right? The reason why he came here in person today with such a big fuss. It was simply because yesterday, Lin Jiangwo, the business tycoon who was powerful enough to call the wind and rain in Tianhai City, actually called him personally. On the phone, Lin Jiangwo asked him in a humble tone, almost like pleading, to take good care of a student named Qin Hao. Moreover, it was implicitly revealed that Qin Hao was a mysterious big shot whom even he and the Xia family could not afford to offend. Ma Dongwu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He checked all the information about Qin Hao overnight. But the results he found out made him even more confused. An ordinary poor student who grew up in an orphanage and barely finished college with the help of scholarships and part-time jobs? Does this have anything to do with the mysterious big man? Until this morning, an original piano piece that could be described as God level suddenly came out from the Art Academy. And based on the IP address, the poster was finally located in Qin Hao's dormitory. He came with Wu Cheng'en to take a look with the attitude of giving it a try. But he never dreamed of it. Wu Cheng'en, this artistic madman who was so arrogant that even world-class piano masters looked down on him. As soon as we met, he actually had to kneel down and become my disciple? Isn't this too magical? Wrong person? When Wu Cheng'en heard what Principal Ma said, he sneered as if he had heard a huge joke. He turned his head and looked at Ma Dongwu with a look of contempt that said, "You know nothing." Principal Ma, I admit that you are indeed an expert at administrative management and sponsorship. But, in the field of art, you are a layman. You have no idea how great the music created by Master Qin is. That's no longer a piece of music that a mortal can compose. That is. There was a fanatical religious light in his eyes. Oracle. It's the oracle of the god of music descending to the world. Ma Dongwei was completely speechless. He felt that he and this completely crazy artist were not on the same wavelength at all. And as the center of this storm, Qin Hao, on the other hand, had a headache on his face. He looked at the fanatical fan in front of him who was holding his hand and refused to let go. He looked around again and saw the onlookers around him who were completely dumbfounded. He knew that if he didn't show off his skills today, he might not be able to leave. All right. He sighed slowly and withdrew his hand. Dean Wu, right? No need to become my disciple. I'm a lazy person and don't like to take in apprentices. But. He glanced at the teaching building of the Art Academy, which was full of artistic atmosphere. Since you think so highly of that little tune I just played, then I'll just play another song for you. Casual. Bounce? When Wu Cheng'en heard these 4 words, he almost vomited blood. Oh my god. That divine piece of music is worthy of being recorded in the history of world music. In his mouth, it was just a little tune he played casually? How fucking Versailles is this? 10 minutes later. In the tiered concert hall on the first floor of the Academy of Arts, which can accommodate 500 people. The seats were already packed with people. Countless students, teachers, professors, and even spectators from other colleges came to hear the news. The place was completely surrounded. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the stage. That tall young man in an ordinary t-shirt sitting in front of the Steinway grand piano. Is he the legendary mysterious composer? Too young and handsome, right? The first row under the stage. Xiao Wanxiu, Su Mushu, Wang Hao, Lu Yu, and Zhao Ming were sitting there with different expressions. Xiao Wanxiu and Su Mushu's faces were full of pride and sweetness. Wang Hao and the other 2 had dull and numb expressions on their faces. They felt that their worldview had been repeatedly rubbed to the ground by their omnipotent brother Hao once again today. Piano? What kind of joke is this? They have been roommates with Qin Hao for 3 years. He didn't even know he could whistle. He actually wants to hold a piano recital in front of the whole school? Isn't this bullshit? Just when everyone was talking about it and was skeptical. On stage, Qin Hao moved. His long, slender hands with distinct joints, as if they were born for the piano, gently fell on the black and white keys. The entire concert hall fell silent in an instant. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. Next second. When a heavy note full of grandeur and epic feeling is like the first ray of light at the beginning of the world. The sound instantly resounded throughout the hall. Right after. A melody as rapid and passionate as a storm, and like thousands of troops galloping. It instantly captured everyone's heart. It was a melody that no one had ever heard before. An epic filled with flames of war and heroes. It's like depicting a magnificent magical picture. The dragon roars in the sky. The knights are on the battlefield, charging. Magic is in the air, blooming. At this moment, everyone's soul was completely ignited by this magnificent melody full of iron, blood, and glory. It seemed as if they saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and the flashing of swords and sabers before their eyes. They seemed to hear the sound of war drums and golden swords. Their blood is boiling. Their hearts are pounding. They felt as if they had transformed into the fearless warrior in the painting, fighting bravely for faith and glory. Off stage, Wu Cheng'en was completely dumbfounded. He stood there blankly like a statue waiting for his husband to return. His mouth is wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. His eyes were filled with extreme shock and a world-shattering tears of fanaticism. He heard it. This was a song at least 10 times more grand, complex, and magnificent than the one he had heard before, Morning Dawn. God-level battle song. If morning light is God's mercy and blessing to the world, so this unknown war song is God's ultimate judgment on the world. It is enough to make the sun and moon dim and the sky and earth change color. Twilight of the gods. The song ends. The last note fell heavily. The entire concert hall remained deathly silent. Everyone was still immersed in the epic fantasy filled with iron, blood, and glory. For a long, long time. I don't know who was the first to react. Bang! A crisp applause rang out. Right after. Snap. 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 Thunderous applause like a tsunami instantly filled the entire hall. Lasting forever. Everyone is crazy. They stood up from their seats spontaneously. Use all your strength to applaud, cheer, and shout for the godlike young man on the stage. Awesome. God Qin. The eternal God. My mom asked me why I was kneeling to listen to music. On stage. Qin Hao stood up slowly. He ignored the thunderous cheers from the audience. He just smiled slightly at Dean Wu Cheng'en, who was completely stunned in the audience. Then he asked in a calm, Versailles-like tone. Dean Wu. I just played this second song casually. Are you satisfied? Chapter 30, Difficulties and Questions from the Finance Professor. I just played this second one casually. Are you satisfied? Qin Hao's calm and Versailles-like voice reached Wu Cheng'en's ears clearly amid the thunderous applause and cheers. Moment. This piano master is highly respected in the Xia country's music world. I can't hold it in anymore. His knees actually went weak with a thump sound, and he knelt down in front of Qin Hao in front of thousands of teachers and students in the school. There were already tears on his face. His eyes were filled with the fanaticism and piety of a believer seeing a god. Satisfy. More than satisfied. This is simply a miracle. His voice became hoarse due to extreme excitement. Master. Please. Accept me. I, Wu Cheng'en, am willing to serve you for the rest of my life, serving you tea and water and always being at your side. I only hope you can occasionally give me some pointers so that I can get a glimpse of the true meaning of the music hall. Boom. The whole audience was in an uproar again. Everyone was completely stunned by Dean Wu's humble attitude, which could be described as prostrating oneself. This is fucking crazy, right? And as the instigator of all this, Qin Hao had a headache on his face. What he feared most was this kind of fanatical artist. Once they go crazy, they are even harder to deal with than taffy. President Wu, please get up first. He reluctantly stepped forward and helped him up. The apprenticeship is really unnecessary. But if you have time in the future, we can get together and communicate. Really? Wu Cheng'en's eyes lit up instantly. Be qualified to communicate with the master. This is already a huge blessing for him. Thank you, master. Thank you for your help. This little incident at the art college was resolved. Qin Hao looked at the time. I found that the professional class that I had to attend was about to begin. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Principal Ma and Dean Wu. Under the gaze of countless people, full of admiration and awe. With his 3 little followers who were completely numb. And 2 gorgeous women who have completely become his little fans. They marched towards the finance department's teaching building in a mighty procession. The finance department's tiered classroom. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, gold-rimmed glasses, a beer belly and a greasy look was standing on the podium and giving a lecture eloquently. He is the star professor of the finance department. Sun Hong. he is also the teacher of Qin Hao's professional course. Sun Hong doesn't have a good reputation among students because he is extremely snobbish. He likes to curry favor with rich and powerful second-generation students. But for a poor student like Qin Hao who has no background, he, on the other hand, has always sneered at them and even often uses extremely harsh language to suppress and ridicule them. The euphemism is letting them recognize the reality of society in advance. At this moment he was talking about the chapter on venture capital. So, classmates, you must remember this. Sun Hong pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke in a greasy tone full of preaching. The financial industry is all about capital and connections. Without these two things, no matter how well you learn the theoretical knowledge or how high your test scores are, it's all just talk and has no meaning. Just like some students in our class always get first place in every exam. But so what? As he spoke, his contemptuous look swept meaningfully towards the empty seat in the back row of the classroom. After graduation, aren't you going to work for those rich second-generation classmates who don't do as well as you? Maybe you don't even have the qualifications to work. His words caused a burst of low laughter in the classroom. Everyone knows who the unlucky guy he is who always gets first place in every exam is. Who else could it be besides Qin Hao? And just at this moment. Report. A calm and emotionless voice came from the classroom door. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. I saw the person who had just been publicly executed as a negative example by Professor Sun. He was standing at the door leisurely, leading a group of handsome men and beautiful women with a godlike configuration. Moment. The whole classroom exploded. Fuck. It's Qin Hao. Why is he here? Doesn't he never attend Sun Hong's class? Aren't those guys from our dorm next to him? And, oh my god. Aren't those Xiao Wanqiu and Su Muxue from the Art Academy? Why are they here too? Oh my god. Goddess Xia is so beautiful. Her temperament and appearance are simply amazing. On the podium. Sun Hong was surprised to see that Qin Hao dared to be late for half an hour. And he brought so many people to take the class for free. His face darkened instantly. A nameless fire rushed straight to the top of his head. What he hated most was people like Qin Hao, who had good academic performance but were ignorant of the immensity of the world and always acted like I am the best in the world. I had openly contradicted him in class before and embarrassed him over an academic issue. From then on, he completely hated Qin Hao. I always want to find an opportunity to give this ignorant kid a good beating. The opportunity finally comes today. Classmate Qin Hao, right? Sun Hong raised the corner of his mouth in a cold arc and spoke sarcastically. You still remember to come to my class? I thought you, a top student who always tops your class, would be too disdainful to listen to a lowly, junior professor like me. His words caused another round of laughter in the classroom. However, Qin Hao seemed not to hear his ridicule. His face remained calm. He just said calmly, Teacher, can we go in? Go in? Sun Hong sneered, Of course you can. But there's no come and go freely rule here. Since you are late, you must accept the punishment. As he spoke, he pointed to the huge blackboard next to the podium, which was more than 1 meter tall. Did you see that question on the blackboard? That's a difficult question about financial derivatives pricing models that I just got from an old friend on Wall Street yesterday. It said that even the so-called elite analysts in their company can't figure it out. Aren't you number one in your grade? Come and untie it. Once you've solved it, you can go in. I can't figure it out. A cruel, smug smile played at the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry. All of you, stand at the door and listen to this lesson. By the way, let all the teachers and students in the school come and see what kind of person our finance department's top student is. Boom. Everyone was shocked when these words were spoken. Everyone looked at Qin Hao with a sympathetic and gloating look. It's over. Qin Hao is completely finished. Sun Hong is too ruthless. This is simply like pressing Qin Hao's face to the ground and stomping it to death in front of the whole school. Even Xiao Wanqiu and Su Muxue subconsciously tightened their hearts. Although, they have almost blind trust in Qin Hao. But finance is, after all, another professional field that they are completely unfamiliar with. And it sounds like a Wall Street level, world problem. Qin Hao, can he really do it? However, under the gazes of everyone with worry, sympathy, and gloating eyes, there was no trace of panic on Qin Hao's face. He just raised his head slowly. With those deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, he glanced at the so-called difficult problem on the blackboard that was covered with dense English and mathematical formulas. Then he slowly shook his head. That expression was like he was looking at a kindergarten-level stupid question like 1 + 1 =. That's it? He slowly uttered 2 words. That voice was filled with an extreme disdain that came from deep within his bones. The smug smile on Sun Hong's face froze in an instant. He felt like he was slapped hard in the face by an invisible slap. It hurt so much. What did you say? He was so angry that he was shaking all over. If you have the guts, come up and solve it. Talking without practice is just empty talk. Okay. Xin Hao smiled. Then he walked up to the podium step by step in front of everyone in the classroom. Pick up a piece of chalk. You don't even need to write a draft. His hands began to dance rapidly on the huge blackboard. Countless English numbers and formulas flowed out from his fingertips as if they had life. That confident, calm, and unrestrained look. It's like a gorgeous art performance. The whole classroom became quiet in an instant. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that huge blackboard. It was nailed to the tall and straight figure that looked as powerful as a god. Their faces were filled with extreme shock that overturned their worldview. And under the podium. That was Professor Sun Hong, who was originally looking very proud and waiting to see the show. When I saw the perfect steps to solve the problem on the blackboard, his pupils suddenly contracted. All the blood drained from his greasy face in an instant. A chill of icy despair rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He actually can? And he used a brand new algorithm that was at least 10 times simpler and more efficient than the standard answer? How the hell is this possible? This kid, what kind of monster is he? Pa! The last stroke falls. Xin Hao threw away the chalk and patted the chalk dust on his hands. Then he turned around and looked at Professor Sun Hong, who had been completely petrified and looked like he had lost his soul, with a playful and sarcastic smile on his face. He pointed to the perfect answer on the blackboard, which could be called a work of art. He asked calmly in a tone full of extreme disdain. Teacher. Excuse me, what did you just say? Even Wall Street's elite analysts can't figure it out. This is the one that even a top student like me can kill instantly with my eyes closed. Rubbish question? Chapter 31 The financial showdown in the classroom shocked the audience. Rubbish question? Xin Hao's rhetorical question, which was filled with extreme disdain and a crushing tone, exploded like thunder in the dead silent classroom. Moment. The entire classroom fell into an unprecedented eerie silence. All the students stood there as if they were under a spell, staring at the tall figure on the podium, looking down on the world like a god. Their faces were filled with extreme shock that overturned their worldview. Their brains have completely crashed because of Xin Hao's miraculous performance just now. Flash sale. A true dimensionality reduction strike that kills instantly. To them, that was a world-class problem that seemed like a heavenly book. In this man's hands, he couldn't even last 3 minutes. It was easily cracked in the most elegant, violent, and unreasonable way. Is this guy still a fucking human? This is simply the rebirth of the Wolf of Wall Street. And under the podium, Professor Sun Hong, who was originally looking smug and waiting to watch the show. At this moment, his face was pale and he was sweating profusely. He stared intently at the perfect answer on the blackboard, which could be called a work of art. His heart, which had become extremely fragile due to jealousy and anger, was completely shattered at this moment. He lost. A complete defeat. Lost completely. The so-called professional knowledge that he was proud of was in front of this true financial genius. It's a joke. No. Impossible. His lips trembled and his eyes were empty as he muttered to himself, This is absolutely impossible. How did you do it? Is it difficult? Xin Hao turned around and looked down at his pitiful and distraught appearance, with a cold arc on the corner of his mouth. This is an entry-level problem that can be easily solved using the basic Black-Scholes model. Professor Sun, you are the doctoral supervisor of the Department of Finance. You can't even see this, right? Boom. Another invisible slap in the face. He slapped Sun Hong's greasy face hard. It hurt so much. Black-Scholes model. Of course he knows. This is the cornerstone of modern finance. But that's just in theory. In actual applications, due to the ever-changing market and the existence of various complex variables, I want to apply this model in actual combat as accurately and quickly as Qin Hao. It's harder than climbing to the sky. Even the elite team composed of the top mathematicians and financiers on Wall Street. It also requires the massive computing power of a supercomputer to barely achieve this. But this kid in front of me, he only used a piece of chalk in less than 3 minutes. Just figured it all out in your head? This guy isn't a genius anymore. This is. What a monster. Sun Hong opened his mouth and wanted to say something to save his pitiful dignity. But under Qin Hao's deep gaze that was like a god, seeing through everything. But he found that his throat seemed to be blocked by a red-hot iron. I can't say a word. It could only make a desperate wail of ho-ho like an old bellows. Qin Hao was too lazy to waste time with this jumping clown whose psychological defenses had been completely broken by him. He threw away the chalk and dusted his hands. Then, all the students in the classroom looked at him with eyes full of fanatical admiration and awe. Walked down the podium step by step. He did not return to his seat. Instead, he walked straight to the last row of the classroom. The beautiful woman who sat there quietly from beginning to end, looking at him with an infatuated look full of pride, sweetness, and endless admiration. He reached out and rubbed her head lovingly. Then, in front of the whole class, he leaned over and gently placed a kiss on her forehead, a gentle kiss full of dominance and possessiveness. Sorry to have kept you waiting, wife. Boom! The whole classroom exploded again. All the boys felt that their hearts were broken into pieces at this moment. All the girls were envious and jealous. It is too sweet. So sweet. What a fairy tale love this is. Xiao Wanqiu's pretty face turned red in an instant. She pounded Qin Hao's chest a little embarrassedly and said angrily, What are you doing? So many people are watching. Qin Hao's heart was shaken again by the shy little woman's appearance. Just when he was about to sprinkle some dog food again, a voice full of surprise and flattery suddenly sounded from behind him. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin. Qin Hao turned around. I saw that the Principal Ma Dongguo and the Dean Wu Qingzhen had squeezed through the crowd and came to him. Their faces were filled with smiles as bright as chrysanthemums. Mr. Qin, you really surprised me. Principal Ma was so excited that he was incoherent. On behalf of all the teachers and students of Tianhai University, thank you. Thank you for giving us such a lively and wonderful open class. Yes. Wu Cheng'an beside him quickly echoed, Master Qin, you not only possess godlike attainments in music. I never thought you'd be so formidable in the financial field as well. You are simply the almighty god. Qin Hao looked at the two people in front of him who were blowing rainbow farts crazily, and the old man couldn't help but feel a little amused. He was just about to make a few pleasantries. Professor Sun Hong, who had been in a petrified state since just now, suddenly seemed to have a last glimmer of life. Suddenly jumped up from the ground. His eyes were filled with crazy bloodshot. His face was filled with extreme jealousy and unwillingness, and it was twisted into an extremely hideous look. I don't believe it. He let out a shrill roar like a cuckoo crying blood. I absolutely don't believe it. You must have seen the answer to this question somewhere beforehand. Yes. It must be like this. You are just a nerd who can only memorize things by rote. You are absolutely useless. If you have the ability, don't try to solve the problem. He pointed at the huge LED screen in the classroom that was scrolling real-time financial data and roared madly. If you have the ability, come and do some real trading. Please predict the trend of a shares this afternoon. Aren't you awesome? Come on. He has gone completely crazy. He wants to use the most cruel and unpredictable real market. Let us tear apart the hypocritical halo of genius on Qin Hao. He wants everyone to see clearly. This guy is just a lucky Zhaokua who is good at talking but not good at it. However, facing his final struggle, which could be described as hysterical, there was no trace of emotion on Qin Hao's face. He just slowly raised his head. With those deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through the past, present and future, he glanced at the large screen that was scrolling data in real time. Then he slowly shook his head. That expression was like looking at a pitiful person who was completely hopeless. Professor Sunday. He uttered a few words slowly. That voice was filled with an extreme compassion that came from the bottom of his heart. Do you really want to see it? Nonsense. Sun Hong roared with a sinister smile, I'm going to expose you as a liar in front of everyone. All right. Xin Hao sighed. Since you want to die like this, then I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, he didn't even look at the big data screen again. He just slowly stretched out 3 fingers. He spoke each word in a calm tone, as if a god was declaring a verdict. First, at 2:47 this afternoon, Tianqi Lithium will experience a sudden surge in its stock price due to unexpected good news, ultimately closing at the upper limit. Second, at 2:53 p.m. this afternoon, SMIC will experience a flash crash due to overseas technology sanctions, ultimately closing at the lower limit. Third. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold, playful, death-like smile. This afternoon, at the moment the market closed at 3 o'clock. Professor Sun Hong, you will be charged with multiple cases of academic fraud and insider trading. And he was taken away on the spot by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Above, 3 o'clock. Did you hear that? Chapter 32. Chapter 32. The professor is disgraced and the principal personally invites him. Did you hear that clearly? Xin Hao's cold and calm voice, like a divine judgment, slowly echoed in the dead silent classroom. Every word is like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. The entire classroom fell into an unprecedented eerie silence. All students, including Principal Ma Donghua and Dean Wu Qinzhen. They all stared blankly at the mysterious young man on the podium who was speaking oracles like a prophet, as if they were collectively petrified. Their faces were filled with extreme shock that overturned their worldview. Their brains have completely frozen because of Xin Hao's shocking triple predictions. Predicting stock prices? And the prediction is accurate to the minute level? They even predicted that Professor Sun Hong would be taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission? This is no longer the realm of stock god. This is simply a living god. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, a burst of hysterical and crazy laughter suddenly broke the silence. It's Sun Hong. He laughed so hard that he almost cried, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Prophecy? He pointed at Xin Hao with a hideous smile full of disdain and mockery on his face. Boy, have you read too many novels and your brain is broken? Predicting stock prices? Predicting that I'd be taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission? Who do you think you are? A god? That's all I have to say today. He pointed at the huge LED financial data screen in the classroom and roared wildly. If the stock market moves this afternoon as you say, I, Sun Hong, will jump off the roof of this building in front of everyone in the school. But if your prediction is wrong in the slightest, just get down on your knees and admit that you're a charlatan who only knows how to deceive people. Do you dare to bet with me? He has gone completely crazy. He will use his life to defend his pitiful, last bit of dignity. However, facing his crazy life gambling behavior, there was no trace of emotion on Xin Hao's face. He just shook his head slowly. That expression was like looking at a pitiful person who was completely hopeless. Professor Sunday. He uttered a few words slowly. That voice was filled with an extreme compassion that came from the bottom of his heart. Your life is worthless. I'm not interested. After saying that, he didn't even bother to look at this clown who had completely gone crazy. He turned around and took Xiao Wanshou's soft, boneless hand. In the whole classroom, all the students were staring at him with extremely complicated eyes. Step by step, I walked out of this place full of absurdity and farce. Time passes by minute. In the large lecture hall of the finance department. But no one left. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge LED financial data screen. They are waiting. Waiting for that fateful moment to arrive. On the podium, Sun Hong stood there like a statue, motionless. His face was filled with tension and uneasiness. Although his reason told him that Xin Hao was definitely talking nonsense. But for some reason he always had a bad feeling in his heart. It seemed as if something extremely terrible was about to happen. Tick-tock. The hands of the clock on the wall slowly pointed to 2:47 p.m. Now is the time. Everyone's heart was in their throat at this moment. However, on the data screen, the green K line of Tianqi Lithium was still lying on the floor motionless. Like a dead fish. The whole classroom was still dead silent. Ha ha ha. Sun Hong breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. His heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled back into his stomach. A smug and hideous smile appeared on his face again. That's what I said. He was just about to sneer. Something strange happened. On the screen. That green K-line that was originally lying on the floor like a dead fish. It felt like being pulled hard by an invisible big hand. It turns from green to red in an instant. Then it was like taking off from a rocket. At an extremely terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. It rises straight up like crazy. 5%. 7%. 9%. Finally, in the horrified eyes of everyone whose worldview was overturned. It was stuck at the 10% daily limit. Bright red as blood. Shocking. At the same time, a bold red news flash popped up from the bottom of the screen. Great news! The Xiaohua Academy of Sciences announced a major technological breakthrough in solid-state batteries. Tianqi Lithium is deeply involved as a core material supplier. Boom! The whole classroom exploded in an instant. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? It's going up, it's reached its limit. It really has reached its limit. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. This is too damn accurate. The prophet. Godchin definitely killed the prophet. On the podium. The smug smile on Sun Hong's face froze instantly. He stared at the bright red daily limit. All the blood drained from his greasy face in an instant. A chill of icy despair rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It must be a coincidence. Right. It must be a blind cat catching a dead mouse. However, before he could recover from this extreme shock, the hands of the clock on the wall slowly pointed to 2:53 in the afternoon. Everyone's eyes were focused on another stock. SMIC. This time there wasn't even any warning. That red K line that was originally running smoothly. It felt like someone kicked me down from a great height. Instant flash crash. In a terrifying posture, like jumping off a cliff. Falling vertically downwards madly. 3%. 5%. 8%. Finally, everyone looked at them in a daze, completely numb. It hit the lower limit of 10%. As green as jade. Shocking. At the same time, another bold, green news flash popped up. Extremely bad news. According to foreign media reports, the Ministry of Commerce of the United States has officially added SMIC to the entity list, imposing the most severe technological sanctions. It's over. It's completely over. Sun Hong's body shook violently. He felt like all the strength in his body had been drained away. His legs went limp and he collapsed onto the cold podium. His eyes were empty and desperate. The only thing left in his mind was Qin Hao's cold voice, like the sentence of death, echoing madly over and over again. Both predictions came true. Not a second off. This is no longer a coincidence. This is a miracle. It is the realm of God that mortals cannot understand. He had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Just then. Tick-tock. The hands of the clock on the wall slowly pointed to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A shares officially closed. The door of the classroom was pushed open from the outside with a creaky sound. Several middle-aged men in black suits, with serious expressions and a powerful aura that exuded authority without even getting angry, walked in. The leader showed a red ID. There were 2 large gold-plated characters printed on it. Disciplinary Committee. His eagle-like, sharp eyes scanned the area slowly. Finally, the picture stopped at the figure that had collapsed on the podium like a puddle of mud. You are Sun Hong, right? He pronounced the sentence word by word in a cold voice without any emotion. We received a report. You are suspected of multiple cases of academic fraud and insider trading. Now please come back with us for investigation. After saying that, he waved his hand. The 2 staff members behind him stepped forward immediately. One on the left and one on the right lifted up Sun Hong's muddy body. Like dragging a dead dog, drag him towards the door. From beginning to end, Sun Hong did not resist at all. He just smiled foolishly like a madman. He kept muttering to himself. God. He is God. He really is God. With Sun Hong's downfall, This classroom incident, which can be described as the most magical, subversive, and incredible since the founding of Tianhai University, has finally come to an end. The entire auditorium was still dead silent. All the students were still immersed in the 3 accurate prophecies that could be called miracles. For a long, long time. Principal Ma Donghua finally let out a long breath. His wrinkled old face was filled with fear and relief. Fortunately, I did not offend this mysterious god-like existence. Otherwise, Sun Hong's fate would serve as a lesson for him. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He turned around and spoke to the counselor Zhang Qian, who also had a shocked look on her face, in an unquestionable commanding tone. Xiao Zhang. You do it right now. Go and invite Qin Hao back to me. No. Not please. There was an unprecedented brilliance shining in his eyes. It's the highest etiquette of our school. Bring him back to me in a sedan chair carried by 8 men. Just say, I, Ma Donghua, want to hire him as the lifelong honorary professor. Chapter 33 Lin Tianyu's conspiracy and business sniping. I, Ma Donghua, want to hire him as the lifelong honorary professor. Principal Ma Donghua's voice, filled with unprecedented solemnity and enthusiasm, boomed in the dead silent classroom. Moment. The whole classroom was once again plunged into an unprecedented huge sensation. All the students looked as if they were struck head-on by a 9 heavens divine thunderbolt that was 10 times thicker than the one before. Completely petrified on the spot. Their brains have completely crashed due to these successive subversive shocks. Lifelong Professor Emeritus? Hiring an undergraduate student who hasn't even graduated yet as a lifelong honorary professor at a university? What the fuck is this? This is simply an unprecedented story in the 100 years since the school was founded. However, before they could recover from this extreme shock, next to him, Dean Wu Qinzhen of the Art Academy also jumped out. He pushed Ma Donghua away and roared with a red face. No! Master Qin was discovered by our Art Academy first. If we're going to hire someone, we should hire him as the lifetime honorary dean of our Art Academy. Principal Ma, you're just an administrator, and you don't know anything about art. Don't try to steal my people. Hey! Wu Qinzhen, how can you talk like that, you old lunatic? Ma Donghua was also anxious and blew his beard and glared. What do you mean by your art college? Mr. Qin is obviously a student of our finance department. He is the pride of our finance department. He should shine in our finance department. It looked like these 2 highly respected figures in Tianhai University were about to start fighting in public like 2 old men fighting over cabbages in the vegetable market. Counselor Zhang Qian and several department heads nearby quickly stepped forward and held them tightly. And as the center of this storm, the young man who was stared at by countless people with fanatical eyes as if he were a god. But he had already brought his lovely wife and a group of followers with him. He slipped away quietly. Joke. Make him a lifetime honorary professor? Pay him a salary? If he had that much time, he might as well go home and spend more time with his wife and give the baby some more prenatal education classes. The other side. In the top VIP ward of Tianhai First People's Hospital, Lin Tianyu lay on the hospital bed like a puddle of mud, his eyes empty, and he looked like he had lost all desire to live. His face was still wrapped in thick gauze. But still, it couldn't hide the swollen pig head-like outline. Ever since that day when I experienced the humiliation of being subjected to a public execution at the school gate, he was completely ruined. As soon as he got home, his father, who was already terrified, beat him unconscious with a belt. Wake up and be here. These 2 days, as long as he closed his eyes, Qin Hao's hateful face with a devilish smile would uncontrollably appear in my mind. Also, those ugly faces around are full of ridicule, contempt, and gloating. Ah! He let out a shrill roar like a wounded beast. He threw everything on the bedside table that could be thrown to the ground. Qin Hao! I'm going to fucking kill you. I must kill you. His eyes were filled with crazy and resentful bloodshot. Just then, the door of the ward was slowly pushed open. A middle-aged man with the same pale face and sinister eyes walked in. It was his father Lin Jiangwo. But at this moment, Lin Jiangwo's face no longer had the previous high spirits. Instead, there was a kind of fatigue and fear that penetrated deep into the bones. Dad! Lin Tianyu saw his father struggling to sit up from the hospital bed as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Dad! You must help me get revenge. I want that bastard Qin Hao dead. I want him to die without a complete corpse. Revenge? When Lin Jiangwo heard these two words, a miserable smile appeared on his face, which was uglier than crying. He walked slowly to the bed and spoke in a hoarse voice. Son, we can't afford to mess with him. That Qin Hao, he is a devil. Just now, all of our Lin Group's overseas accounts were frozen. All the gray projects were reported to the Discipline Inspection Commission by an anonymous IP. The bank also unilaterally stopped all our loans. We, our Lin family. His voice was trembling. We're going to go bankrupt. Boom. This news was like a bolt from the blue. It hit Lin Tianyu's crown hard. He was completely dumbfounded. Bankrupt? How is this possible? It's him. It must be him. Lin Jiangwo's old face was filled with endless fear and regret. I should have thought of this earlier. There is someone who can make that old fox of the Xia family bow his head and admit defeat. How could a small family like us afford to offend him? It's over. Our Lin family is completely finished. Lin Tianyu listened to his father's desperate mumblings. The last bit of rationality in his eyes completely shattered. No. I haven't lost yet. He suddenly jumped down from the hospital bed and grabbed Lin Jiangwo's arm like a madman. Dad. I still have a solution. I must have a way to kill him. There was a crazy and frightening gleam in his eyes, like a gambler. We can't beat him in business. Then let's do something else. I know the king of Tianhai City's underground world. He is the Shadow Organization's gold medal killer in Xia country. As long as we can afford the price. Don't even mention a little Qin Hao. Even if it's the Jade Emperor, he can get rid of you without anyone noticing. King? When Lin Jiangwo heard this name, his whole body trembled violently. There was a hint of hesitation and fear in his eyes. Shadow Organization. That is the world's top killer organization. Rumor has it that anyone who is on their kill list will be killed. Even the head of state cannot escape death. The price they would pay would be an astronomical figure. Son, are you crazy? He said in a trembling voice. How can our family afford to hire someone like that now? Have. A hideous and crazy smile appeared on Lin Tianyu's face. Don't we still have one last piece of land? It's that piece of prime land in the south of the city that we're planning to use to build a new property. Sell it. Use that money to buy Qin Hao's life. As long as he's dead. Xia Wanqiu is still mine. The Xia family is still ours. We can make a comeback. Lin Jiangwo looked at his son, who had completely gone mad. His heart is bleeding. But he knew he had no way out. Qin Hao, his devil-like terrifying method has completely cut off all their ways of survival. Now they have no choice but to give it their all and fight to the death. There is no other way to go. Good. Lin Jiangwo gritted his teeth and a fierce and crazy light flashed in his eyes. Just do as you say. I'll contact them right away, King. Qin Hao. Even if my Lin family is bankrupt, we will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. At the same time. Inside the large flat on the top floor of Tianhai No. 1. Qin Hao was lying leisurely on the sofa, enjoying the grapes that his wife had peeled for him. Just then. That familiar mechanical synthesized voice sounded in his mind again. Ding. Detected, malicious ants are plotting to pose a fatal threat to you and your family. Absolute Protection's series of tasks are triggered again. Mission 2, nip the threat in the bud before it arrives. Task reward? Assessed based on task completion. Qin Hao frowned slightly. Lin family? He is really a thief with such heart. It seems that the lesson they received last time was too light. Since you want to die so much, then I'll give you a ride. Thinking of this, he directly dialed a phone number he had never called before. That was the phone number of a 24-hour global intelligence support hotline that was provided by the Hunter's Home website when he hired Qin Gang. The call was connected quickly. A cold, electronically synthesized voice came from the other end. Beehive, at your service. I want all the information on King, the head of the Shagwa region of the Shadow Organization. Qin Hao said lightly. As well as all his schedule for tonight. Please help me check it out. all recent financial movements of the Lin Real Estate Group, especially the transaction information about the land in the south of the city. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Then the cold voice sounded again. Authorization confirmed. The mission has been accepted. It is estimated that the information will be sent to your secure email in 10 minutes. Is there anything else you need? Chapter 34 Establishment of Future Technology Investment Company. Excuse me, is there anything else you need? The cold, electronic voice on the other end of the phone asked without any emotion. Qinhao leaned on the sofa and put a crystal-clear grape that was peeled by his wife into his mouth. The sweet juices explode on your taste buds. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold arc. Not yet. After saying that, he hung up the phone. What's wrong? Xiao Wanxiu, who was standing by, saw the cold murderous intent that flashed across his face and couldn't help but ask with some concern. Are you in trouble? No. Qinhao turned his head and the cold murderous intent on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was a gentle smile like a spring breeze. He reached out and lovingly scratched her delicate nose. It's not a problem. It's just a few blind flies who want to die. Don't worry, it will be resolved soon. After saying that, he didn't continue the topic. He didn't want to pollute his wife's ears with these dirty and filthy things. He simply changed to a more comfortable position and held her in his arms. Then he gently rested his chin on her hair, which exuded a faint fragrance. Enjoying the last tranquility and warmth before the storm comes. The next day, Qinhao got up very early. He first prepared a sumptuous and loving breakfast for Xiao Wanxiu as usual. Then he drove out alone in the Silver Ghost. The first stop is the Tianhai Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce. He wants to register a company of his own. This was his first step in building his own business empire. It was also his first cry announcing his existence to the world. With the unparalleled VIP privileges of the Centurion Black Gold Card. It was a tedious process that would have taken at least a week to complete. Qinhao finished everything in less than an hour. When he walked out of the grand gate of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, in his hand, there was a brand new business license that still smelled of ink. Company name, Future Technology Investment Company, Limited. Registered capital, 1 billion. Legal representative, Qinhao. Looking at the name written in a flamboyant style on the license, a confident smile appeared on Qinhao's lips. From today on, Qinhao is no longer a super rich man who only knows how to drive a sports car and pick up girls. He is also the chairman of Future Technology. The second stop is the CBD center of Tianhai City. World Financial Center. This is the top office building in the entire Tianhai City. It is also the headquarters of the Xiagua district of numerous Fortune 500 companies. You can have your own office here. It is the ultimate dream that all white-collar workers in Tianhai City dream of. Qinhao's goal today is the top floor of this building. The 118th floor. An entire floor of nearly 3,000 square meters of super large space. Originally, this place was rented by an overseas hedge fund company. But, just a while ago, in the virtual currency storm that Qinhao started, this company went bankrupt due to a failed short-selling operation. This place became empty. Qinhao just walked into the magnificent first-floor lobby of the World Financial Building. A tall and capable beautiful manager wearing an exquisite OL suit immediately came up to them. Excuse me, are you Mr. Qinhao? The beautiful manager had a sweet professional smile on her face. Obviously, the power of the black gold card is at work again. It's me. Qinhao nodded. Hello, Mr. Qin. The beautiful manager bowed deeply to Qinhao respectfully. I am the account manager of this building. My name is Chen Shi. Our boss has already explained. You are the most distinguished guest of our building. You can always tell me if you need anything. Yes. Qinhao responded straight to the point, take me to the 118th floor. Okay, Mr. Qin, please come this way. Under the personal leadership of Chen Shi, Qinhao was riding in the VIP exclusive elevator that was so fast that it made people's ears tinnitus. Soon we arrived at the top of the skyscraper. The elevator door slowly opened. An unimaginably huge 360-degree surround office area with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows appeared before our eyes. Standing here feels like floating above the clouds of the entire Tianhai City. The ultimate visual impact of a young man who looks down on the world and feels like he has the whole world at his feet. It is even 10 times more stunning than the sky-high flat in Tianhai No. 1. How about it? Qinghao slowly walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the city below him, which was as small as a matchbox. There was a bright light called ambition flashing in his eyes. System, I am very satisfied with the novice village you chose for me. Ding! It is the supreme honor of this system to serve this great host. The system's mechanical synthesized sound sounded just right. However, this time, there seemed to be a subtle hint of flattery in the voice. Mr. Qin, are you satisfied with the environment here? Chen Shi on the side asked cautiously. Good. Qin Hao uttered 2 words lightly. Then he turned around and looked at Chen Shi and spoke in an unquestionable commanding tone. I rented this floor. Rent is not an issue. But I have a request. I want you to redecorate this place according to my specifications within today. Within today? When Chen Shi heard this Arabian Nights story, he was completely dumbfounded. A huge office area of 3,000 square meters. Renovate in 1 day? How is this possible? Even gods can't do it. What's wrong? Qin Hao frowned slightly. Is there a problem? No problem. Chen Shi looked at Qin Hao's cold eyes that were intimidating without even being angry, and he was so frightened that he trembled all over and shook his head frantically. Joke. This person is a mysterious big shot who was worshipped like an ancestor by even their boss. Forget about his request of renovating within 1 day. Even if she is asked to demolish this building today, she has to bite the bullet and agree. That's all right. Qin Hao nodded and took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to her. Here are the design drawings and all the specific requirements for the renovation. Money is not a problem. I just want results. I want to see a brand new future technology investment company, limited, appear here before sunset today. Can you do that? Yes. I guarantee that the mission will be completed. Without even thinking, Chen Shi stood at attention and gave Qin Hao a standard military salute. If you didn't know her, you would think she had received some military or national event based on her fearless look. Solved the problems of company site selection and decoration. Qin Hao drove to the boys' dormitory building of Tianhai University. He dialed Lu Yu's number directly. The call was connected quickly. Hello, Hao. Lu Yu's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of flattery and excitement. Ever since I witnessed Qin Hao's miraculous financial prediction with my own eyes last time. The brothers in their dormitory all changed their way of addressing Qin Hao from Haozi to Hao Gu. And it comes from the heart. Where? Qin Hao asked. I'm playing games in the dormitory. Lu Yu said a little embarrassedly. Stop fighting. Qin Hao's voice was unquestionable. You'll have 10 minutes to pack your things and go downstairs. Ah? Lu Yu was stunned. Why are you going downstairs? Come with me to save the world. Qin Hao left Lu Yu confused and hung up the phone. 10 minutes later. Lu Yu, carrying his precious computer bag on his back, got on the silver ghost with a confused look on his face. How, brother Hao, he asked nervously, where are we going? To create an era that belongs to us. A confident smile appeared on Qin Hao's lips. He stepped on the accelerator hard. The silver ghost let out a low roar and instantly disappeared at the end of the road. 118th floor, World Financial Center. When Lu Yu followed Qin Hao out of the elevator and saw the ultra-modern office area in front of them that looked like a science fiction blockbuster, he was completely dumbfounded. He felt like a bumpkin from the mountains walking into the palace for the first time. Besides opening his mouth wide and exclaiming, "Oh shit." There is no other reaction. How about it? Qin Hao walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and opened his arms as if embracing the whole world, and said in a heroic tone. From today on, this is our battlefield. How, brother Hao? Lu Yu's voice was trembling. This place is Future Technology Investment Company, Limited. Qin Hao turned around and looked at him. He couldn't help but smile at his silly look as if he had never seen the world. Then he spoke in an extremely serious tone. Lu Yu. I, Qin Hao, now formally invite you to join my company. Serve as our company's Chief Technology Officer, CTO. Would you like to? Boom. Lu Yu felt his brain go blank with a buzzing sound. An unprecedented huge sense of happiness and gratitude for being recognized and appreciated. In an instant, he was completely submerged. He bit his lips hard to prevent his tears from flowing down. He knew that he had made the right bet. He didn't follow the wrong person. Plop. The usually taciturn technical geek knelt down on one knee in front of Qin Hao without even thinking. He raised his head, and his face, flushed red with extreme excitement, was filled with the determination to die for his friend. Brother Hao. His voice became hoarse with excitement. From today on, my life, Lu Yu, belongs to you. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. You ask me to beat a dog, but I won't chase a chicken. From now on, you will be my only faith. Chapter 35 The stock market opens to short sell the Lin Group. From now on, you will be my only faith. Lu Yu's hoarse voice, filled with the sentiment of a gentleman will die for his friend, slowly echoed in the empty and luxurious office. Qin Hao looked at the tech geek in front of him who was trembling all over with extreme excitement. A smile of relief appeared on his face, which came from the heart. He knew he was not wrong about the person. Get up. He reached out his hand and personally helped Lu Yu up from the ground. Then he patted his shoulder and said in an extremely serious tone, I don't need your life. What I need is your brain that can overturn the whole world. From today on, you, Lu Yu, will be my, Qin Hao's most trusted right-hand man. We brothers join forces. Let's create a legend of our own. Yes. Brother Hao. Lu Yu nodded heavily. For the first time, a blazing flame called Dream ignited on his face, which looked a little pale due to staying up late for a long time. The next few days, the entire 118th floor of the World Financial Center was plunged into an unprecedented tense, yet efficient, busy atmosphere. With the dual blessing of Qin Hao's unlimited money ability and Lu Yu's abnormal technical ability. A super trading room that is enough to make the entire Wall Street tremble is being built at an astonishing speed visible to the naked eye. The best server matrix. The fastest dedicated network line. The most advanced artificial intelligence quantitative trading system. In just 3 days, a financial giant armed to the teeth has taken shape. And the other side. Qin Gang has also officially taken up his post long ago. He is like the most loyal and reliable shadow. 24 hours a day, he stayed by Qin Hao and Xiao Wanshou's side without leaving their side. With the existence of this humanoid weapon, Qin Hao could finally put his mind at ease. Put all your energy into the upcoming earth-shattering battle. 9:15 a.m. on the 4th day. The A-share call auction officially begins. In the huge trading room of Future Technology Investment Company, Limited, which is full of futuristic technology. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. Qin Hao sat steadily on the leather seat that was tailor-made by a top Italian designer, like a general planning a strategy. In front of him was a surround monitoring matrix consisting of 12 huge 4K high-definition display screens. Countless red and green K lines and data on the screen are jumping wildly at a dazzling speed. And behind him, Lu Yu was standing there with a serious expression, ready to carry out any of his instructions at any time. Brother Hao is ready. Lu Yu's voice contained a hint of uncontrollable excitement and nervousness. We have 1 billion yuan in liquid funds available in our account right now. In addition, we have successfully borrowed a margin loan quota worth 10 billion yuan through overseas channels. We can launch a devastating short-selling attack on any A-share-listed company at any time. 1 billion in own capital. 10 billion margin lending quota. This means that Qin Hao now holds in his hands a super nuclear arsenal that is enough to scare any listed company with a market value of tens of billions. And he has only one goal today. Lin South Real Estate Group. Very good. The corners of Qin Hao's mouth curled up in a cold arc. His eyes flashed with excitement like a hunter seeing his prey. Lin Jiangwo and Lin Tianyu. I hope you two have your coffins ready. Because today is the end of your Lin family. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. All the air in the trading room froze at this moment. Lu Yu held his breath, staring at Qin Hao's hand. He knew that he was about to witness the collapse of a business empire. 9:25. Qin Hao took a look at the atomic clock on the wall that was accurate to the millisecond. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile like the god of death. Then he swung his right hand, which was hanging in the air, down heavily. Start. At the command. Without even thinking, Liu directly input a piece of code that had already been written into the supercomputer in front of him. Heavenly punishment. This is the artificial intelligence quantitative trading system he spent 3 days and 3 nights to build specifically for this operation. Its only mission is to do it in the shortest possible time, in the most violent and unreasonable way. Completely smash the stock price of Lin's real estate. Buzz. Accompanied by a slight roar of electric current. The heavenly punishment system is officially launched. Next second. Boom. A huge sell order of up to 1 billion. Like a meteorite falling from the sky. It hit the stock price of Lin's real estate hard, which was originally running smoothly. Moment. The stock price of Lin's real estate was like being kicked down from a great height. Falling vertically downwards madly. 3%. 5%. 8%. The whole process doesn't even take a minute. It hit the lower limit of 10%. As green as jade. Shocking. At the same time, Lin Real Estate Group, inside the chairman's office at the headquarters. Lin Jiangwo was sitting there with a haggard look on his face, drinking cup after cup of bitter strong tea. Ever since that day when I offended Qin Hao, that terrifying demon-like existence, he never had a good night's sleep. He knew that the other party's revenge could come at any time. But he didn't expect that revenge would come so quickly. So ferocious. Boom, boom, boom. There was a rapid knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and tie but with a face as pale as paper rushed in crawling. It was the financial director of Lin South Real Estate. Dong. Chairman. Something bad has happened. His voice was filled with endless fear and despair. Our stock price has been maliciously shorted. Right after the market opened, it was directly hit by a billion yuan sell order, hitting the lower limit. What? When Lin Jiangwo heard this, his hands shook violently. The scalding tea spilled on his hand, but he didn't even notice. The blood drained from his face in an instant. He knew it was coming. The devil's revenge has finally come. Quick! His voice was trembling. Right now! Organize all the funds. Protect the market. No matter what, I must bring the stock price back up before the market closes. Yes. Chairman. The CFO ran out again, tumbling and crawling. However, they were all too naive. They thought this was just the beginning. They simply don't know. What kind of person is sitting opposite them? Inside the future technology trading room. Liu looked at the limit down K-line lying motionless on the floor on the screen, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Brother Hao, it's done. The first wave of attack was successful. The entire market now thinks we are maliciously shorting the market. Lin's Real Estate will definitely do everything in its power to protect the market. What should we do next? Protect the market? When Qin Hao heard these 2 words, a playful smile appeared on his face, like a cat playing with a mouse. With their meager liquidity? It's simply like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, overestimating one's own abilities. As he spoke, he slowly extended 2 fingers. He spoke calmly in a tone as calm as a divine judgment. Step 2. Divide the 10 billion yuan we borrowed into 10 parts. Every 10 minutes. Just give me a good smack. I want to let all retail investors and institutions who dare to buy the dip. All of them will die without a burial place. I want the entire market to see clearly. This is the fate of being an enemy of Qin Hao. When Liu heard this inhumane order, his whole body trembled violently. He looked at Qin Hao's cold and ruthless profile, and a trace of awe flashed in his eyes that went deep into his bones. Too cruel. Brother Hao's move is simply to kill people and destroy their hearts. He wants to make sure that Lin's real estate will never recover. Yes. Brother Hao. Without any hesitation, he immediately started to execute the order. For the next hour. For all the investors in the A-share market who are paying attention to the stock Lin's Real Estate, it is undoubtedly a nightmare that will never be forgotten. They watched helplessly. One after another, huge sell orders of billions. Just like free cabbage. Falling from the sky like crazy. Time and again, those protective funds that attempted to break the limit down price were smashed to pieces. Rivers of blood. The entire trading market fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by the horrifying scene that could be described as a fight between gods. They knew it was over. Lin's Real Estate is a multi-billion-dollar business empire that once flourished in Tianhai City. Today it will completely disappear from the A-share market. And at the same time, Lin Real Estate, inside the chairman's office at the headquarters. Puff. Lin Jiangwo looked at the screen and saw the stock price had completely collapsed. And the funds in the account that have been completely cleared out to protect the market. I can't bear it anymore. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. The entire desk in front of me was dyed red. His eyes were filled with endless regret and despair. He knew he was wrong. So wrong. He had offended someone he could never afford to offend in his entire life. God. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up mechanically and took a look. An unfamiliar number was flashing on the screen. He pressed the answer button for some unknown reason. From the other end of the line came a cold voice like that of the god of death that he would never forget. Hello, Mr. Lin? I'm Qin Hao. I heard that your Lin Real Estate's capital chain is a bit tight recently. It just so happens that I'm relatively well off recently. So I decided to invest 10 billion. To acquire the entire Lin Group. What do you think? Chapter 36 The stock god possesses the accurate prediction. To acquire the entire Lin Group. What do you think? Qin Hao's calm and emotionless voice, like the sentence of death, was clearly transmitted to Lin Jiangwo's ears through the cold receiver. Moment. Lin Jiangwo's old face, which had turned as pale as paper due to vomiting blood, completely lost all its color at this moment. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip due to extreme fear and humiliation. Acquisition? He actually wanted to buy his own company out of all value using a humiliating, almost charity approach? Kill. Also, heartbreak? This is fucking 10,000 times more cruel than the devil. You. Lin Jiangwo felt a fishy and sweet taste of rust rising in his throat. He wanted to refuse. He wanted to curse. He wanted to protect his pitiful last bit of dignity. But he didn't dare. He knew that once he said no, what awaits the Lin family will be an abyss that is countless times more terrifying than bankruptcy. It's true, the family is broken up. He opened his mouth. Finally, he squeezed out a hoarse word filled with endless humiliation and bitterness from between his teeth. Good. Inside the future technology trading room. After Qin Hao hung up the phone, the cold expression on his face, like the god of death, disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was a fox-like, cunning and playful smile. Done. He snapped his fingers and spoke calmly to the completely dumbfounded tech geek behind him. Lu Yu suddenly came to his senses. He looked at Qin Hao's calm profile, his eyes filled with fanaticism and admiration as if he was looking at a god. So strong. Brother Hao is so strong. While chatting and laughing, the masts and oars were reduced to ashes. A business empire with a market value of tens of billions. Just like that, he used the most violent and unreasonable method to play her to death? And at the end, there will be another 10,000 feet stepping on it? This is no longer a business war. This is simply a one-sided massacre. How, brother Hao? Lu Yu's voice was trembling. Then should we continue to smash the market now? Of course we have to smash it. Qin Hao's mouth curled up in a cold arc. Not only do you want to smash it, you have to smash it to death. I want the share price of Lin's Real Estate to drop to nothing before the market closes. I want to make all the capital that is in the same boat with the Lin family. All my money is lost. I will use their blood to tell the whole Tianhai City. I, Qin Hao, am here. When Lu Yu heard this devilish declaration, his whole body trembled violently. He knew that from today on, the business landscape of Tianhai City would be completely rewritten. And Lu Yu will have the honor to be the first-hand witness of this great change. An unprecedented sense of ambition and passion suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. Yes. Brother Hao. He nodded heavily. A burning desire to fight also ignited in his eyes. The next 2 hours. The entire A-share market witnessed a bloody massacre that could be described as epic. The 10 billion short-selling funds of future technology are like 100 nuclear bombs falling from the sky. Round after round, they launched brutal attacks on the stock of Lin's Real Estate, which had completely collapsed. The share price of Lin South Real Estate has completely become the biggest joke in the history of shares. From the opening price of 50 yuan per share, all the way, avalanche. 40 yuan, 30 yuan, 20 yuan, 10 yuan. Until the final closing. Its stock price has only been reduced to a pitiful 50 cents. The market value evaporated by 99% from 12 billion. There is only a residual value of less than 100 million. It has completely become a worthless junk stock. And all those who chose to stand on the Lin family side in this gamble, both institutions and retail investors, without exception, they were all suffocated to death on this death train to hell. Rivers of blood. Corpses everywhere. The entire financial circle of Tianhai City was speechless. Everyone remembered a terrifying name that they would never forget. Future Technology. And the mysterious man who stands behind the future technology like a god or demon and controls everything. Qin Hao. 3 o'clock in the afternoon sharp. A shares officially closed. Qin Hao looked at the K-line chart of Lin's real estate on the screen, which had completely returned to zero. And in his own account, the terrifying profit soared by more than 2 billion after a day of crazy slaughter. There was no trace of emotion on his face. It seemed as if all this was just a trivial appetizer. He stood up slowly. I stretched to loosen up some of my stiff muscles. Then he turned around and spoke lightly to Lu Yu, who was completely numb. The rest of the finishing work is up to you. Convert all the money we earn into cash. Then, go buy that dilapidated building from Lin's real estate for me tomorrow morning. Starting tomorrow, that will be our new headquarters for future technology. Ah! Lu Yu suddenly came to his senses when he heard this. His face was filled with shock that overturned his worldview. Purchase. By the headquarters building of Lin's real estate? Brother Hao, this is not only about killing people but also destroying their hearts. You're even going to dig up people's ancestral graves? Isn't this too fucking cruel? What's wrong? Qin Hao frowned slightly. Is there a problem? No problem. Lu Yu was so scared that he trembled all over and shook his head frantically. Joke. Hao Gu's order is an imperial decree. Forget about buying a building. Even if you ask him to buy an aircraft carrier now, he has to find a way to get it. That's all right. Qin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Then he stopped paying attention to this tech geek who had completely become his #1 fan. He took out his cell phone and dialed a gentle number. The call was connected quickly. From the other end came Xiao Wanxiu's voice, as beautiful as the sound of nature. Hello? Are you done? The cold murderous look on Qin Hao's face disappeared without a trace in an instant. Instead, there was a gentle smile like a spring breeze. Yeah, I'm done. We just closed a small deal worth several 100 million yuan. Hundreds of millions. Small business. Lu Yu, who was still handling the terrifying profit of more than 2 billion yuan, staggered and almost fell to his knees when he heard this. Brother Hao, please stop pretending. My little heart really can't take it anymore. So what do you want to eat tonight? Xiao Wanxiu's voice on the other end of the phone was filled with the tenderness of a wife. I'll make it for you. No need. Qin Hao smiled. I'll cook today. Just the right amount to replenish you and the baby. Just wait for me at home. I'll be right back. Hang up the phone. Qin Hao was in a very good mood. He was driving the silver ghost on his way home. Just passing by an intersection, his eyes accidentally caught sight of a black Audi A8 next to him. A somewhat familiar figure. Zhou Hongfei. Xia Guozu, president of Sequoia Capital, a top domestic investment institution. A top boss who was capable of calling the shots in the entire financial circle of Xia country. At this moment he was talking on the phone with a serious face. It seems that he is dealing with some difficult problem. And in Qin Hao's mind, the extraordinary intuition brought by the god-level investment technique appeared the moment he saw him. Suddenly, move. A huge torrent of information instantly poured into Qin Hao's brain. Character, Zhou Hongfei. Event, a multi-billion-dollar overseas MA project he led stalled due to unexpected political risks. He urgently needed a short-term bridge financing of at least 2 billion yuan to fill the gap. Chance? A playful smile appeared on Qin Hao's lips. Looks like there's going to be some new fun tonight. Without thinking, he directly dialed Zhou Hongfei's private number. He got that number by chance when he hacked into the internal network of the Lin Group. The call was connected quickly. Zhou Hongfei's low voice, full of fatigue and majesty, came from the other end. Hello, who? Hello, Mr. Zhou. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Qin Hao's mouth. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I know you need the money now. And it's a lot of money. The other end of the phone fell into deathly silence. It took a long time before Zhou Hongfei's voice, full of vigilance and shock, was heard. Who are you? How do you know this? Chapter 37 Lin family assets evaporated. Lin Tianyu was dumbfounded. Who are you? How do you know this? Zhou Hongfei's hoarse voice filled with extreme vigilance and shock came from the other end of the phone. You must know. His overseas MA project worth tens of billions of dollars is in trouble. There are no more than 3 people in the entire Xia country who know about it. They are all his most trusted confidants. But now, a mysterious person who appeared out of nowhere actually revealed his biggest secret the moment he opened his mouth? This is fucking scarier than seeing a ghost. It doesn't matter who I am. On the other end of the phone, Qin Hao's mouth curled up into a playful smile. The important thing is, Mr. Zhou, I know you're short of money right now. And I happen to have a lot of money. So, would you like to come out for a cup of tea? The other side. In the top VIP ward of Tianhai First People's Hospital. Lin Tianyu paced back and forth anxiously in the ward like a wounded beast trapped in a cage. His face was full of crazy anticipation. He is waiting. Wait for the gold medal killer named King to bring him good news. Wait until that bastard who has been haunting his heart like a nightmare disappears from this world completely. Ding ling ling. Just then, a quick cell phone ring rang. It's Lin Jiangwo. Lin Tianyu's eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed the phone and asked in an excited voice that was almost a shouting. Dad. How's it going? Did King succeed? Is that bastard dead? However, the news from the other end of the phone was not the good news he expected. Instead, there was a dead silence. It took a long time before Lin Jiangwo's hoarse voice, filled with endless fatigue and despair, was heard. Son. We're fucked. Boom. These 2 words were like a bolt from the blue. It hit Lin Tianyu's crown hard. He was completely dumbfounded. It's over? Dad. What do you mean? King he failed his mission? No. Lin Jiangwo's voice was filled with endless bitterness. He didn't accept the mission at all. Just now, all the bases of the shadow organization in the Xia Kingdom were uprooted by a mysterious armed force. King and all his killers were killed. They all vanished. And our Lin family. Lin Jiangwo's voice was trembling. The 2 billion yuan used to hire the killer also disappeared along with it. Our last straw. No more. Lin Tianyu felt his brain go blank with a buzzing sound. A chill of icy despair rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He gripped the phone so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. No. Impossible. His voice was trembling. This is absolutely impossible. The Shadow Organization is the world's top assassin organization. How could it be possible? Nothing is impossible. Lin Jiangwo interrupted him with a sad smile. Son, from the very beginning, we have offended a god whom we are not even qualified to look up to. Now comes retribution. Just now, all of our Lin family's assets, including real estate, stocks, and funds, were forcibly liquidated by a mysterious force. We have nothing but the clothes we are wearing now. There's nothing left. We're broke. And they've also taken on a huge debt of several 100 billion yuan. We will spend the rest of our lives in endless regret and imprisonment. The phone was hung up. Lin Tianyu still maintained the posture of answering the phone, motionless. Like a stone sculpture that has been weathered for thousands of years. His face was filled with dullness and numbness. His pupils had completely lost focus. All that remained in his mind were his father's last words filled with endless despair, echoing over and over again madly. It's over. It's all over. Not only did he not seek revenge. Instead, he personally pushed his entire family into an endless abyss from which there was no escape. Puff. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth. The snow-white wall in front of me was dyed red. His body shook violently. I can't hold on any longer. With a thump he fell heavily to the cold ground. Completely unconscious. And at this time, the instigator of all this, Shin Hao was riding his silver ghost leisurely on his way home. There was a satisfied smile on his face. Just now, he had reached a win-win cooperation with Zhou Hongfei, the top boss in Xia country's financial circle. He invested 2 billion to help the other party fill the funding gap in the 10 billion merger and acquisition case. And in return, Zhou Hongfei not only had to return the money but also the principal and interest. 20% of the original shares of the merger and acquisition case must also be transferred to him free of charge. That is to say, Shin Hao just moved his lips. I just picked up a super gold mine that will be worth at least tens of billions in the future for free. It's really a huge profit. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, a quick cell phone ring rang. It's Lu Yu. Hey Hao. Lu Yu's voice full of excitement came from the other end of the phone. It's done. It's all done. I've already sent someone to handle the transfer formalities for the Lin Real Estate headquarters building. From today on, that will be our new home for future technology. Also, I found a little treasure for you from the ruins of the Lin estate. Little baby? Shin Hao raised his eyebrows slightly. Hey, Lu Yu smiled mysteriously. Brother Hao, are you free now? Why don't you come and see for yourself? I promise you'll like it. Chapter 38 Xiao Wanshou's worry, Shin Hao's tenderness. I promise you'll like it. Lu Yu's excited voice, full of mystery and seeking credit, came from the other end of the phone. Shin Hao was aroused by him. Something that can be called a little treasure by this discerning tech geek. What will it be? Okay. He smiled and said, send me the address and I'll be there right away. Hang up the phone. Shin Hao was just about to turn the car around. Suddenly remembered something. He took out his cell phone and dialed another gentle number. Hello? Xiao Wanshou's voice, as sweet as the sound of nature, came from the other end of the phone. What is your wife doing at home? Shin Hao's tone instantly became gentle. No, nothing. Xiao Wanshou's voice was filled with a subtle nervousness. I was just reading. Yeah? A playful smile appeared on Shin Hao's lips. He knows his wife too well, who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She must be worried about herself. Worrying about whether I would encounter any danger outside. Don't look at it. He said softly, change your clothes and I'll take you to see a good show. Half an hour later. Koenigsegg stopped at the foot of the magnificent headquarters building of Lin Real Estate Group. Xiao Wanshou got out of the car. She looked at the landmark building in Tianhai City that she had passed by countless times. He looked at the workers at the entrance of the building who were struggling to dismantle the large gold-plated words Lin's Real Estate Group. Her clear and beautiful eyes were filled with the ultimate shock that subverted the worldview. This is... Her voice was trembling. The future new headquarters of our company. Shin Hao walked to her side and naturally took her into his arms, then announced proudly like a victorious general showing off his trophies. How is it, my dear wife? Are you satisfied with the kingdom your husband has built for you? Xiao Wanshou was completely dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the skyscraper in front of her, which was 100 meters high. He glanced at the mysterious man next to him who had a bright smile on his face. She felt that her brain had completely lost the ability to think. She knew Shin Hao was very powerful. But she never dreamed of it. It actually took him less than a day. Just give a business empire worth tens of billions to. Destroyed? And they even took over their home? This isn't a business war anymore. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Shin Hao. There was an uncontrollable tremor and worry in her voice. Will it be too? She wanted to say, that's too cruel. But the words came to my lips but I couldn't say them. Because she knows. Shin Hao, the reason why he did this. It's all for her. To vent her anger. Shin Hao couldn't help but smile when he saw her worried look as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. He reached out and rubbed her head lovingly. Fool. To be kind to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. Don't you understand this? But. No buts. Xin Hao interrupted her directly and his eyes became extremely serious. Wanxiu, remember this. I, Xin Hao, can be kind and compassionate to anyone in this world. Only to those who seek to harm you. I won't let any of them go. His voice was filled with unquestionable dominance and protection. Xiao Wanxiu's heart suddenly trembled. An unprecedented sense of security and happiness. She was completely overwhelmed in an instant. She could no longer utter a word. I can only bury my little head deep in that warm and solid chest like a docile kitten. Just then, Lu Yu rushed out of the building like a gust of wind. There was a mysterious smile on his face, as if he was asking for credit. Brother Hao. Sister-in-law. You are here. He first greeted the two of them respectfully. Then he couldn't wait to pull Xin Hao into the building. Brother Hao. Come quickly. The little treasure I want to show you is inside. Xin Hao was left in a state of confusion. She could only let him pull her into the luxurious office that once belonged to Lin Jiangwo. I only saw the center of the office. Lying quietly there is a transparent display case made of the highest quality bulletproof glass. In the display case, an irregular piece of metal that is completely black and covered with strange patterns is emitting a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. What's this? Xin Hao frowned slightly. He could feel that this inconspicuous piece of metal seemed to contain an extremely huge unknown energy. Hee, Liu smiled proudly. Brother Hao, this is the most precious treasure I found in the private safe of that old fox Lin Jiangwo. According to some top secret information I found, this thing seems to be a burial object stolen by Lin Jiangwo's grandfather from an ancient imperial tomb. It is said that the material is neither gold nor iron, and it is invulnerable to water, fire, swords, and guns. Some even say this thing doesn't even come from our Earth. It's from outer space, meteorites. Meteorite from outer space? When Xin Hao heard these 4 words, his heart suddenly moved. He slowly reached out and opened the bulletproof glass cover. Then he gently touched the cold metal fragment with his fingers. The moment his fingertips touched the fragments, buzz! An extremely pure and huge unknown energy. In an instant, it flowed madly along his fingertips and into his limbs and bones. At the same time, the system prompt sound in his mind that had been silent for a long time rang frantically again. Ding! High purity, unknown energy source detected. System energy replenishing. 10%. 30%. 70%. 100%. Energy replenishment complete. System upgrade begins. System version 2.0 updated successfully. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking a new feature system mall. Host can now use system points to redeem various super black technologies from higher dimensional civilizations in the mall. For example, Physical Enhancement Fluid Basic, Memory Bread, Absolute Focus Potion. Also to celebrate the successful system upgrade. Specially reward the host with a free 10 draw opportunity. Would the host like to start the lottery immediately? A playful smile appeared on Xin Hao's face. It seems that I really found a treasure today. Smoke. He said it silently in his heart without thinking. Ding. Lucky 10 draws begins. Congratulations to the host. Received thank you for your patronage X5. Congratulations to the host. Obtained one more time X3. Congratulations to the host. You have won 100 million yuan in cash. Congratulations to the host. You've won the ultimate prize God level wild fishing skills. God level. Wild fishing techniques? Xin Hao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What the hell is this? System, are you kidding me? What use do I have for this thing? Are you going to take my wife and kids to the river to fish in the future? However, just when he was complaining madly, Xiao Wanxiu, who was standing beside him, suddenly tugged at the corner of his clothes and spoke softly in a little woman's tone that was full of anticipation and yearning. Xin Hao. I saw the weather forecast and it says tomorrow will be very nice. Us. Shall we go to the suburbs and relax together? I haven't been out and breathed some fresh air in a long time. Chapter 39 Reward, the god of wild fishing to accompany his wife to relax. I haven't been out and breathed some fresh air in a long time. Xiao Wanxiu's soft request, like a little woman's voice full of expectation and yearning, sounded softly in Xin Hao's ears. Moment. In Qinhao's heart, the strong desire to complain because of having drawn the god-level wild fishing technique disappeared. Instead, there was a strong and unbreakable feeling of pity and doting. Yes. He almost forgot. Little Tiger documents anti-theft printing, find, book machine people select Little Tiger, stable reliable don't step into pitfalls. This little wife of mine who looks cold and strong on the outside. In fact, she is just a girl in her early 20s. During this period, she was pregnant, forced to marry by her family, and experienced all kinds of fighting and killing. Her spirit must be stretched to the point of breaking, right? It's time to take her out for a good walk. As for the so-called god-level wild fishing technique, it smells so good. Good. A gentle smile from the heart appeared on Qinhao's face. He reached out and rubbed her head lovingly. How dare I disobey my wife's orders? We'll set out early tomorrow morning. We'll go wherever you want. The next morning. The sun is shining and the breeze is gentle. It's perfect weather for traveling. Qinhao got up very early. He first used his god-level cooking skills to prepare a sumptuous love lunchbox for Xiao Wanqiu. Then, he drove the silver ghost to pick up his wife, who was wearing a beautiful floral dress and looked as beautiful as a fairy. We sped all the way towards the most beautiful natural lake in the suburbs of Tianhai City, Moon Lake. Half an hour later. Moon Lake. This is a pilgrimage paradise for all the fishermen in Tianhai City. It is said that the lake is not only extremely rich in fish resources. Someone even caught top-quality red dragon koi worth hundreds of thousands of dollars here. Therefore, it attracts countless fishing enthusiasts to come here to show their skills every day. When Qinhao's Koenigsegg 1:1, which looked like an alien battleship, appeared on the muddy road by the lake, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Those fishermen who were originally concentrating on staring at the fishing float. They all put down their fishing rods at the same time. Everyone stretched their necks and cast glances in this direction with shock and envy. Holy shit! What kind of car is that? It's so damn cool. This is a Koenigsegg. They say it's worth over 100 million online. Oh my god. Which wealthy person is so elegant that he actually drives a sports car worth hundreds of millions of dollars to our remote village to fish? Amidst the amazed discussions of the crowd. Buzz. The cool butterfly doors slowly rise. Qinhao and Xiao Wanqiu got out of the car. The man is handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. The woman is as beautiful as a fairy and is stunningly beautiful. The two of them standing together looked like a fairy couple who walked out of a painting. The fishermen around him who were wearing liberation shoes and shorts felt ashamed of themselves. Qinhao ignored the sour looks around him. He simply took out a brand new set of top-quality fishing tackle from the trunk of the Koenigsegg, which looked very valuable. There is also a small folding stool. He first unfolded the stool and placed it under the most comfortable shade of a tree by the lake. Then he helped Xiao Wanqiu sit up carefully. Wife, take a rest here and enjoy the scenery. He said softly, I'll go catch you some of the freshest wild crucian carp, and then I'll make you some crucian carp soup tonight. Xiao Wanqiu nodded obediently. She looked at the sparkling lake in front of her and the rolling green hills in the distance. Breathing in the fresh air filled with the fragrance of grass and soil. I feel that my whole body and mind have been relaxed like never before. And the other side. Qinhao came to the lake with the new set of fishing gear. Although he possesses god-level wild fishing skills. But this was the first time in his 2 lives that he had gone fishing seriously. The business is still a little unfamiliar. He imitated the old men next to him and began to thread earthworms, hang bait and adjust the float in a clumsy manner. His funny look, which showed that he was a newbie, caused a sneer from a dark-skinned and stocky middle-aged man standing next to him. I'm talking to you, young man. The uncle, while smoking his pipe skillfully, lectured in a tone of superiority, like a senior. Fishing is not something you can do just because you have money. This is a technical job. Look at you, you can't even hold the fishing rod steadily. I think if you can catch a small whitebait today, you will be very lucky. The uncle's name is Gao Chang. He is the famous fishing king within 100 miles of Moon Lake. It is said that he once set a terrifying record of catching more than 300 kilograms of fish in one day. No one has been able to break it so far. So he has the capital to be proud of this. Qinhao just smiled and didn't refute when he heard this. He knew that it was pointless to argue with this old fisherman who loved to give advice like a keyboard warrior. The most satisfying thing is to slap him in the face with facts. God-level wild fishing technology is activated. Moment. A 3D underwater map that only he could see appeared in Qin Hao's mind. All the hydrological information of the entire moon lake, including the distribution of fish schools and even the species, size, and swimming trajectory of each fish. At this moment, everything was clearly presented in front of him. A hint of surprise flashed across Qin Hao's eyes. He discovered that beneath this seemingly ordinary lake, surprisingly, there is a huge surprise hidden unknown to the public. Interesting. A playful smile played at the corner of his mouth. Then he did it under Gao Chang's gaze full of contempt and disdain. They are even too lazy to build a nest. Just flick the fishing rod in your hand. The fish hook drew a graceful arc in the air. With a plop, it landed precisely in a seemingly ordinary body of water. Gao Chang's disdain grew even stronger upon seeing this. Ha, what a fool. He was just about to make another sarcastic remark. A sudden change occurs. I saw Qin Hao's fishing float that had just fallen into the water. I didn't even have time to stand firm. Suddenly, it sank down. An extremely standard and powerful black drift. What the hell? Gao Chang's eyes widened instantly. He has been fishing for half his life. I've never seen a fish bite as soon as it is cast. This is fucking lucky, right? However, before he could recover from his shock, Qin Hao moved. I saw his wrist shook slightly. An extremely chic and handsome action of lifting the rod. Crash. Accompanied by a crisp sound of water splashing. A wild carp half a meter long, covered with golden scales and looking majestic, was forcibly flown out of the water. A golden parabola full of life force was drawn in the air. Then with a pop sound, it landed precisely in the fish guard at Qin Hao's feet. The whole process was done smoothly and in one go. Full of indescribable violent aesthetics. The whole audience was dead silent. All the fishermen who were watching were as if they were cast under a petrified spell. Standing still. Their faces were filled with extreme shock that overturned their worldview. Their mouths are so wide open that a goose egg can fit in. There was only one common thought left in their minds. Is this fucking fishing? This is simply robbing money in the water. And the fishing king Gao Chang, who had just looked so proud and ready to watch the show. At this moment, it was like seeing a ghost. The pipe in his hand fell to the ground with a click and he didn't even notice it. He stared at Qin Hao's calm and handsome profile, and the big golden carp that was still jumping around at his feet. His lips trembled as he asked word by word in a voice filled with endless shock and awe. Little brother. Your unique skill in flying fish. Yes, did you learn this from some old man in the park? Chapter 40 caught the rare koi king with one rod. Little brother, your unique skill of flying fish, did you learn that from some old man in the park? The stuttering voice of fishing king Gao Chang, filled with endless shock and awe, slowly rang out by the silent lake. He felt that all the worldviews about fishing that he had built up in his half-life were shattered to pieces by the young man in front of him at this moment. There SA bite as soon as you cast your rod? Fish fly as soon as you lift the rod? And what flew up was a top-quality wild carp weighing at least 10 kilograms. Is this fucking fishing? This is simply cheating. The old man in the park? Qin Hao couldn't help but laugh when he heard this question, which was full of sense of the times. He turned his head and looked at the middle-aged man who had been completely petrified, with a playful smile on his face. Uncle, you guessed right. I actually learned this skill from a hidden sweeping monk. After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to the old fisherman who had been completely fooled by him. He rebaited. Then gently swing the fishing rod in your hand again. The fish hook drew a graceful arc in the air. With a plop, it once again fell accurately into the magical waters. Next second. Almost at the same moment, the fish hook fell into the water. The fishing float that just gained its footing. Once again it suddenly sank down. Another extremely standard and powerful black drift. What the hell? Gao Chang's eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Again. Here we go again? Damn, are you going to let me live? However, before he could recover from the huge shock that overturned his worldview, Qin Hao moved again. It's still that smooth, cool and handsome action of lifting the rod. Crash. Accompanied by a louder sound of splashing water. A wild grass carp that was even bigger than the previous one, covered with green scales and looked very strong and powerful, was forcibly pulled out of the water. In the air, a blue parabola filled with life force was drawn. Then with a pop sound, it once again landed accurately in the fish guard that was almost full. The whole process is still so unreasonable. Still the same violent aesthetics. The whole audience was silent again. All the fishermen who were watching were completely numb. Their faces were filled with dullness and doubt about life. They felt that they were not playing the same game as the young man in front of them. They are fishing. And they are purchasing goods. Gudong. Gao Chang swallowed hard. He looked at Qin Hao's fish tank, which was about to burst. He looked at his fish basket, which was still empty after he had been fishing since morning. His pride in being the fishing king was completely shattered at this moment. He couldn't bear it anymore. He threw his valuable fishing rod directly to the ground with a plop. Then he rushed to Qin Hao in 2 steps. With a plop sound. This fishing king is well known in the Moon Lake within 100 miles. Without thinking, he knelt down in front of Qin Hao. His face was full of fanaticism and piety. Great Master. His voice was filled with endless awe and worship. Please accept me as your useless disciple. I, Gao Chang, am willing to serve you for the rest of my life, serving you tea and water, and always at your service. I only ask you to teach me a little of this amazing fishing skill. This dramatic scene made the 2 beautiful women who had been quietly looking at the scenery in the distance burst into laughter again. Puff. Sumu Xue was the first one who couldn't help laughing. She poked Xiao Wanqiu's arm and teased. Okay, Wanqiu. This guy in your family not only knows how to make money, but also how to fight, play the piano, and cook. Now he's even fucking fishing, almost winning, like, the world championship? What else in this world do you think he can't do? Xiao Wanqiu's pretty face turned slightly red when she heard her best friend's teasing. But those beautiful eyes, as clear as water, were filled with a brilliant light called pride. Yes. This man is just that outstanding. It's just so omnipotent. And he is his own. It's mine alone. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth lifted up uncontrollably, forming a sweet, happy arc. And the other side. Qin Hao looked at the middle-aged man kneeling in front of him with tears and snot. Another headache. What's going on? Is it popular to kneel down and become a disciple recently? How come I run into these fanatical fans everywhere I go? Uncle, please get up first. He had no choice but to go forward and help Gao Chang up. No need to become my disciple. But if you really want to learn, I can give you some pointers. Really? Gao Chang's eyes lit up instantly. You can get the guidance of the master. This is a huge blessing for him. Thank you, master. Thank you for your help. Don't be so quick to thank me. A mysterious smile appeared on Qin Hao's lips. He pointed to a seemingly unremarkable spot in the center of the lake. He said it lightly with the unfathomable demeanor of a master. See that spot? That's where the real dragon's lair is in this lake. If you could get the hook there, I promise you'll catch a big one today that you'll never forget. Dragon's lair? Gao Chang instantly became excited when he heard this word full of metaphysical flavor. He looked in the direction Qin Hao pointed. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes. He had tried that position before. Never mind the fish. Not even a shrimp. But it is out of blind worship of the master. He still chose to believe. He picked up the fishing rod on the ground and put his secret bait on it again. Then he used all his strength to swing the fishing rod in his hand hard. The fish hook draws a perfect parabola in the air. With a plop, it landed precisely on the so-called dragon's lair. Then he held his breath, stared at the fishing float on the water with wide eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A full 5 minutes passed. The fishing float remained the same, motionless. Gao Chang showed a trace of embarrassed disappointment on his face. It seems that even masters make mistakes sometimes. Just as he was about to reel in his fishing rod and try again in another place, a sudden change occurs. All I saw was his fishing float standing quietly on the water. Without any warning. Suddenly, it snapped down. Right after. A terrifying, enormous force like that of a prehistoric beast came from underwater instantly. Buzz. The top-grade fishing rod in his hand, made of high carbon fiber, was instantly pulled into an extremely exaggerated full moon shape. The fishing line was stretched straight. It emits a mournful buzzing sound that is too heavy to bear. It seemed as if it would break completely in the next second. Oh my god. I caught a fish. Gao Chang's face instantly turned the color of liver. He held the fishing rod tightly and used all his strength to fight frantically against the unknown monster under the water. He felt that what he caught was not a fish, but it was a prehistoric giant crocodile running wildly underwater. That terrifying and brutal force. He was almost dragged into the lake. All the fishermen who were watching the excitement around were stunned by the thrilling scene before their eyes. They all rushed over. What the hell? What did you catch? This noise is too fucking scary, isn't it? Could it be that we caught a water monster? Another full half an hour passed. Gao Chang felt that all his strength was almost exhausted. His two strong arms had completely lost all feeling. The huge monster under the water was finally pushed away by him and had no strength left. Quick! Get the scoop net! He roared with his last bit of strength. Next to them, a few quick-eyed and quick-handed fishermen quickly grabbed a huge scoop net bigger than a wash basin and rushed over. It took the combined efforts of several people to finally pull out the huge monster with its white belly turned up in the water. When you see the true face of the fish, all the fishermen in the place seemed to be petrified. Standing still. Their faces were filled with extreme shock that overturned their worldview. Their mouths are open so wide that a basketball can fit in. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and worship, as if they were looking at a god. I saw that huge scoop net. Lying quietly, a 1.5-meter long creature, covered in flame-red scales, with a crown-like golden tumor on its head. Out of print Koi King. Show a 3 colors Teisho red. And it's in top-notch condition. Its value can no longer be measured by money. It's enough to fetch a sky-high price at any international auction, making everyone crazy. God. Gao Chang felt his soul trembling as he looked at the mythical koi in front of him. He turned around slowly. Those cloudy eyes filled with endless shock and awe were fixed on the mysterious young man who had remained calm from beginning to end, as if he had anticipated all this. Then he fell to his knees again with a thump. This time, there was no hesitation or struggle on his face. All that was left was like the most devout believer seeing the God of his only faith. I bow down to you, Master. His voice was filled with endless trembling and fanaticism. Excuse me. Are you still in need of an apprentice? Chapter 41 Sky-high price koi fish for a house. Master. Excuse me, are you still in need of a disciple? The hoarse voice of fishing king Gao Chang, filled with endless trembling and fanaticism, slowly echoed on the silent lakeside. All the fishermen along the entire moon lake seemed to be cast under a collective petrification spell. I stared blankly at the middle-aged man who was prostrating himself and kowtowing madly to a young man. Their faces were filled with extreme shock that overturned their worldview. There was only one common thought left in their minds. Crazy. This guy Gao Chang, the fishing king who has been rampant in Moon Lake for more than 10 years, is so domineering. Today is completely crazy. However, as the instigator of all this, Xin Hao had a headache on his face. He's here again. He's here again. This kind of fanatical fan who kneels down to become a disciple at the slightest disagreement. He really can't bear it anymore. Uncle, please get up first. He reluctantly stepped forward and helped up the middle-aged man who had completely become his number one fan again. I already said that you don't need to become my disciple. Fishing is about sincerity. The fact that you caught this fish today means you are destined to be with it. It has nothing to do with me. His remarks were full of Versailles and metaphysical flavor. Hearing this, the fishermen around were confused again. However, Gao Chang seemed to have understood some ultimate truth. The whole person fell into a state of enlightenment as if everything had been revealed. It's fate. Sincerity will bring success. He muttered to himself, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented brilliance. I see. He slapped his thigh suddenly. Master. I have finally understood. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Thank you for your guidance, Master. As he said that, he actually wanted to kneel down again. Xin Hao was so scared that he quickly grabbed him tightly. All right, he said with a bit of a smile, if you really want to thank me. Just give me this fish. It just so happens that my wife has been feeling a little weak lately. Take it back and make some soup for her to drink. It's perfect for nourishing her. He wasn't joking. This rare koi king contains an extremely pure life energy. It may not be useful for ordinary people, but for Xiao Wanqiu, who is in the early stages of pregnancy. But it is more nutritious than any delicacies from land and sea, a rare treasure. However, as soon as he said this, the fishermen around were instantly shocked. What? He wants to take this fish back to make soup? Fuck. What a waste. This is simply a waste. Little brother, don't be impulsive. This fish is inedible. Yes. Gao Chang was also anxious. Master, you don't know. This fish is not an ordinary fish. It's a koi fish. It's an auspicious animal that brings good luck. And it's the top-notch Showa 3 colors Teisho red. This kind of rare koi king is a priceless treasure in the international market. Just last year, at an auction in Sakura country, a koi fish whose appearance is not as good as yours. It sold for 230 million, a whopping price in Sakura coins. Converted into our Xia country currency, that's over 10 million. If you eat it. That's just like stewing a set of Tianhai City's Thompson Epine alive. Boom. The 4 words more than 10 million are like a blockbuster bomb. Exploded in the crowd. Everyone present, including the 2 beautiful women in the distance who had originally looked calm and composed, were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the big red fish in the scoop net that was still jumping around. His eyes were filled with extreme shock that overturned his worldview. A fish for a house? This is too fucking magical, right? Oh. Qin Hao was also slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that this thing was so valuable. It seems that I won't be able to drink the crushing carp soup tonight. Just then, a fat man wearing a Versace suit and a big gold chain, exuding a rich aura, squeezed through the crowd. His eyes were fixed on the rare koi king. His face was full of greed and fanaticism. Sell. Without thinking, he took out a blank checkbook from his Hermes wallet. Little brother. This fish. I'll buy it. With a stroke of his pen, he wrote down a long string of numbers. Then he tore it off with a rip sound and handed it to Qin Hao. 15 million. He said it with great pride. As long as you nod. This check is now yours. Wow. Once again, an earth-shaking uproar broke out in the crowd. Everyone looked at Qin Hao with envy, as if he were a god. 15 million. This is an astronomical figure that none of them present here can earn in several lifetimes. I didn't expect that today, a young man would catch it with just one hook. This is 10,000 times more exciting than winning the lottery. However, facing this huge check is enough to make any ordinary person crazy. There was no trace of emotion on Qin Hao's face. He didn't even bother to look. He just shook his head slowly. Not for sale. He uttered 2 words lightly. The voice was calm, yet firm. Full of a kind of detachment that regards money as dirt. What? Not selling? Everyone in the audience was stunned. The rich fat man was also stunned. He looked at Qin Hao's handsome profile and his beautiful wife who looked like a fairy from heaven. He suddenly understood something. Yes. Can afford a Koenigsegg worth hundreds of millions. To have such a stunning beauty. How could he be the kind of ordinary person who would be stunned by a mere 10 million? Thinking of this, a bitter self-deprecating look appeared on his face. He took back the check and bowed deeply respectfully to Qin Hao. Sir, I am being abrupt. How could a godlike figure like you be tainted by a money-grubbing thing like me? This divine fish is only worthy of its value in your hands. After saying that, he said no more. He turned and left dejectedly. When the fishermen around looked at Qin Hao, there was a little more of awe in their eyes. This is the true style of a master. Not moved by money. Don't be bothered by fame and fortune. This is the highest realm that the group of fishermen pursues. However, they were overthinking it. The reason why Qin Hao didn't sell it. Purely because he looks down on it. Just over 10 million. What is it enough for? It's not even enough for him to buy a bag for his wife. Moreover, this fish is very beneficial to his wife's health. Not to mention more than 10 million. Even if it's 100 million or 1 billion. There's no way he'd sell it. Thinking of this, he no longer paid attention to the fishermen around him who had completely transformed into his fanatic believers. He turned around and walked up to Gao Chang, who was still in a daze. He pointed to the out-of-print koi king. He pointed at his fish tank which was about to burst. Then he said it lightly in an unquestionable command tone. Change. Gao Chang was stunned. Then the whole person fell into an unprecedented ecstasy. Master. The master actually wanted to use his entire collection of top-quality wild fish. In exchange for this priceless but useless koi king? This is simply a blessing from heaven. Change. Of course. He nodded without even thinking. As if afraid that Qin Hao would regret it the next second. Final. This fishing trip full of legends and magic finally came to an end. Qin Hao was contented as he took the rare koi king fish that was of great benefit to his wife. And his little wife who had been completely conquered. And the new younger brother Gao Chang who was completely transformed into his fanatic believer. He got on the silver ghost and drove away. Only a group of fishermen were left by the moon lake, still disheveled in the wind. And an immortal legend about the fishing god. Inside a Koenigsegg. Xiao Wanqiu looked at the big red fish that was still jumping around on the passenger seat and was worth a house. He looked at the mysterious man in the driver's seat with a calm expression. Her already shocked and numb little heart began to beat wildly again. She slowly reached out and pulled the corner of Qin Hao's clothes. She asked softly in a little woman's tone filled with endless curiosity and admiration. Qin Hao. You. Just how much more there is, surprise. Is it something I don't know? Chapter 42 Encounter with Li Chunfeng, the master of traditional Chinese medicine. How many surprises are there? Is it something I don't know? Xiao Wanqiu's soft voice, filled with endless curiosity and admiration like a little woman, slowly echoed in the quiet carriage. Qin Hao listened to his little wife's soft words, which were full of dependence and admiration. Look at her beautiful face that has turned red due to excitement and excitement. His heart was instantly filled with a huge sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. This is the life he wants. When awake, hold the power of the world; when drunk, sleep on the lap of a beauty. Money and power are nothing but passing clouds to him. The only one who is willing to entrust her whole life to him is this silly woman in front of him. It is the most precious treasure in his life. Not much. He reached out and rubbed her head lovingly, with a gentle smile from the heart on his face. It's just enough for you to slowly discover over your lifetime. That's all. Return to Tianhai number 1. Qin Hao did not immediately deal with the rare koi king that was worth a house. Instead, he helped Xiao Wanqiu back to the bedroom and let her have a good rest. After all, we had a crazy day outside. As a pregnant woman in the early stages of pregnancy, her body must be a little overwhelmed. After settling down in late summer and autumn, Qin Haotsai came to the top-notch kitchen full of futuristic technology. He looked at the fish still in the tank, jumping around, and a hint of thought flashed in the big red fish's eyes. The life energy contained in the body of this koi king is extremely huge. If you use it directly to make soup, it can also have a tonic effect. But at least more than 70% of the essence will be wasted. It's such a pity. The best way to deal with it is to refine it into pills. It is supplemented with some precious medicinal materials that strengthen the body and replenish the vital energy. Only then can its medicinal effect be maximized. But where can I find those precious medicinal herbs? Traditional Chinese medicine has long declined in today's society. The so-called 1,000-year ginseng and 100-year Ganoderma lucidum circulating on the market are most likely artificially grown products. It has no effect at all. Just when Qin Hao was feeling a bit troubled by this, he suddenly thought of someone. Li Chunfeng, the honorary president of the Xia Country Chinese Medicine Association. He was also the white-haired old man he had met in the hospital before, who admired him very much. With his identity and status, he must have a lot of valuable things in his collection. Thinking of this, Qin Hao no longer hesitated. He directly dialed Li Chunfeng's private number on the business card. The phone rang only once and was picked up in seconds. Li Chunfeng's voice, full of flattery and excitement, came from the other end. Hello? Is this divine Dr. Qin? It's me, Mr. Li. Xin Hao smiled. Is it okay to disturb you? Don't bother me. Don't bother me. Li Chunfeng was so excited that he was incoherent. Dr. Qin, you took the initiative to call me. This is simply the best fortune I've ever earned. It's a blessing. If you have any instructions, just tell me. Even if it costs me my life, I won't frown. Mr. Li, you're too kind. Xin Hao was a little embarrassed. I just wanted to ask you something. Do you have any valuable medicinal herbs like wild ginseng or Polygonum multiflorum that are older? I think I'll charge a higher price. Medicinal herbs? Li Chunfeng was stunned for a moment, then without even thinking, he patted his chest and assured, yes. Of course. Dr. Qin, please tell me what you need. What's the high price? Isn't that an insult to my face? As long as it's something I, Li Chunfeng, treasure. You can take whatever you like. How can I be so embarrassed? Hey! What's there to be embarrassed about? Li Chunfeng said anxiously, Dr. Qin, you saved my life. This little thing is nothing. If you continue to be polite to me, you will be looking down on me. Let us do this. It just so happens that this afternoon there's an annual traditional Chinese medicine exchange conference at Xinglanchun in Tianhai City. By then, all the well-known traditional Chinese medicine practitioners in the Jiangnan region will bring their best treasures to exchange and show off. If you don't mind, why don't you come with me and join in the fun? By the way, this will also give me the opportunity to apologize to you in front of those old guys. Traditional Chinese medicine exchange meeting? When Xin Hao heard these 5 words, his heart suddenly moved. He was worried that he had no place to look for good things. This is simply like giving someone a pillow when they are sleepy. Okay. He agreed without even thinking about it. See you at Xinglanchun this afternoon. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Xinglanchun. This is the top private club in Tianhai City. The decoration is antique and full of strong Xia style. It is open only to the top members on weekdays. And today, this place is booked by all the leading figures in the field of traditional Chinese medicine in the entire Jiangnan region. The entrance was filled with various Hongqi and Audi cars with special license plates. The atmosphere is solemn and dignified. When Xin Hao's silver ghost full of futuristic technology appeared at the door, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. At the door, several retired Special Forces soldiers in charge of security saw this top-of-the-line sports car that only existed in legends. There was a hint of deep fear in their eyes. They did not step forward to stop it. Because they know. Anyone who can afford this kind of car. His identity is no longer something that small characters like them are qualified to interrogate. Xin Hao parked the car and got out. As soon as he walked in, a white-haired old man wearing a white tang suit and looking like an immortal immediately came up to them with an excited look on his face. That's right, Li Chunfeng. Behind him followed a young man who was also wearing a tang suit but had a reluctant look on his face. It was his genius grandson Li Xian who had been completely devastated by Xin Hao and became autistic. Dr. Qin. You're finally here. Li Chunfeng walked up to Xin Hao in 2 steps. If anyone didn't know him, they would think that he had met his adoptive parents. Li Xian, who was standing next to Grandpa, couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable when he saw his grandfather's humble and almost fawning attitude. He couldn't bear to look directly at him and whispered a reminder, pay attention to your image. There are so many people around, watching you. Pay attention to your ass. Li Chunfeng glared at him and slapped him on the back of the head. Who is that divine Dr. Qin? He's like a god. I'm not even worthy enough to carry his shoes. You little bastard, you know nothing. After scolding him, he instantly changed his face and turned to Xin Hao, putting on a flattering smile. Dr. Qin, please don't mind that I've spoiled my grandson since he was little and he's no longer respectful. I'll definitely give him a good beating later. Xin Hao couldn't help but laugh and cry when he saw the funny grandfather and grandson in front of him. He waved his hand and said, Mr. Li, please don't be so polite. I just came here to take a look. Okay. Li Chunfeng nodded vigorously. Dr. Qin, please come this way. The exchange meeting is about to begin. As he said this, he personally led the way. Xin Hao was invited to the main seat in the center of the venue, with the best view. His extremely high-profile move. It instantly attracted the attention of all the veteran Chinese medicine practitioners in the venue. they all put down their teacups. He cast a look full of curiosity, scrutiny and unfriendly gaze on the young man who was treated as a guest of honor by Li Chunfeng. "Old Li, what are you doing?" A red-faced old man with white hair and beard but an unusually burly figure was the first to speak. His voice was as loud as a bell, filled with the iron-blooded murderous aura peculiar to a soldier. He is Zhang Boyan, the chief imperial physician of the Jiangnan military region, also known as the King of Hell in the Army. Today is the annual grand event of our Jiangnan traditional Chinese medicine community. You brought a child who has barely grown all his hair here, so forget it. How dare you let him sit in the main seat? Do you think we old guys are nothing? Zhang Boyan's words instantly attracted the approval of all the veteran Chinese medicine practitioners present. "Yeah. Lao Li. You're too outrageous. Who is this kid? Your new disciple? He doesn't look that great. With his kidney deficiency and unsteady steps, he looks like a playboy whose body has been drained by alcohol and sex. Letting him attend our exchange meeting is simply an insult to our entire traditional Chinese medicine community." Facing the hostile criticism from everyone, there was no trace of panic on Li Chunfeng's face. He just turned around slowly. He looked at the group of old guys who were just looking at the world from a narrow perspective with eyes full of pity and sympathy. Then he slowly shook his head inside. That expression seemed to say, "Alas, a bunch of poor mortals. You guys don't even know what kind of existence you just offended." Then he turned around and bowed deeply respectfully to Qin Hao. He spoke every word in a voice filled with endless awe and fanaticism. "Divine Dr. Qin. Excuse me. Do you need me to help you clear out these noisy flies?" Chapter 43, Rewarding the God of Traditional Chinese Medicine and Pointing Out the Fallacies of Prescriptions. "Do you want me to help you clear out these noisy flies?" Li Chunfeng's voice, filled with endless awe and fanatical respect, slowly echoed in the dead silent conference hall. Every word is like an invisible slap in the face. He slapped all the veteran Chinese medicine practitioners present in the face hard. It hurt so much. "Old Li. Are you fucking crazy?" The red-faced old man Zhang Boyan, known as the King of Hell in the Army, was the first to react. He slammed the table and stood up from his seat, shaking with anger, puffing out his beard and glaring. "You actually did it for a brat who came out of nowhere. Calling us flies? Do you still see us, your decades-old friends, as yours? That's right. Lao Li. You are too unreasonable. You must give us an explanation today. Otherwise, we will sever all ties with you. We will completely break off all ties." For a moment, the whole venue was filled with excitement. All the veteran Chinese medicine practitioners stood up in unison and criticized Li Chunfeng. It looked like a fight was about to break out in the next second. However, facing this tense situation that is being criticized by thousands of people, there was no trace of panic on Li Chunfeng's face. He just turned around slowly. He looked at these old guys who were just sitting in the well and watching the world from a distance with eyes full of pity and sympathy. Then he slowly shook his head inside. "Alas, a bunch of frogs in a well, summer insects talking about ice. You have no idea what a great existence you are missing out on. You have no idea what kind of God you just offended." After saying this, he no longer paid any attention to this group of ordinary people who seemed to him to be hopeless. He turned around and bowed deeply again respectfully to the mysterious young man who had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if he was watching a farce that had nothing to do with him. "Divine Dr. Qin. It is because I have not been strict with my subordinates that these ignorant people have disturbed your leisure time. Please forgive me." Qin Hao looked at the white-haired old man in front of him who had completely transformed into his #1 fan and couldn't help but feel a little amused. He didn't want to get involved with these old guys who were taking advantage of their seniority. But now it seems that it is no longer possible. "All right." He sighed and slowly stood up. Then, under everyone's gaze filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and disdain, step by step, he walked to the center of the venue. In front of the booth used to display and exchange various rare medicinal materials. He didn't speak. Just slowly reach out your hand. He picked up 3 herbs at random from the dazzling array of herbs on the stand. A dry grass root that looks ordinary. A patch of inky black, unknown fungi. And a piece of rotten wood that exudes a faint strange fragrance. Then he slowly turned around. He held up the three so-called treasures which he thought were no different from garbage in front of Zhang Boyan, the king of hell in the army, who was the most clamorous. He said it calmly in a tone that seemed to be stating a fact. "Mr. Zhang, right? If I remember correctly, you must have been searching for medical advice for your distinguished old leader who suffers from ALS, right?" Boom! As soon as these words came out, it was like thunder from the blue. The arrogant expression on Zhang Boyan's face froze in an instant. His pupils suddenly contracted and his face was filled with extreme shock that overturned his worldview. How do you know? You must know. The illness of his old leader is the highest level military secret of Xia country. Except for a few core central leaders. No one knows at all. But this kid in front of me. How on earth did he know that? Not only do I know. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Qin Hao's mouth. I also know that you were trying to keep him alive. I spent half my life's hard work on this. I finally found a so-called life-extending magic formula from a lost ancient medical book. And that, the three most important ingredients in the prescription. They should be these three so-called treasures of heaven and earth before you, right? Dragon tongue grass, black jade fungus, and thousand-year agarwood. Am I right? Zhang Boyan was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Qin Hao intently, as if he was looking at an omniscient devil. A huge wave was set off in his heart. This is his biggest secret. Not even his closest family members knew about it. But this kid in front of me. Not only does he know. And it's crystal clear. This is fucking scarier than seeing a ghost. Who are you? His voice was trembling. It doesn't matter who I am. Qin Hao didn't answer him. He just shook his head slowly, looking at him with eyes full of pity and sympathy. What's important is that I know. You've been deceived. Or rather, you almost killed your old leader with your own hands. What? Zhang Boyan was struck by lightning when he heard this. His old face, which had already turned red due to shock, instantly lost all its color. You're talking nonsense, he roared fiercely. This is a magical recipe I found in an ancient book. How could it possibly harm anyone? Cami Fong? Qin Hao sneered as if he had heard some huge joke. Mr. Zhang, let me ask you a question. This dragon tongue grass you mentioned looks quite old, even though its roots and stems are gnarled. But have you ever looked closely at that almost invisible bit of charred black at the end of its roots? This is a typical characteristic brought about by modern chemical fertilizers. It's not some wild treasure at all. It's a piece of artificially grown garbage that hasn't even had 10 years of medicinal properties. And this one, black jade fungus. You only smell the refreshing fragrance on its surface. But you didn't smell the faint stench of decay beneath its cap? This is a typical toxin produced by fungi that become moldy. If someone eats it, they'll suffer from vomiting and diarrhea at best, or die instantly. As for this most ridiculous piece of millennium agarwood. When Qin Hao said this, the sarcasm on his face became even stronger. He didn't even bother to explain. He simply reached out and picked up the ordinary-looking piece of rotten wood. Then in front of everyone. Just break it gently. Crack. A crisp breaking sound was heard. The so-called hard-as-iron thousand-year-old agarwood was actually broken into two pieces by him easily like a piece of rotten wood. And the fracture. A brand new cross-section was suddenly revealed, and it was still emitting the smell of fresh sawdust. And an extremely pungent smell of chemical fragrance. This is not thousand-year-old agarwood at all. This is just an ordinary piece of rotten wood that has been soaked in low-quality fragrance. The whole audience was dead silent. All the old Chinese doctors seemed to be under a petrification spell. Standing still. Their faces were filled with extreme shock that overturned their worldview. There was only one common thought left in their minds. Amazing. This is simply amazing. With just a pair of eyes, he could see through these three fakes that even old guys like them, who have been immersed in traditional Chinese medicine for a lifetime, can't spot the slightest flaw? What kind of sharp eyes are these? And the one who was so arrogant just now was Zhang Boyan, the king of hell in the army. At this moment, it is as if the soul has been sucked out. He collapsed onto the cold ground. Eyes, empty and desperate. The only thing left in his mind was Qin Hao's cold voice, like the sentence of death, echoing repeatedly and madly. You almost killed your old leader with your own hands. a cold feeling of fear, and endless gratitude. In an instant, he was completely submerged. He knew that the young man in front of him was not trying to humiliate him. He was saving him. He was saving the life of his old leader. Plop. This iron-blooded veteran has a hot temper and a strong character and has the final say in the army. Without thinking, he knelt down heavily in front of Qin Hao. With a loud bang, he hit the cold ground. Bang! That heavy, muffled sound was like a sledgehammer hitting the hearts of all the veteran Chinese medicine practitioners present. A miracle doctor. His voice was filled with endless regret and gratitude. It's me, Zhang Boyan, who failed to recognize Mount Tai. I've offended you. Please. Save my old leader. If you can save his life. From now on, my life, Zhang Boyan, belongs to you. Qin Hao looked at the red-faced old man kneeling in front of him with tears in his eyes. He looked at the old Chinese medicine practitioners around him who also had expressions of shame and awe on their faces. There was no trace of emotion on his face. He just shook his head slowly. Then he spoke calmly with an air of extreme pretentiousness and arrogance as a master. You can save people. But I have one condition. What conditions? Zhang Boyan suddenly raised his head with a blazing fire of hope burning in his eyes. Don't even mention one condition. Even if it's 100 or 1,000. As long as I can do it. I'll agree to it. Chapter 44, Li Chuanfeng's shock and admiration. If you can save his life. From now on, my life, Zhang Boyan, belongs to you. Zhang Boyan's hoarse voice, filled with endless regret and gratitude, slowly echoed in the silent meeting room. All the veteran Chinese medicine practitioners in Xinglanchun held their breath. Their eyes were all fixed on the mysterious young man who stood with his hands behind his back like a god. Their eyes were filled with extreme shock that overturned their worldview and fanatical worship. They knew that today they had witnessed the birth of a miracle doctor. A peerless monster who was capable of subverting the entire traditional Chinese medicine landscape of Xia country. Qin Hao looked at the red-faced old man kneeling in front of him with tears in his eyes, and then looked at the old Chinese medicine practitioners around him who also had faces full of shame and awe, but there was no trace of emotion on his face. He just slowly stretched out his hand and brushed over the so-called rare medicinal herbs on the stand one by one. Then, he spoke indifferently in a cold voice without any emotion. My conditions are simple. I want all the medicinal herbs here today. Boom! When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. All the old Chinese doctors raised their heads suddenly. Their faces were full of disbelief. This kid is too cruel, isn't he? Are they trying to take advantage of the situation and wipe them out at once? You know, everything they brought here today is their most valuable treasure. If they take any one of them out, it would be a priceless treasure. But now, this guy actually wants to pack up everything and take it away? This is even simpler and more brutal than robbing a bank. However, before they could open their mouths to object, Zhang Boyan, who was kneeling on the ground, didn't even think about it. He was the first to pat his chest and roar. No problem. Don't even mention my life. Even if it's all those precious treasures I've treasured my whole life. As long as you, Dr. Qin, like them, you can take them all. If I, Zhang Boyan, frown even once, then, let me be struck by lightning. I will die a miserable death. His statement, full of iron-bloodedness and determination, instantly stunned all the old Chinese medicine practitioners present who were originally unwilling to give in. Yes. Compared with a priceless human life, what are a few body possessions worth? What's more, you can use these so-called treasures to make friends with a peerless doctor with superb medical skills. This deal is a huge profit no matter how you look at it. After figuring this out, all the veteran Chinese medicine practitioners present no longer had any hesitation. They all rushed to show their loyalty. That's right. Brother Zhang is right. It's our honor that divine Dr. Qin is interested in these insignificant things of ours. Take it all. Take it all. From now on, you will be the leader of our entire Jiangnan traditional Chinese medicine community. We are willing to follow your lead. For a moment, the entire venue was plunged into an unprecedented frenzy. All the old Chinese doctors were like chicken blood. They piled all the precious medicinal herbs they had treasured for a lifetime in front of Qin Hao. They looked so enthusiastic that if you didn't know better you would think they were running some large-scale pyramid scheme. And as the instigator of all this, the mysterious young man who remained calm from beginning to end, as if he had anticipated all this. He just turned around slowly and spoke lightly to the white-haired old man who had been in a petrified state since a while ago and looked like he had lost his soul. Mr. Li. What are you standing there for? Why don't you help me pack up all this garbage and take it away? Ah? Oh. Oh. Li Chunfeng suddenly came to his senses when he heard this. He looked at the magical scene in front of him and at the terrifying man who could easily manipulate the entire Jiangnan traditional Chinese medicine community with just a wave of his hand. His old heart, which had already been shocked to the point of numbness, began to beat wildly again. God! This is the real God! Without any effort, he made these old guys, who were usually arrogant and unruly, bow down and offer their respect. Such a heaven-shattering method. Such an invincible spirit. It's like a god on earth. He no longer had any hesitation. He bowed deeply to Qin Hao again, his whole body prostrating before him, 10 times more pious than before. Yes. Miracle Doctor. His voice was filled with endless enthusiasm and admiration. I obey your command, old man. Finally, this traditional Chinese medicine exchange meeting full of drama and magic came to an end. Qin Hao left contentedly with the huge amount of rare medicinal herbs he had collected, which were enough to make any traditional Chinese medicine family jealous and crazy, and his 2 new brothers who had completely transformed into his fanatic believers. Only the group of old Chinese medicine practitioners in Xinglinshan who were still complacent about their good fortune to meet the miracle doctor and an immortal legend about the young miracle doctor, ruling the south of the Yangtze River, were left. On the way back, Li Chunfeng drove the car himself. Qin Hao sat leisurely in the back row, closing his eyes to rest. Li Xian, like a bullied young wife, huddled in the passenger seat, not daring to even breathe. From time to time, he would steal a glance through the rearview mirror at the godlike and unfathomable man, his eyes filled with extremely complex emotions. There is awe, fear, but more of it is worship. He had absolute confidence in his medical skills since he was a child. He thought he was a rare genius in traditional Chinese medicine. But today, after witnessing Qin Hao's extraordinary skills that could be called miraculous, he finally understood what it meant. There are always people better than you. Compared with others, my so-called talent is simply a joke. Want to learn? At this moment, Qin Hao's calm and emotionless voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Li Xian's whole body trembled violently. He raised his head and looked at Qin Hao in disbelief. I. His voice was trembling. Can't. Qin Hao shook his head slowly. Those 2 words were like 2 basins of ice-cold water, instantly extinguishing the fire of hope that had just ignited in Li Xian's heart. However, before he could completely despair, Qin Hao's voice, with a hint of playful laughter, sounded again. But if you can agree to one condition of mine, I might consider giving you a chance to sit in on the class. What conditions? Li Xian's eyes lit up instantly. Not to mention one condition. Even if it was 100 or 1,000. As long as he could learn the miraculous medical skills of this genius doctor. Even if he was asked to castrate himself on the spot. He wouldn't frown. It's very simple. A playful smile appeared on Qin Hao's lips. He stretched out his hand and pointed at his shoulder, which was still aching. He said it lightly in a matter-of-fact commanding tone. From now on, while my wife is pregnant, all the dirty work will be yours. Including but not limited to laundry, cooking, mopping, and become a free human punching bag for me. How about it? Will you pay this tuition fee? Chapter 45 Labor. Xiao Wanqiu was sent to the hospital. Will you pay this tuition fee? Qin Hao's voice, tinged with a hint of playfulness and joking, slowly echoed in the quiet carriage. When Li Xian heard about this unequal treaty that could be described as humiliating and detrimental to the country, he was not angry at all. Instead, he felt as if he had won a 5 million lottery ticket. His face was filled with extreme ecstasy that overturned his worldview. Joke. Being able to follow a living miracle doctor, serve tea, water, wash clothes, cook, and even be a human sandbag. What an honor. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that many children from traditional Chinese medicine families have fought hard to get. He actually got it so easily today? This is even more fantastic than pie falling from the sky. Pay it. I'll pay it. He nodded without thinking, fearing that Qin Hao would regret it the next second. Don't even think of me being a sandbag. Miracle doctor. From now on, even if you want the moon in the sky, I'll find a way to pick it down for you. Time flies, and 7 months have passed quietly. During these 7 months, the entire Tianhai city has undergone earth-shaking changes. The Lin Group, once a multi-billion-dollar business empire, has completely become a thing of the past and was forcibly acquired by a mysterious company called Future Technology. The chairman of Future Technology, the mysterious young man Qin Hao who rose like a comet, also became the uncrowned king of the entire Tianhai business community with his domineering attitude. His name became taboo. A terrifying legend that is enough to make all those who once looked down on him and laughed at him shudder. However, as the instigator of all this, Qin Hao seemed to have disappeared from the world and never appeared in any public place again. He turned down all social engagements and interviews and handed over all company affairs to Lu Yu and the newly recruited team of professional managers. He himself became a complete house husband. He makes delicious food for his little wife in different ways every day, takes walks with her, listens to music and does prenatal education for her, and spoils her into a happy little princess who never has to do any housework. Xiao Wanxiu's belly grew bigger day by day. That already stunningly beautiful face was given an even more holy and gentle charm because of the radiance of motherhood, making it incredibly beautiful. It was a sunny day and the years were peaceful. Qin Hao was holding Xiao Wanxiu's hand as usual, walking in the huge sky garden of Tianhai No. 1. Suddenly, Xiao Wanxiu frowned slightly and her steps stopped abruptly. "What's wrong?" Qin Hao's heart tightened instantly, and he asked nervously. My stomach." Xiao Wanxiu's pretty face turned pale in an instant. She stretched out her hand and tightly grasped Qin Hao's arm, her voice trembling. "Okay, it seems like I'm about to give birth." Boom! These two words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Qin Hao hard on the top of his head. He was completely dumbfounded. He felt his brain go blank with a buzzing sound. Although he had systematically learned all the knowledge about pregnancy and childbirth in these 7 months, he had even practiced how to bathe a newborn and how to change diapers on models no less than 100 times. But when this moment really came, he inevitably panicked. Don't be afraid." His voice was trembling, and he frantically pulled out his phone. I'll do it right away." "Call an ambulance right away." "No need." Although Xiao Wanxiu's forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat from the pain, she was much more clear-headed than Qin Hao. We have our own medical team. You should call Director Lu quickly." "Yes. Medical team." Qin Hao suddenly came to his senses. He slapped his forehead. "I am really worried and confused." He quickly dialed the number of his personal doctor, which he knew by heart. "Director Lu. I'm Qin Hao." His voice was filled with unprecedented anxiety and panic. "My wife, she's about to give birth." 10 minutes later, a completely black medical rescue helicopter with a striking United Family logo printed on the top roared in. Landed steadily on the top helipad of Tianhai No. 1. Director Lu Peiqi, who had been waiting for a long time, and her medical team composed of the best obstetricians and gynecologists in Xia country rushed down from the plane like a gust of wind. They lifted Xiao Wanxiu onto the stretcher that had been prepared in advance as quickly as possible, and then sent her onto the plane as quickly as possible. The whole process was smooth and professional to the extreme. Qin Hao followed beside her like a headless fly, at a loss as to what to do. Apart from shouting, "Don't be afraid, honey," he couldn't help at all. "Mr. Qin, calm down." Director Lu Peiqi looked at his pitiful and bewildered appearance and comforted him with a somewhat amusing and helpless look. "Mrs. Qin's indicators are all normal. This is just normal labor pain before delivery. There is still some time before the actual birth. All you have to do now is stay calm and trust our professional team." Okay. Qin Hao took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew that what Director Lu said was right, but when he thought of his wife suffering such heart-wrenching pain, his heart ached. He wished that the person suffering on the stretcher was himself. The plane soon arrived at the United Family Hospital. Xiao Wanxiu was immediately sent to the top-level VIP delivery room that had been prepared for her. Qin Hao stood at the door of the delivery room like a statue waiting for his wife, fidgeting and pacing back and forth. Time passes by every second. For Qin Hao outside the delivery room, every second felt like a century. For the first time, he felt what real suffering was. Just then, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Wang Hao, Lu Yu, Zhao Ming, Su Mushui, Li Chunfeng, Li Shen, and even Gao Chang, the fishing king who has completely become Qin Hao's #1 fanboy. All those who were close to Qin Hao rushed over as soon as they received the news. "Brother Hao. How's my sister-in-law?" Wang Hao was the first to rush up and asked anxiously. "Still inside. Xin Hao's voice was extremely hoarse. Sumu Xue couldn't help feeling distressed when she saw his pitiful and distraught appearance. She stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and said softly, "Don't worry, Wanxiu is a lucky person, she will be fine." Xin Hao nodded, but his furrowed brows still did not relax at all. On the other side, Li Chunfeng pulled his grandson Li Xian to an empty corner. "Xianer," he whispered in an extremely serious tone, "you must do this right now. Go and get me that 9 revolutions life-sustaining pill that I have hidden away in my safe. Remember, be quick." Li Xian was shocked when he heard this. "Grandpa. That's our Li family's treasure. It's the life-saving elixir you used to prolong your life. And you just gave it away like that?" "Nonsense." Li Chunfeng glared. "Dr. Qin's wife is going to give birth. This is a huge deal. What if something happens? Not to mention a broken pill. Even if we give up our entire Li family, it won't be enough. You little bastard, you know nothing. Hurry up and go." "Yes. Grandpa." Just as everyone was waiting anxiously. Wow! A clear and loud baby cry came from the delivery room without any warning. That voice was full of the power of life. It was like a ray of hope that cut through the darkness. It instantly lit up the hearts of everyone present. Given? Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly. Xin Hao's body trembled violently. Without even thinking, he jumped up from the chair and rushed to the delivery room like a gust of wind. But he was stopped by Director Lu Peiqi, who just walked out. "Mr. Qin, don't be anxious." Director Lu had a relieved smile on his face. She took off her mask and announced loudly to Xin Hao and everyone present in a voice full of joy and shock. "Congratulations, Mr. Qin. Mother and child are safe." And there was a hint of subversive ecstasy in her voice that even she couldn't believe. Not one. Not two either. But Dragon and Phoenix triplets. Boom. These 5 words were like 10,000 atomic bombs exploding in the corridor. Everyone present was like being petrified and stood still in a daze. Their faces were filled with extreme shock that overturned their worldview. There was only one common thought left in their minds. What the hell? 3 triplets? They're fucking twins? Brother, how Dr. Qin Master Boss, isn't he fucking awesome? And the culprit of all this is the man who has just been promoted to the father of 3 children. When he heard this great news that would drive any normal man crazy, there was no trace of emotion on his face. He just looked at Director Lu Peiqi quietly and asked word by word in a voice that was calm and somewhat scary. "Director Lu. I'm only asking once. My wife. Is she okay?" Chapter 46 Dragon and Phoenix Triplets. Big surprise. "My wife, is she okay?" Xin Hao's voice, which was calm yet somewhat terrifying, suddenly rang out in the noisy corridor. Moment. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. All those who were still immersed in the great news of Dragon and Phoenix triplets were suddenly awakened from their dreams. They all turned their eyes to the man who had only cared about his wife from beginning to end. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented, complex emotions. There is emotion and admiration, but more importantly, envious. Xiao Wanxiu was lucky to marry such a wonderful man who cherished her like a treasure. It's like he saved the entire galaxy in his previous life. And as the object of questioning, Director Lu Peiqi was stunned at first. Then a smile of relief appeared on his face. She has been an obstetrician and gynecologist all her life. I have seen too many so-called husbands who only care about their children but are indifferent to their wives. A man like Qin Hao who puts his wife's safety first. It was the first time she saw it. "Mr. Qin, don't worry." Her voice was filled with endless admiration and emotion. "Mrs. Qin, she's fine. Although giving birth to 3 babies consumed a lot of physical energy. But because you previously used the Koi King to condition her body, her physical foundation was so good. So all her vital signs are very stable. Now, I just fell asleep because I was too tired. You can go in and see her once the anesthesia wears off." I heard what Director Lu said. Qin Hao's heart, which had been hanging in his throat since the beginning, finally fell back into his stomach with a bang. An indescribable feeling of ecstasy and fear. He was completely submerged in an instant. His body shook violently. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Xin Gang next to him was quick-witted and supported him. Boss. Xin Hao waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He just felt like all the strength in his body had been drained away. He slowly leaned against the cold wall, breathing heavily. The pitiful and exhausted look made Su Mushua beside him feel distressed again. She walked over, took out a tissue from her bag, and gently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. She comforted him softly, "It's okay, it's okay. Mother and child are safe, that's great news. You should be happy." "Yeah, Brother Hao." Wang Hao also came over and said excitedly, "Triplets. A boy and a girl. Holy crap. You're so awesome. This blessing is simply incredible." Yeah. Zhao Ming also joined in the fun. "Brother Hao, that's really not nice of you. For such a big happy event, shouldn't you treat us to a wedding banquet?" "That's right." Gao Chang and Li Xian also joined in the fun. "Master Miracle Doctor. You're going to bleed profusely." Listening to the brothers' jokes full of sincere blessings, Xin Hao's mood finally calmed down slowly. That familiar sunny smile appeared on his face again. "Please. You must." He waved his hand with great pride. "Wait until my wife is discharged from the hospital. I'll set up 100 tables at the top-notch Grand Hyatt House in Tianhai City. Please drink to the full moon wine." Good. Just when everyone was immersed in the great joy of having a baby boy. Squeak. The door of the delivery room was slowly pushed open again. Several nurses in sterile suits carefully pushed out 3 baby incubators full of futuristic technology. Moment. Everyone's attention was attracted by the cute little figures in the 3 incubators. There were 3 exquisite and lovely little babies, as delicate as porcelain dolls, lying quietly in soft swaddling clothes and sleeping soundly. They are really too small. It was so small that it was only as big as Qin Hao's palm. Their skin was still red and wrinkled. Like 3 cute little old men. But that amazing appearance that inherited all the advantages of Qin Hao and Xiao Wanqiu has already taken shape. The long eyelashes are like 2 small fans. A high, small nose. A pink cherry mouth. It's so cute that it can melt people's hearts. Oh my god. This is so cute. Su Mushue was the first one who couldn't help but let out a crazy exclamation. There were almost little stars in her eyes. And Wang Hao's other big men all breathed softly at the same time. I was afraid that if I wasn't careful, I would disturb these 3 lovely little angels. And as the biological father of the children, the moment Qin Hao saw them, his already soft heart was completely filled with an unprecedented, huge sense of happiness and responsibility. This is his child. He is the bloodline continuation of Qin Hao in this world. He slowly stretched out his hand. With trembling fingers, she gently touched the face of the little boy in the incubator, who looked the biggest and strongest. Soft, smooth and warm. It's like touching the most beautiful treasure in the world. And the little guy who was originally sleeping soundly seemed to feel his father's breath. He actually, slowly, opened his eyes. Those were a pair of beautiful eyes, just like his father's, as dark as ink and as deep as the sea. He looked at Qin Hao without crying or making a fuss. She just opened her toothless pink little mouth and showed him a bright smile as pure as an angel. Boom! Qin Hao felt that his whole heart was completely melted at this moment. He couldn't bear it anymore. This man is decisive in killing and remains calm even when facing a crisis. I shed tears of happiness once again. Just then, that familiar mechanical synthesized voice rang wildly in his mind again. Ding! 3 gods' bloodlines have been successfully detected and have descended into the world. The universe's strongest dad system is officially fully activated. To celebrate this great historic moment, specially giving the host an epic super gift package. Gift Pack Content 1, reward the host with 100% controlling stake in future technology. Note, this company is now managed by the system and its current market capitalization has exceeded 100 billion. Gift Pack Content 2, reward host, 100 billion cash. Gift Pack Content 3, activate the parent-child task system. Every time the host completes a task of intimate interaction with the babies, they will receive generous system rewards. For example, first time changing a baby's diaper, first time feeding a baby, first time putting a baby to sleep. Host, would you like to receive this great surprise immediately? Qin Hao looked at the 3 cute babies in front of him who were smiling at him like angels. Listening to the series of epic rewards in my mind, it was enough to drive any normal man crazy. A happy smile appeared on his face that came from the heart. He slowly stretched out his hand. He held all three of his sweethearts in his arms. Then he announced softly in a tone full of endless doting and domineering fatherly voice. My babies. Welcome to this beautiful world. From today on, you are the happiest people in the world, children. Because your father is Qin Hao. Yes, the strongest in the world. God. Chapter 47 Mother and Child Safety System Gift Pack. Host, would you like to claim this great surprise immediately? The system's emotionless mechanical synthesized voice slowly echoed in Qin Hao's mind. Qin Hao looked at the three little angels in his arms, who were as delicate as jade and so cute that it was almost unfair. He felt like his whole heart was about to melt completely. What is $1 trillion group? What hundreds of billions in cash? At this moment, everything becomes boring. None of them can compare to the three little ones in my arms, and one pure smile. Receive. He muttered quietly in his heart. Ding. Epic gift pack, successfully received. 100% of the controlling stake in future technology has been automatically transferred to the host. 100 billion in cash has been automatically deposited into your secret Swiss bank account. The parent-child missions system has officially opened. I hope the host will soon become a qualified, the strongest dad in the universe. Listening to the series of incredible reward prompt sounds in my mind. There was no trace of emotion on Qin Hao's face. He simply lowered his head and glanced at the three cute little guys in his arms one by one with his gentle eyes filled with endless doting. From now on, you are daddy's most precious treasures. Half an hour later. Xiao Wanqiu slowly woke up from the anesthesia. She slowly opened her slightly tired but still beautiful and breathtakingly clear eyes. The first thing she saw was the familiar figure sitting beside her bed, peeling an apple with a nervous look on his face. Qin Hao. Her voice was still a little weak. Wife. Are you awake? When Qin Hao heard her voice, his whole body trembled violently. Without a second thought, he just threw away the apple that was almost peeled in his hand. He grabbed her cold little hand, his eyes filled with fear and heartache. How do you feel? Are you feeling unwell? Hurry. Director Liu. My wife is awake. Seeing his nervous and fussy look, Xiao Wanqiu burst into laughter again. I'm fine. She shook her head. Although her voice was weak, it was filled with an unprecedented tenderness and motherhood. Where are our children? It's there. Qin Hao quickly turned sideways so that she could see the three baby incubators placed side by side not far away. Xiao Wanqiu looked in the direction of his finger. When she saw the three cute little angels sleeping soundly. In an instant, a layer of moving moisture filled her beautiful eyes, which were already as gentle as water. A wonderful feeling of blood connection instantly overwhelmed her completely. This is the little baby she fought so hard to give birth to? They. Her voice was trembling. Very healthy and very cute. Qin Hao's face also showed a happy smile from the heart. The doctor said, it's triplets. 2 brothers and a sister. Thank you for your hard work, wife. He lowered his head and gently placed a tender kiss filled with endless love on Xiao Wanqiu's smooth forehead. Xiao Wanqiu felt the warm, familiar breath coming from her forehead. Listening to the gentle and magnetic words in my ears. She felt all the grievances and pain she had endured in the past few months. At this moment, everything disappeared. It's all worth it. Just as both of them were immersed in the great joy of becoming parents for the first time. Boom boom boom. There was a quick knock on the door. Then Wang Hao's loud voice came from outside the door. Brother Hao. Sister-in-law. Can we come in and see our nephew and niece? Xiao Wanqiu's pretty face blushed slightly. Qin Hao shook his head, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. Come in. The door was pushed open. Wang Hao, Lu Yu, Zhao Ming, Su Muxue. A huge crowd of people rushed in. They were holding various gifts of different sizes in their hands. They all had bright smiles on their faces that were filled with sincere blessings. Sister-in-law. Congratulations. Wang Hao was the first to rush up and handed a huge pure gold longevity lock to Xiao Wanqiu. This is what the 3 of us brothers in the dorm pooled our money to buy for our nephews. It's a small token of our appreciation, not a compliment. Thanks. Xiao Wanqiu looked at the big golden lock that must have weighed at least half a pound and felt a bit amused and helpless. Wanqiu, congratulations. Su Muxue followed closely and placed a beautifully wrapped gift box on the bedside table. This is top-notch maternity and baby products I specially ordered from France for you and your babies. Don't be polite with me. And me. And me. Li Chunfeng also squeezed up and opened an antique sandalwood box. Lying quietly inside was a magical pill the size of a longan, emitting a refreshing medicinal fragrance. It is the treasure that he is proud of. 9-turn life extending pill. Dr. Qin. Madam Qin. He looked pained, but he had to force an impassioned expression and spoke. This pill has the miraculous effect of strengthening the body and prolonging life. Mrs. Qin must be very weak after giving birth. If you eat this, I guarantee you'll be able to walk full-blooded within 3 days. Looking at the mountain of valuable gifts in front of me. And the smiling faces of friends filled with sincere blessings. Xiao Wanqiu's eyes couldn't help but turn red again. An unprecedented warmth and touching feeling instantly surrounded her completely. Is this what it feels like to be friends? Very nice. The crowd became lively again. He left tactfully. They know that what summer and late autumn need most now is quiet rest. Soon, Xinhao and Xiao Wanqiu were the only ones left in the ward. And those 3 cute little angels who were still there, sleeping soundly. Xinhao. Xiao Wanqiu suddenly pulled the corner of Xinhao's clothes and said softly. Shall we pick names for the babies? Okay. Xinhao's eyes lit up instantly. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. He cleared his throat and said smugly, I've thought of it a long time ago. The eldest brother is Qin Shi Huang. How do you say that, isn't it domineering? The second oldest brother is also called Qin Tianzhu. Isn't that impressive? If the third child is a younger sister, let's call her Qin Luofu. Doesn't that sound good? Xiao Wanqiu, listening to his outrageous words, one after another, 3 black lines instantly appeared on his forehead. She rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Are you serious? Ahem. Xinhao knew that he had let himself go a little too much, so he coughed twice and said quickly, it was just a joke. Actually, I've thought of a few serious ones. He pondered for a moment and then looked at Xiao Wanqiu with a look full of tenderness and affection, and spoke word by word. The boss's name is Qin Jinyan. The second one is called Yi Jinyan. The third child is called In Jinyan. Xinian, Jinyan. You know my heart and my thoughts, and I love you deeply. I also hope that they can be well-educated, well-mannered, grateful, and miss me throughout their lives. What do you think? Summer, late autumn, and I listened to these 3 names which were full of poetry and affection. Feeling the man's deep and unbreakable love for herself contained between the lines. Her eyes, once again, uncontrollably, became red. She didn't say anything. She just reached out and held his big hand tightly. Then he nodded with all his strength. The sun is shining outside the window. The years are quiet and good. Having you in this life is enough. Just as both of them were immersed in this warm and beautiful atmosphere. Boom, boom, boom. There was another untimely knock on the door. Xinhao frowned slightly. Who is it? So tactless? He said impatiently, come in. The door was pushed open. A middle-aged man wearing a designer suit, but with an extremely pale face and eyes filled with endless fear and humility, walked in. It is the current head of the Xia family. Xia Guodong. And behind him, there was Xia Wei, who looked reluctant. They saw Xiao Wanqiu lying on the hospital bed with a rosy complexion, appearing to have recovered quite well. And the 3 cute little angels next to them. There was a flash of extremely complicated emotions in their eyes. There was shock and jealousy, but more of it was fear. Late autumn. Xia Guodong forced a flattering smile on his face, which was uglier than crying. Dad heard that you gave birth. I specially came to see you. However, before he could finish his words, Xinhao's cold voice, devoid of any emotion, had already sounded. Who let you in? Get out. Chapter 48 Rewarding Channing Group, Shocking Tianhai City. Get out. Xinhao's cold voice, devoid of any emotion, suddenly rang out in the warm ward. Like a basin of ice water at -30 degrees Celsius. In an instant, the glimmer of luck and hope that had just ignited in Xia Guodong and Xiao Wei was extinguished. The flattering smile on Xia Guodong's face froze instantly. His elegant face, which was already as pale as paper, lost all its color at this moment. A cold chill of humiliation rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. After all, he is the current head of the Xiao family. He is Xiao Wanqiu's biological father. Today he has put aside all his face and dignity and taken the initiative to show goodwill. But he never dreamed of it. This wild boy came out of nowhere. How dare you disrespect him like this? Telling him to get out in front of his daughter? You. A surge of rage instantly rose from the bottom of his heart. He was about to explode. Next to him, Xiao Wei, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly pulled at the corner of his clothes. Then, with a mosquito-like voice filled with endless fear, he whispered a warning in his ear. Dad, don't be impulsive. He's the one who crippled Lin Tianyu and forced Lin Jiangwo to kneel in public. What a devil. Boom. The word devil is like an invisible hammer. It hit Xia Guodong's heart hard. In an instant, all the anger that had just ignited in him was shattered to pieces. Only then did he wake up from his dream. Only then did he remember. What kind of terrifying existence is this seemingly harmless young man in front of me? A cold fear instantly overwhelmed him completely. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Mr. Qin. His voice was trembling and he forced a flattering smile on his face that was uglier than crying. You, don't misunderstand. We have no ill intentions. We just want to come and see Wanqiu and the child. Look. Xin Hao's mouth curled up in a cold arc. He stood up slowly. Walked step by step to Xia Guodong. He was looked down upon as if he were an ant that could be crushed at will. Where were you when my wife was pregnant? You guys forced my wife to be with a loser. Where were you during the marriage? Now that the baby is born, you guys know to come over and see it? Xia Guodong, don't you think it's a bit too late? Xia Guodong's face turned paler with every word Xin Hao spoke. In the end, his old face, which had already lost its color, had turned as white as a piece of paper. He opened his mouth, but found that his throat was blocked as if by a red-hot iron. I can't say a word. It could only make a desperate wail like a ho-ho sound like an old bellows. And the other side. On the hospital bed. Xiao Wanqiu watched the dramatic scene in front of her. Looking at her father and brother who used to act domineeringly and arrogantly in front of her. But at this moment, they were like two pugs wagging their tails and begging for mercy, not daring to breathe in front of their men. Xiaohu Bot protects files from piracy. When looking for books or robots, choose Xiaohu. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into any traps. She didn't feel the slightest bit of pleasure in her heart. There is only a strong and unbreakable sadness. This is her family. A group of cold-blooded animals who only care about interests and not family affection. Xin Hao. She spoke slowly, her voice a little tired. Let them go. I don't want to see them again. When Xin Hao heard his wife's words, the cold murderous intent in his eyes faded a little. He nodded. Then he turned around and coldly spat out a word to the father and son who were completely frightened. Roll. Xia Guodong and Xiao Weiru were pardoned. They rolled and crawled to escape out the door. However, before they could take 2 steps, Xin Hao's cold voice, devoid of any emotion, sounded again behind them. Etc. The 2 men's bodies suddenly stiffened. They turned slowly. His face was filled with endless fear. Mr. Qin. Xia Guodong's voice was trembling. Do you have any other instructions? Nothing. A playful smile appeared on Xin Hao's lips. He pointed to the mountain of valuable gifts at the door. He said it calmly in a matter-of-fact tone. Since I'm here, you can't come empty-handed, right? Look, aren't you going to give me some red envelopes for the newborn? Xia Guodong and Xiao Wei were both dumbfounded. They never dreamed of it. This terrifying man who looked like a demon would actually come with them at this time. Want a red envelope? This. The style of painting changed too quickly, didn't it? How? Xin Hao frowned slightly. Don't want to? Yes. Xia Guodong was so frightened that he trembled all over and nodded quickly. Joke. Compared to money, life is of course more important. Without even thinking, he pulled out a blank checkbook from his Hermes wallet. With a stroke of the pen, he just filled in a scary number on it, 6 followed by 7 zeros. 60 million. This was almost all of his personal savings. With trembling hands, he respectfully handed the thin but heavy check to Qin Hao. Mr. Qin. His voice was filled with endless pain and humiliation. This is a little gift from me, as a grandfather, to the children. Please accept it. However, Qin Hao was too lazy to even take a look. He just shook his head slowly. Then, in the horrified eyes of Xia Guodong and Xia Wei, as if they had seen a ghost, he uttered a few words slowly. The voice was calm yet domineering. It is full of an extreme crushing that treats money as dirt. Mr. Xia, you may have misunderstood. I'm not asking you for money. I just simply want to tell you something. That is. He stretched out his finger and pointed outside the window at the vast Tianhai city. The corner of his mouth curled up into a domineering smile that looked down on the world. From today on, this hospital, this building, even this whole city, they all have the surname Qin. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, it was as if 10,000 atomic bombs exploded in the minds of Xia Guodong and Xia Wei. They were completely dumbfounded. They stared at Qin Hao as if he was a madman who escaped from a mental hospital. Is this kid crazy? Does he know what he is talking about? Make the entire Tianhai city have the surname Qin? Who does he think he is? The king of heaven? However, before they could recover from the huge shock that overturned their worldview, on the extra-large LCD TV in the ward, the midday news in Tianhai City was suddenly interrupted by an urgent news item. Latest news from our station. Just now, an epic earthquake occurred in our city's business community. A mysterious company called Future Technology has completed its full acquisition of hundreds of listed companies in our city, including Lin's Real Estate, Evergrande Group, and Vank Group, with lightning speed in just 3 days. The amount of funds involved has exceeded 100 billion. It can be said to be the largest commercial merger and acquisition case since the founding of Xia State. According to our reporter, this is top-secret information obtained from an internal source. This mysterious chairman who single-handedly created this multi-billion-dollar business empire is a 20-year-old native of Tianhai City. Legendary prodigy. The news footage ends here. But what was left for Xia Guodong and Xia Wei was an endless shock that was enough to crush their souls into dust. Hundreds of billions. Business empire? 20-year-old. A legendary prodigy? Gudong. Xia Guodong swallowed hard. He turned his head slowly and slowly. He asked word by word in a trembling voice filled with endless fear and despair. Mr. Qin. That person mentioned in the news. Could it be, you? Chapter 49 Baby's name. Could it be, you? Xia Guodong's trembling voice, filled with endless fear and despair, slowly echoed in the silent ward. The whole world seemed to be quiet at this moment. Qin Hao looked at the so-called father-in-law in front of him who was completely frightened by him. There was no trace of emotion on his face. He didn't even bother to answer the stupid question. He just slowly stretched out his finger and pointed in the direction of the door. Then he uttered a word lightly. Roll. Xia Guodong and Xia Wei, father and son, were pardoned. They rushed out of the ward, rolling and crawling. They looked so miserable and terrified, as if some prehistoric monster was chasing them. Following the embarrassing exit of the 2 uninvited guests, the ward regained its previous warmth and tranquility. Xiao Wanqiu looked at the 2 people who were fleeing like lost dogs. He looked at the mysterious man beside him who had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if he had just casually crushed 2 ants. Her little heart, which had already been shocked to the point of numbness, began to beat wildly again. Hundreds of billions. Business empire? How many earth-shattering secrets is this man still hiding from me? She opened her mouth to ask something. But she swallowed the words back when they came to her lips. Because she knows. No matter what his identity is. No matter how much money he has. He is the man who will stand up for you without hesitation and shield you from all wind and rain when you are most helpless and desperate. He's the fool who would make the whole world his enemy just for himself. He is the hero who will hug me and say softly, "Don't be afraid, honey, I'm back." That's enough. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth rose uncontrollably, forming a sweet and happy arc. She reached out and held his big hand tightly. She spoke softly in a little woman's tone, full of endless dependence and admiration. Husband. I'm hungry. Okay. Xinhao heard this name, which was enough to make any man's bones go weak. In an instant, all the unpleasantness just now was thrown out of the window. A bright smile from the heart appeared on his face. My dear wife, wait a moment. I will prepare the imperial meal for you right away. The next few days. Xinhao is completely transformed into an all-around dad who is good at everything. In addition to preparing delicious food for Xiao Wanqiu in different ways every day to nourish her body, the rest of the time was spent in the nursery. Learn how to change your baby's diapers. How to feed babies. How to get babies to sleep. Although there is the support of the system and the professional guidance of the top confinement nanny team, but he still learned it in a clumsy and awkward manner. I almost put the baby's diaper on my head several times. This caused Xiao Wanqiu and the confinement nannies beside her to burst into laughter. But he enjoyed it. Because every time he saw those three delicate little angels showing him that pure and brilliant smile, he will feel that everything he has paid for is worth it. This day, Xinhao had just finished feeding and burping the three little ones, getting ready to put them back in their crib. Xiao Wanqiu suddenly pulled at the corner of his clothes and spoke softly. Husband. Shouldn't we pick names for the babies? If we don't go to register our household registration in a few days, it might be too late. Name? Xinhao slapped his forehead when he heard this. Only then did he remember. I'm just busy being a dad. I actually forgot such an important thing. Don't worry, honey. He said seriously, leave it to me. I've already thought of some awesome, cool names for my son and daughter. As he spoke, he cleared his throat and announced with a proud look on his face. The eldest brother is called Qin Badian. Just by listening to him, he sounds like he's destined to dominate the world. The second oldest brother is Qin Outyin. This name carries an air of dominance, who dares to disobey. The third one is the younger sister, so let's call her Qin Ritian. This doesn't seem quite right. As Xiao Wanqiu listened to his names, which were more and more outrageous and immature, 3 black lines instantly appeared on her forehead. She rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. Are you serious? Ahem. Xinhao, knowing that he had let himself go a little too much, coughed twice and quickly said, it was just a joke. Actually, I've thought of a few serious ones. He pondered for a moment and then looked at Xiao Wanqiu with a look full of tenderness and affection, and spoke word by word. The boss's name is Qin Yi. The second one is called Qin Yan. The third one is my younger sister, so let's call her Qinan. One is to be wholeheartedly devoted for a lifetime. Nian means to keep thinking of each other without forgetting each other. And means peace and prosperity every year. A moment of peace. I long for peace all my life. This is my most sincere blessing to you and to them. What do you think? Xiao Wanqiu listened to these 3 names that were simple but full of endless affection and love. Feeling the man's deep, unbreakable vows to herself contained between the lines. Her eyes reddened uncontrollably again. She didn't speak. She just reached out and held his big hand tightly. Then he nodded with all his strength. The sun is shining outside the window. The years are quiet and good. Having you in this life is enough. Just as both of them were immersed in this warm and beautiful atmosphere. Boom, boom, boom. There was another rapid knock on the door. Xinhao frowned slightly. Who is it? Are you here to disturb our world of 2 again? He said impatiently, come in. The door was pushed open. A tech geek wearing a neat suit but with a red face filled with excitement rushed in like a gust of wind. It's Lu Yu. How, brother, how? His voice was filled with endless excitement and ecstasy. It's done. It's all done. The short video app Dolu that our company just developed. Just now, it officially went online. And the data just exploded. In just 1 hour, the number of downloads exceeded 10 million. The daily active users have even surpassed 5 million. We're going to publish it. Oh? Xinhao was also slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that it was just a small idea he mentioned casually. It was actually figured out by Lu Yu, a technical genius. And it became an instant hit? Well done. He nodded with satisfaction and praised generously. Brother Hao. This is all thanks to you. Luyu scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, if you hadn't proposed such advanced algorithm recommendation and big data concepts back then, I wouldn't have been able to create such an amazing product. Okay, stop flattering me. Xin Hao smiled. Now that the product is online, the subsequent operation and promotion must keep up. Do you have any ideas? Yes. Luyu's eyes lit up instantly. He took out a plan that had been prepared long ago from his pocket and handed it to Xin Hao. Brother Hao. Look. His voice was filled with endless excitement and fanaticism. I'm going to strike while the iron is hot. I'm going to launch the largest influencer incubation program on the entire internet. We're spending money. We're spending traffic. To create a group of our own top internet celebrities in the shortest possible time. And then use their fan influence to feed back to our platform. This will form a perfect business closed loop. Don't mention Kuaishou or Bilibili then. Even if it's from abroad, YouTube and Twitter. We'll also have to pin you to the ground and rub you repeatedly. Xin Hao listened to Luyu's grand blueprint full of ambition and imagination. A hint of approval flashed in his eyes. This Luyu is indeed a promising talent. Not only that, the technology is excellent. The same is true of his business acumen, which is terrifyingly sharp. That's a good idea. He nodded. But a playful smile played at the corner of his mouth. I don't think it's exciting enough. Ah? Luyu was stunned. Xin Hao didn't explain. He just slowly extended a finger. He said it lightly in a style that was full of extreme pretense and the domineering style of a CEO. I'll add one more for you. Just say. The first internet celebrity we want to promote on our Dolu platform. It's not someone else. That's me. I'm going to do a live broadcast. What's being broadcast? There was a glint of amusement in his eyes. Just live broadcast. Let's go fishing. Chapter 50 Clumsy and Gentle New Dad. Just live stream, fishing. Xin Hao's calm and Versailles-like voice slowly echoed in the silent ward. Luyu was completely dumbfounded after listening to this outrageous live broadcast content. He stared blankly at his boss's handsome profile, which was filled with a playful smile. I feel like my brain isn't enough. Live streaming. Fishing? How? You are not kidding, right? The most popular things in the live streaming circle now are either games, singing and dancing, or selling goods. You are the chairman of a business empire worth hundreds of billions. Don't broadcast high-end content like teach you how to make 100 million in 1 second or my boring life as a rich person. Going to live stream fishing? This kind of elderly activity that only old men in the park like to watch? This painting style is too fucking unique, right? How, brother, how? The corners of Luyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he asked cautiously and tentatively. Are you serious? Certainly. A mysterious smile appeared on Xin Hao's lips. Don't you think this makes the contrast more striking? And there was a playful glint in his eyes. Who told you that you can't do new things when fishing? Okay, that's settled. He waved his hand and spoke in an unquestionable, commanding tone. Go and stir up the heat for me now. I want to see at least 1 million simultaneous viewers when I go live tomorrow. Ah. When Luyu heard this, it was like Arabian Nights, and KPI staggered and almost fell to his knees. 1 million users online in one day? Brother Hao, you really don't treat money as money. But complaints are complaints. He dared not neglect his boss's orders in the slightest. Yes. Brother Hao. He nodded heavily, with a burning desire to fight in his eyes. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Solve the company's problems. Xin Hao once again devoted all his energy to the great cause of taking care of his wife and children. Especially after the parent-child task system was turned on. He even transformed into a complete task maniac. I don't change diapers for babies every day. On the way to feed the babies. Never get tired of it. Although every time, it was a mess and embarrassing. But every time he saw his 3 cute babies showing him that angelic and pure smile, he will feel that everything he has done is worth it. Xiao Wanxiu, on the other hand, lies in the top-level confinement suite every day. Enjoying top treatment like a queen. She doesn't have to do anything. You only need to be responsible for being beautiful. And watching her omnipotent rich husband clumsily learning how to be a qualified father every day. Then from time to time she would let out a sweet laugh like a silver bell. She felt like she was living in a fairy tale. The happiness seems unreal. This day, after going through so many difficulties, Jinhao finally succeeded in changing the diapers for all three little ones. He was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Completed the parent-child mission, first time changing a baby's diaper 3-3. Quest reward, God-level massage technique. Congratulations, host. You have instantly mastered all the massage techniques of the world. Your hands are the world's top-notch physiotherapy devices. God-level massage technique? Jinhao's eyes lit up instantly. This is good. He was worried that he had no new ways to please his wife. This is simply like giving someone a pillow when they are sleepy. He turned around and looked at the beautiful woman who was lying lazily on the bed and browsing her phone. There was a hint of a malicious smile on his face. Wife. He came over and spoke attentively like a pug wagging its tail. It's been a hard day. Are you tired? Would you like me to give you a massage to relax you? Massage? Xiao Wanqiu put down her phone and looked at him suspiciously. Can you? Of course I can. Jinhao patted his chest and assured, I'm a professional. Having said that, he gently turned Xiao Wanqiu over without saying anything. Let her lie on the soft big bed. Then, his pair of slender, perfectly defined hands gently rested on her shoulders, which were slightly stiff due to pregnancy and childbirth. Xiao Wanqiu's body trembled slightly. A strange tingling sensation instantly spread from his fingertips to her whole body. Right after, Jinhao's hands began to slowly move across her back with an extremely professional and mysterious rhythm. Sometimes gently rub and twist. Sometimes press hard and push hard. Every bit of strength is just right. Each acupuncture point is extremely precise. Xiao Wanqiu felt like a ball of marshmallow that was about to melt. It seems like it is floating above the clouds. Every pore on my body is dilated. Let out a pleasant moan. All the back pain and fatigue caused by childbirth disappeared at this moment. Instead, there is an unprecedented extreme relaxation and comfort. She was so comfortable that she almost fell asleep. How about it? Jinhao looked at her lazy and cute appearance like a kitten, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. My dear wife. Are you satisfied with your husband's massage? Xiao Wanqiu didn't say anything. She just turned around slowly. Those beautiful eyes, which were already as gentle as water, were now filled with a layer of moving moisture. She stretched out her two snow-white, lotus-like arms and gently hooked them around Jinhao's neck. Then she took the initiative to press her two delicate and tempting pink lips against it. Just when both of them were immersed in this warm and beautiful world of two and couldn't extricate themselves. Wow! Without any warning, a loud baby cry came from the crib next to him. It broke the beauty of the room. The two woke up as if from a dream. Xiao Wanqiu's pretty face turned red in an instant. She quickly pushed Jinhao away and escaped from his arms like a frightened little rabbit. Jinhao sighed helplessly. It seems that these three little guys came here to cause trouble on purpose. He stood up and walked over to the crib. He saw his eldest son Qinyi, whose diaper he had just changed. For some reason, Zhang was crying loudly. The little face turned purple. What's wrong? What's wrong? My little ancestor? Jinhao quickly picked him up and coaxed him with a distressed look on his face. Did you pee again? Or are you hungry? He checked it hurriedly and found that the diaper was dry. I tried the temperature of the bottle again and it was just right. But no matter how I coax him, the little guy just kept crying. Even the second and third children next to them started crying loudly. For a moment, the entire ward became a disaster zone filled with deafening demonic sounds. Jinhao was overwhelmed. He felt like he was about to collapse. Being a dad is so damn hard, isn't it? Just then, Aunt Wang, the experienced gold medal nanny, came up with a smile. She took the little baby from Jinhao's hand and shook it gently, even though the baby was still crying. Then she patted his little butt twice. A magical scene happened. The little guy who was crying so loudly just now stopped crying in an instant. And he yawned cutely. fell asleep with a satisfied look on his face. Qin Hao was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at An Wang's miraculous operation, his face filled with extreme shock that overturned his worldview. Auntie Wang. His voice was trembling. How did you do that? Hey, nothing. Aunt Wang smiled and said calmly, children are like this. Sometimes crying is not because of hunger or because you have peed. I just want a hug from an adult. Mr. Qin, you're a new dad, so it's normal that you don't understand. I'll just learn it slowly in the future. Qin Hao listened to Aunt Wang's words of wisdom and experience, which were full of wisdom from a veteran. Looking at the eldest son sleeping soundly in Aunt Wang's arms, he looked at his second son and third daughter who were crying breathlessly in his arms. A bitter, self-deprecating look appeared on his face. It seems that this is the upgrade path for me, the strongest dad in the universe. There is still a long way to go. Just when he was filled with emotion. Boom, boom, boom. There was a polite knock on the door. The door was pushed open. A middle-aged man wearing a neat suit but looking tired walked in. It was Zhou Hongfei, president of Sequoia Capital's Xiagua district. There was a flattering smile on his face. But deep in his eyes, there was a deep curiosity and exploration. He really wanted to know. The mysterious Mr. Qin who could learn his biggest business secrets with just one phone call. What kind of person is he? However, when he saw the heartwarming yet funny scene before him, he was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the young man who was holding a crying baby in one hand and a bottle in the other, frantically mixing milk powder. His face was filled with extreme shock that overturned his worldview. Please, excuse me. His voice was trembling. You are the one who wants to acquire our entire Sequoia capital. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin? Chapter 51 Chapter 51 The Xiao family's complex attitude. You are the one who wants to acquire our entire Sequoia capital. Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin? Zhou Hongfei's trembling voice, filled with extreme shock that subverted the worldview, slowly echoed in the warm yet noisy ward. He was completely dumbfounded. He never dreamed of it. The one who discovered his biggest business secret with just one phone call. Moreover, there is a mysterious boss who threatened to acquire the entire Xiagua district of Sequoia capital. It turned out to be this person in front of him, holding a baby in one hand and a bottle in the other, who looked even younger than his son. New dad? This is too fucking magical, right? Has this world gone crazy? And the other side. Qin Hao looked at the financial tycoon at the door who had been completely petrified. He looked at the two gold-eating beasts in his arms who were still crying loudly. An awkward smile appeared on his face. His glorious image as the strongest dad in the universe. It seems like a bit of a bad start. Ahem. He coughed twice and tried to save face. Mr. Zhou, right? I'm sorry to bother you. I'm sorry to bother you. The kids at home are a little noisy. How about you go to the reception room outside and wait for a while? Wait until I feed these two little ancestors. Shall we discuss the acquisition later? Oh. Zhou Hongfei woke up as if from a dream. He nodded quickly, his face full of flattered fear. Joke. The person in front of him is a mysterious existence that even he has to look up to. How could a small character like me be qualified to interfere in his family affairs? No hurry. He nodded and retreated with a flattering smile on his face. Mr. Qin, you go first. You go first. Children's affairs are the most important. I'll be waiting outside. Even until the end of time. After saying that, he quickly left the ward like a frightened rabbit and considerately closed the door. Zhou Hongfei was sent away. Qin Hao looked at the two little ancestors in his arms who were still crying breathlessly. Another headache. Just then, a gentle, delicate hand reached out from the side. He gently took the youngest daughter Qinan, who was crying the loudest, into his arms. It is late summer and late autumn. She had gotten out of bed without knowing when. There was a hint of distressed anger on her face. You. She gave Qin Hao a helpless look and said, I told you to use 45-degree warm water to mix milk powder. Why don't you listen? The water is too hot, of course the baby won't drink it. As she spoke, she skillfully held the crying little girl in her arms and rocked her gently. Qin Hao's heart was shaken again by the gentle look full of maternal radiance. The amazing thing is, the little devil who was crying loudly in Qin Hao's arms just now. As soon as I was in my mother's arms, I smelled that familiar warm scent. She stopped crying instantly. Like a hungry kitten, it keeps crawling into its mother's warm embrace. Qin Hao was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the warm yet heartbreaking scene before him. His face was filled with extreme shock that overturned his worldview. This is fucking double standard, isn't it? Could this be the legendary bloodline suppression? He felt that his dignity as a new dad had suffered 10,000 points of critical damage. Just when Qin Hao was immersed in self-doubt and couldn't extricate himself. Boom, boom, boom. At an inopportune moment, there was another knock on the door. Qin Hao frowned slightly. Who is it? Come again? Can't I be a good dad anymore? He said impatiently, come in. The door was pushed open. A white-haired old man dressed in a white tang suit walked in. He looked like an immortal, but his face showed a hint of uneasiness and awe. Following behind him were Xia Guodong, Wang Feng, and Xia Wei, a family of 3. But now, there was no longer any arrogance and domineering look on their faces. Instead, there is a kind of humility and fear that runs deep in the bones. They followed the old man with their heads down like 3 elementary school students who had done something wrong, not even daring to breathe. The person who came was none other than the Xia family's pillar of support. Xia Zhenghua. Xia Wanqiu was surprised to see that her grandfather had come in person. Her beautiful face, which was already a little pale, suddenly became even more bloodless. Her body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably. Grandpa, Grandpa. Her voice was filled with a fear that came from the bones. Obviously, this founding father who walked out of a sea of blood and corpses has accumulated prestige in her heart for a long time. Qin Hao frowned slightly when he saw this. He reached out and gently patted Xia Wanqiu on the back to reassure her. Then he slowly stood up. With those cold eyes without any emotion, he calmly faced the white-haired old man whose aura was so strong that it could suffocate ordinary people. Eye contact. It seemed as if invisible sparks were bursting out in the air. The entire ward was plunged into an unprecedented depressing atmosphere. For a long, long time. Xia Zhenggua's turbid old eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, slowly narrowed. A meaningful smile suddenly appeared on his old face, which was full of wrinkles from time. Ha, not bad. He spoke slowly, his voice old but full of energy, filled with the aura of a superior who was intimidating without even being angry. It is true that heroes emerge from youth. Our Xia family's Wanqiu has inherited her grandmother's good vision. His incoherent opening remarks left everyone present confused. Only Qin Hao. A playful smile played at the corner of his mouth. He knows. This old fox is testing me. It is also a way of showing goodwill to oneself. Thank you for the compliment, old sir. He smiled lightly without being humble or arrogant. Wanqiu is my wife. I should be nice to her. It has nothing to do with your Xia family. His words seemed polite. But the clear sense of alienation between the lines made Xia Guodong and his son behind Xia Zhenghua look even paler. However, Xia Zhenghua seemed not to hear the hidden meaning in his words. Still smiling, he said. You can't say that. Wanqiu, after all, has the blood of our Xia family flowing in your veins. This is a fact that no one can change. As he spoke, he slowly took out an antique sandalwood box from his arms. Open. Inside, lying quietly, lies an imperial green jade pendant that is crystal clear and emits a faint fluorescence. There is also a lifelike phoenix rising from the ashes carved on the jade pendant. You can tell it's priceless at first glance. This is my Xia family's heirloom. Xia Zhenghua handed the box to Qin Hao. Phoenix seeks phoenix. That's how I married Wanqiu's grandmother. I'll give it to you today. Just think of it as me, an old man, doing this for my 2 good-for-nothing sons and grandsons. I apologize to you. It can be regarded as my Xia family's approval of your marriage with Wanqiu. His words were flawless. It gave Qin Haoyan a lot of face. He then quietly brought Xia Wanqiu and Qin Hao back to the Xia family's camp. He's simply an old fox. However, Qin Hao was too lazy to even look at the priceless jade pendant. He just shook his head slowly. Then, under the gaze of everyone, their worldview was overturned. He slowly uttered a few words. The voice was calm yet domineering. It was filled with an extreme crushing feeling that the so-called Xia family was not even taken seriously. Agreed? My Qin Hao's marriage. Does it require your Xia family's approval? Are you worthy? Chapter 52 Full Moon Banquet, people from all walks of life gather. Are you worthy? Qin Hao's domineering voice, filled with extreme dominance and disdain, slowly echoed in the silent ward. Every word is like an invisible 10,000-ton hammer. It hit the hearts of everyone in the Xia family hard. Xia Jinghua, that old face that was already covered with wrinkles of time, instantly lost all its color at this moment. He stared at the extremely crazy young man in front of him. His turbid old eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip because of extreme anger and disbelief. He's Xia Jinghua. He made outstanding contributions throughout his military career. He single-handedly created the Xia family, a top wealthy family that has been passed down for 100 years. In the entire Xia kingdom, he is a leading figure who can cause an earthquake with just a stomp of his foot. When have you ever suffered such a great humiliation? He really wanted to have a fit. He really wanted to slap to death this ignorant kid in front of him. But he didn't dare. He thought of the horrific method this man used that was enough to turn the Lin family into ashes overnight. Just thinking about his mysterious background, that is enough to make the shadow organization tremble in fear. The raging rage in his heart was like being poured over his head by a basin of liquid nitrogen at -273 degrees Celsius. It went out in an instant. Only one cold feeling remained, deep into the bone marrow. Fear. He. Finally, his stiff old face forced out a miserable smile that was uglier than crying. Mr. Qin is right. Yes, I am a bit abrupt. My Xia family is indeed unworthy. Having said that, he stopped humiliating himself. He bowed deeply and respectfully to Qin Hao. Then he took his 3 unfilial descendants who were completely frightened. Like a group of defeated roosters, they fled in disgrace from this place of humiliation that they would never forget. Following the Xia family's embarrassing exit, this dramatic family turmoil has finally come to an end. The ward regained its previous warmth and tranquility. Xia Wanqiu looked at the backs of those people who were fleeing like dogs that had lost their homes. She looked at the domineering man beside her who had protected her from all the wind and rain from the beginning to the end. Her eyes couldn't help but turn red again. An unprecedented sense of security and happiness. She was completely overwhelmed in an instant. She knows. From today on, she, Xia Wanqiu, is no longer the rich daughter who is at the mercy of others. She is Qin Hao's wife. She is the happiest woman in the world. A month later, Tianhai City's top 7-star state banquet hotel. Grand Hyatt Residence. Today the place is decorated with lights and is heavily guarded. The entire hotel was booked by a mysterious big shot. The purpose is to hold an epic full moon banquet. At the hotel entrance, countless world-class limited edition luxury cars are pouring in like a swarm of fish. Rolls-Royce, Bentley and Maybach can only be regarded as entry-level means of transportation here. Truly qualified to park in the most core area. They are all top-notch cars such as Bugatti Veyron, Pagani Zonda, Silverby and Cobra, which only exist in legends. And the guests who walk down from these divine cars, each one is more powerful than the other. Tianhai City's new richest man, Lu Yu, the acting chairman of Future Technology. The godfather of Xiagua's investment community, Zhou Hongfei, the head of Sequoia Capital. Li Chunfeng, the honorary president of the Chinese Medicine Association and a leader in the field of traditional Chinese medicine in Xia country. Zhang Boyan, the chief imperial physician of the Jiangnan military region. Ma Donghua, the president of Tianhai University. Wu Cheng'an, the dean of the Academy of Arts. Even Xia Jinghua, the old man of the Xia family. He personally carried them on crutches, and his 3 unworthy descendants who had completely become quails came to congratulate him. For a moment, the entire Grand Hyatt is filled with bigwigs and stars. It covers almost all the top figures in the entire Xia country, including the business community, academia, medical community, and even the military. And for so many people who can cause an earthquake by stomping their feet, even the best people in the world would come from thousands of miles away to show their support. There is only one person. Qin Hao. Inside the banquet hall, Qin Hao was wearing a handmade white suit tailored by a top Italian designer. In her arms were 2 delicate little princes, also wearing white dresses. Next to him stood the stunning woman wearing the same white evening dress. Her figure had completely recovered and was even more hot and sexy than before. Summer to late autumn. In her arms, she also held a little princess wearing a pink princess dress who was as cute as an angel. A family of 5, handsome men and beautiful women, all with fairy-like looks. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he instantly became the focus of all the spotlights in the audience. Oh my god! Is this the legendary Mr. and Mrs. Chin? This is too damn good, a match made in heaven, right? And those 3 little babies. They're so adorable they melt my heart. I really want to go up and steal one to take home. Don't dream. You'll be punched away by that bodyguard with a glare like a knife before you even get close. Brother Hao. Sister-in-law. Wang Hao, Lu Yu, and Zhao Ming, dressed in suits and ties, walked over with wine glasses in hand. They all had bright smiles of pride on their faces. Congratulations! Wish our little nephew and niece a happy full moon. May they grow up healthily. Thanks. Qin Hao smiled and clinked glasses with them. How are you 3 doing? Good. That's great. Wang Hao became excited the moment he mentioned this. Brother Hao. You don't know. Ever since your last live fishing broadcast, our Dolu app is so popular it's almost reaching outer space. Daily active users have steadily exceeded 100 million. And your nickname Fishing God is well known online now. Countless capitalists are waving their money, trying to get you to advertise and endorse their products. I pushed them all. Yeah. Qin Hao nodded. Good push. I don't need that little money. Live streaming is purely for fun. By the way, he said to Lu Yu as if remembering something, how's that internet celebrity incubation plan I asked you to prepare going? Brother Hao. Don't worry. Lu Yu hurriedly reported excitedly, the first batch of 100 potential influencers has been screened. It will be officially launched next week. Very good. Qin Hao nodded with satisfaction. Just then, an old voice full of majesty and flattery sounded from the side. I hope you are well, Mr. Qin. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Xia Jinghua, the old man of the Xia family, walking slowly towards me with the help of a cane, surrounded by a group of Xia family members. His face was filled with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. With that passionate look, if you didn't know him, you would think he was Qin Hao's grandfather. Mr. Xia, you are here too. Qin Hao nodded lightly and greeted him indifferently. Hey! What's the point of calling me old Xia or not? You're too polite. Xia Jinghua quickly waved his hands and said kindly, if you don't mind, just call me grandpa like Wanqiu does. Or. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. You can even call me grandpa. As soon as he said this, everyone around who knew the inside story was dumbfounded. Fuck. This old fox is too shameless, isn't he? Before, I treated him like a monster and tried to avoid him. Now, as soon as they see someone become rich, they immediately rush over to become their relative? Isn't this too shameless? However, Qin Hao seemed not to hear the hidden meaning in his words. He just shook his head slowly. Then, everyone looked on in astonishment. He slowly uttered a few words. The voice was calm yet domineering. It was filled with an extreme crushing attitude, as if the so-called Xia family was not taken seriously at all. I'm afraid you'll shorten your life. The chrysanthemum-like smile on Xia Jinghua's face froze in an instant. He was completely dumbfounded. He never dreamed of it. This young man actually didn't give him any face. In front of so many important people. He was left speechless. It's too embarrassing. A surge of rage instantly rose from the bottom of his heart. He was about to explode. Grandfather. Xia Wanqiu on the side suddenly spoke. Her voice was still cold. But there is a sense of determination that has never been there before. I'm already married to Qin Hao. And she bore him a child. From now on, I am a member of his Qin family. It has nothing to do with your Xia family anymore. So. She raised her head, and her beautiful eyes, as clear as water, sparkled with an unstoppable determination. Please don't come here again and disturb our lives. May I? Chapter 53 Lin Tianyu's final crazy kidnapping. Please don't disturb our lives anymore. May I? Xiao Wanqiu's voice, still cold but with a hint of unprecedented firmness and determination, slowly echoed in the noisy banquet hall. Every word is like an invisible slap in the face. It slapped everyone in the Xia family hard in the face. It hurt so much. Xia Jing was already extremely stiff and old face completely lost all its color at this moment. He stared intently at the unfilial granddaughter in front of him who openly broke off ties with her entire family for a wild man. His pair of cloudy old eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip because of extreme anger and disbelief. He really wants to have a fit. He really wanted to slap this ungrateful evildoer to death in front of everyone. But he didn't dare. He thought of the terrifying man next to him who had a calm expression from beginning to end, as if he was watching a farce that had nothing to do with him. The raging rage in his heart was like being poured over his head by a basin of liquid nitrogen at -273 degrees Celsius. It went out in an instant. Only a chill that penetrated deep into the bone marrow remained. Fear. Okay. In the end, he managed to force out a miserable smile that was uglier than crying on his old face, which was full of wrinkles from time. He said okay 3 times in a row. Then he stopped humiliating himself. He turned around shakily on his crutches. Under the gazes of everyone filled with sympathy and schadenfreude. With his 3 unfilial descendants who had completely become quails. Like a group of defeated roosters, they fled in disgrace from this place of humiliation that they would never forget. Following the Xia family's embarrassing exit. This full moon banquet, which could be called the Century Class 1, finally came to an end in a joyful and peaceful atmosphere. Xin Hao held his 2 beloved sons who had already started yawning. Xiao Wanqiu held her baby daughter, who was also sleepy. The family of 5 was under the close protection of Qin Gang, who was like a guardian angel. And a group of big guys looked at him with envy and blessings. He got into the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom that had been waiting at the hotel entrance. Walk away. Inside the car. Xiao Wanqiu looked at the little angel sleeping soundly in her arms. Then she looked at the handsome man beside her who was teasing the other 2 little princes with a gentle look on his face. Her already stunningly beautiful face looked even more holy and moving under the soft light inside the car. Husband. She spoke slowly, her voice so soft, like a spring breeze blowing across her heart. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? Xin Hao smiled. Thank you, Xiao Wanqiu said, looking up. Her beautiful eyes, clear as water, were filled with a bright light called happiness. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Fool. Xin Hao reached out and rubbed her head lovingly. You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well? Oh right, he said, as if remembering something, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Was I handsome when I confronted your grandfather just now? Hate. Xiao Wanqiu's pretty face turned red and she gave him a coquettish look. But the slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed the sweetness in her heart that could not be concealed. Just when the 2 of them were immersed in this warm and beautiful world of 2 and were crazy about showing off their love. No one noticed. Behind them, the Rolls-Royce Phantom. A black Wuling Hongguan without any license plate is like a poisonous snake lurking in the darkness. Following silently and closely. In the driver's seat. A man wearing tattered sanitation worker's clothes but with eyes as fierce as a hungry wolf was holding the steering wheel with a ferocious look on his face. His face was covered with bloodshot streaks of madness and resentment. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cruel smile, like a devil from hell. He is not someone else. It was Lin Tianyu who was supposed to be lying dead in the hospital. He is not crazy. Not dead either. He was just waiting. Waiting for a perfect opportunity for him and Xin Hao to die together. And today, the opportunity finally came. Xin Hao. He looked at the valuable Rolls-Royce in front of him with eyes filled with morbid madness. You ruined everything for me. Today I will let you experience the feeling of losing all the people you love. I want you to watch with your own eyes as your wife and children die bit by bit right in front of you. Ha 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 ha. He let out a crazy laugh as shrill as an owl's. Then he stepped on the accelerator. That seemingly ordinary Wuling Hongguang. Surprisingly, it let out a terrifying beast-like roar that was totally inconsistent with its plain appearance. It has the craziest devilish modifications under the hood. It is equipped with a V12 super engine that is comparable to an F1 racing car. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying roar that was enough to tear the eardrums. The black magic car instantly turned into a black lightning. in a suicidal, terrifying gesture. He hit the rear of the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of him hard. Crashed into it. Boss. Be careful. In the driver's seat of a Rolls-Royce. Qin Gang's eyes, as sharp as an eagle, saw the crazy black shadow that flashed by in the rearview mirror. It shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. Without even thinking, he swerved the steering wheel. At the same time, he stepped on the brakes to the bottom. Squeak. Accompanied by a harsh sound of tire friction. The entire Rolls-Royce Phantom, weighing several tons, made an extremely exaggerated dragon-like tail movement. He narrowly avoided the fatal collision. Boom! The black magic car flew past the rear of the Rolls-Royce. It hit the roadside guardrail heavily. The entire front of the car instantly turned into a pile of scrap metal. And inside the car, because of the huge impact force, Lin Tianyu also hit his head on the steering wheel. He hit his head and was bleeding and fainted on the spot. Inside a Rolls-Royce. Xiao Wanxiu was frightened by this sudden and shocking turn of events. She held tightly in her arms her little daughter Qinan, who was also frightened and crying loudly. The body is shaking uncontrollably. Qin Hao immediately held his two sons tightly in his arms. At the same time, he used his body, which was as strong as a solid wall, to protect Xiao Wanxiu tightly under him. Don't be afraid. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss full of calming power on the forehead of his frightened little wife. I'm here. After saying this, he slowly raised his head. When his eyes passed through the broken car window and saw the completely scrapped Wuling Hongguang and the familiar figure with blood on his face in the driver's seat. In his eyes as deep as the sea, a raging rage that was enough to burn the entire world to ashes instantly ignited. Lin Tianyu. It's him. This lingering ghost, bastard. How dare you come here to seek death? And he even wants to drag his wife and children to be buried with him? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. A cold and terrifying murderous intent that was as tangible as a substance. It suddenly exploded from Qin Hao's body. Qin Gang. His voice was as cold as a death sentence from the netherworld. Seal off the scene. Bring that bastard to me alive. I'm going to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Yes. Boss. Qin Gang's voice, full of iron blood and loyalty, came from the driver's seat. He pushed open the car door and strode towards the Wuling Hongguang that was still emitting black smoke like a god of death from hell. But at this moment, mutation regeneration. Bang. 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 A burst of dense gunfire like frying beans. Without any warning, a sound came from the surrounding darkness. Countless bullets flashing with fire. Like the scythe of the god of death, it poured down madly towards Qin Gang and the Rolls-Royce that had already become a sitting duck. Boss. Be careful. There's an ambush. Qin Gang roared. He, with his cheetah-like agile body, suddenly rolled over. Narrowly avoided the deadly rain of bullets. Then he quickly hid behind the car body. And that Rolls-Royce Phantom is worth tens of millions. Although the car body and glass are made of the highest quality bulletproof materials. But it couldn't withstand the opponent's insane saturation attack. Soon it was beaten to pieces and sparks flew everywhere. The situation is extremely critical. At this critical moment, a loud and arrogant laugh filled with madness and triumph resounded through the entire night sky through the loudspeaker. Ha 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 ha. Qin Hao. You didn't expect that? I, Lin Tianyu, have a backup plan. Today is the day you die. Hundreds of masked gangsters wearing black combat uniforms and holding AK-47s slowly walked out from the darkness. Surround Qin Hao and the others. The black muzzle of the gun exudes a cold breath of death. The leader, an exceptionally burly, one-eyed man, was carrying a gun that was powerful enough to turn a main battle tank into scrap metal. RPG rocket launcher. The muzzle of the gun, filled with a breath of destruction, was locked firmly on the already shaky Rolls-Royce Phantom. Xiao Wanxiu looked at the horrific scene outside the window that was like hell. Look at that black muzzle of death. Her heart, which was already on the verge of collapse, was overwhelmed by complete despair at this moment. She held the child in her arms tightly and the man beside her, trembling all over and crying like rain. Qin Hao. Her voice was filled with endless fear and reluctance. Are we going to die here today? Chapter 54 Qin Hao's Raging Rage. Are we going to die here today? Xiao Wanxiu's trembling voice, filled with endless fear and despair, sounded faintly in this small space shrouded in the breath of death. She is not afraid of death. Real. Being able to marry Qin Hao, the man who gave her the whole world. To be able to give birth to 3 angelic and lovely babies for him. She has no regrets in her life. She just couldn't bear to do it. I can't bear to leave this happy little home that I have just built. She couldn't bear to leave this fool who loved her as much as his life. Die? Qin Hao listened to his little wife's farewell words filled with sadness and reluctance. He slowly raised his head. In those deep eyes that had already turned scarlet due to extreme anger. At this moment, it was completely swallowed up by an endless darkness that was enough to make the whole world tremble. A murderous intent that is 10,000 times more terrifying than before. It was like an ancient demon god that had been sleeping for billions of years suddenly awakened. It suddenly exploded from his body. Boom! The entire carriage of the Rolls-Royce Phantom let out a mournful buzzing sound as it could not bear the heavy burden because of this terrifying murderous intent. Wife. Qin Hao lowered his head. He stared at the beautiful face in his arms with the most gentle and affectionate eyes in his life. He reached out his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then he leaned over and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead filled with endless love. Don't be afraid. His voice was so gentle that it seemed like it could squeeze water out of it. I promise you. No one will die today. Apart from. He slowly raised his head. Those terrifying eyes that had been swallowed by endless darkness pierced through the bulletproof glass that was already riddled with holes. His eyes were fixed on the one-eyed man outside the car, who was laughing wildly with a smug look on his face, and the RPG rocket launcher on his shoulder that was full of destructive aura. Them. Before he finished speaking. Bang! A dull thud. That heavy car door made of the finest special alloy. Surprisingly, he kicked her out alive. Like a cannonball fired from a gun. Carrying a terrifying aura that could destroy the world. He smashed hard at the one-eyed man who was still shouting wildly. What? The arrogant smile on the one-eyed dragon's face froze instantly. His pupils suddenly contracted. He never dreamed of it. The other party actually dared to take the initiative to attack? Moreover, using such unreasonable and violent methods? He wants to hide. But it's too late. The alloy car door weighing hundreds of kilograms rapidly enlarged in his eyes. Boom! A terrifying noise that was enough to shatter a person's eardrums. The one-eyed man and the RPG rocket launcher on his shoulder that he hadn't had time to fire. In an instant, he was smashed into a pool of meat by the terrifying alloy car door that looked like a prehistoric monster. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. Shocking. The whole audience was dead silent. All the masked gangsters who were shooting crazily seemed to be cast under a petrification spell. Standing still. Their faces were filled with extreme fear that overturned their worldview. There was only one common thought left in their minds. Is this a fucking human? This is simply a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex crawling out of hell. However, before they could recover from this extreme shock, a ghostly black figure appeared silently in front of them. It's Qin Hao. There was no emotion on his face. There was only endless abyss in his eyes. Kill him. I don't know who was the first one to react and let out a hysterical roar of fear. Bang! 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 Moment! Hundreds of black AK-47 muzzles spew out angry tongues of fire again. Countless deadly bullets that are enough to tear an elephant into pieces in an instant. Like an impenetrable metal storm. He rushed madly towards the black figure standing there like a target. But what happened next? But it made the souls of all the masked bandits tremble. The black figure did not dodge or evade. Just standing there quietly. Let the rain of bullets hit him. Ding! 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 A burst of dense and crisp sounds like rain hitting banana leaves rang out. All the terrifying bullets that are powerful enough to penetrate steel plates. The moment it touched his body, it was as if they had hit an invisible wall of size. It was easily deflected? Even the thin black windbreaker he was wearing wasn't damaged at all? How the hell is this possible? The knife is invulnerable? This has completely exceeded the scope of cognition of ordinary people like them. This is simply not a power that humans can possess. This is God. It's a demon. Run. I don't know who was the first one to let out a shrill howl filled with endless despair. All the masked gangsters collapsed. They threw away their weapons and turned around to flee madly like a group of stray dogs that had seen a ghost. However, it was too late. I did. Shin Hao's emotionless, cold voice, like the sentence of death, sounded faintly behind them. None of you can leave today. Before he finished speaking, he moved. His figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. It turned into a black lightning that could not be captured by the naked eye. Like a tiger into a flock of sheep, he rushed into the group of bandits that had already been defeated. Ah! Puff! Crack! A series of hair-raising sounds of bones breaking and shrill howls filled the entire night sky. That's not a battle anymore. It was a one-sided massacre. A most bloody and cruel attack from gods on mortals. Every second, a living life falls down in wailing. Every second a sinful bloody flower blooms in the darkness. Inside the car, Xiao Wanqiu and three little babies who were so scared that they forgot to cry, staring blankly at the bloody scene outside the window that looked like the Azura hell. Look at the man who was strolling in the hail of bullets like the god of death who reaps lives. There was no fear in their eyes. There is only one absolute from the depths of the soul. Sense of security. Because they know. That devil-like man. Yes, their husbands. It's their father. The one who would protect them with his own life. A peerless hero. I don't know how long it took. The gunfire stopped. The howling also stopped. The whole world fell silent. Only the thick smell of blood remained in the air. Shin Hao slowly walked out from the sea of corpses and blood. There was not a speck of dust on his body. It was as if the bloody massacre just now had nothing to do with him. He slowly walked to the Wuling Hongguang that had been completely scrapped. Then he dragged the completely frightened Lin Tianyu out like a dead dog. Shin Hao. Lin Tianyu looked at the terrifying man in front of him who looked like a demon from hell. Feeling the terrifying murderous intent from him that was as tangible as a substance. His heart, which was already on the verge of collapse, was overwhelmed by complete despair at this moment. He fell to his knees with a thud. Like a pug wagging its tail and begging for mercy, it cowed out and begged for mercy like crazy. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please. Let me go. I won't do it again. Let you go? The corners of Shin Hao's mouth curled up in a cold and cruel arc. He slowly reached out and grabbed Lin Tianyu's throat. Pick him up with one hand. Then, under Lin Tianyu's gaze filled with endless fear and despair, he asked each word in a cold voice without any emotion, like the sentence of death. I'm asking you. Just now, it felt like holding a gun on my wife and child. Is it good? Chapter 55 single-handedly charging into the thieves' den. Is it good? Shin Hao's emotionless and cold voice, like the sentence of death, slowly echoed in the dead silence of Shura Hell. He grabbed Lin Tianyu's throat with one hand and lifted him up in the air. He looked at the peerless demon god in front of him who seemed to be walking out slowly from the nine-nether hell. Feeling the terrifying murderous intent emanating from him as if it were real. His heart, which was already on the verge of collapse, was at this moment overwhelmed by complete despair. I. His lips trembled and his eyes were empty. He wanted to beg for mercy but found that his throat was blocked as if by a red-hot iron. I can't say a word. It could only make a desperate wail of ho-ho like an old bellows. Shin Hao was too lazy to waste time with this piece of trash who was no different from a dead person in his eyes. He just slowly raised his other hand. Put your 5 fingers together to make a fist. A terrifying force that was strong enough to break stones and split rocks was gathering madly in his fist. He wants to twist this bastard's head off with his own hands. Shin Hao. Don't! At this moment, a clear female voice filled with anxiety and reluctance sounded from behind. It's late summer and late autumn. She got out of the completely scrapped Rolls-Royce holding the child. There was still a hint of paleness on her face, as if she had not yet recovered from her shock. But those beautiful eyes, as clear as water, were filled with a Madonna-like kindness and compassion. Forget it. There was a hint of pleading in her voice. He has received the punishment he deserved. Don't dirty your hands for someone like this again. After hearing this, the murderous intent on Xin Hao's body, which was enough to change the color of the heaven and earth, faded a little. He turned around slowly. Look at that silly woman who was still as kind as an angel even in a sea of blood and corpses. His eyes instantly became extremely gentle. He loosened his hand and threw the muddy Lin Tianyu in his hand to the ground like throwing away garbage. Then he walked step by step to Xiao Wanqiu. He reached out and hugged her and the three little angels who were still crying loudly in his arms. Good. His voice was so gentle that it seemed like it could squeeze water out of it. Listen to my wife. 10 minutes later. The shrill sound of sirens filled the night sky. Dozens of police cars with flashing red and blue lights came roaring. The crime scene, which looked like hell, was surrounded and no one could get in or out. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a neat police uniform and a square face with an intimidating look. It was the head of Tianhai Municipal Bureau, Zhao Donlai. He looked at the bloody scene in front of him that could be called a war movie level. Look at the broken limbs and bullet shells all over the ground. His calm face, which had been used to all kinds of big scenes, completely lost all its composure at this moment. A chill ran from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Crazy. It's crazy. Who on earth dares to be in the territory under his jurisdiction? Making such a big noise? This is simply a naked provocation to the supreme authority of him and the entire Xia police. Someone come. He roared with a voice like rolling thunder. Catch all the people alive here. I'd like to see. Which lawless lunatic is this? How dare you act wildly on my territory, Zhao Donlai? But before he could finish his words, a cold man in a black suit, emitting a strong aura that kept strangers away, walked out of the darkness. It's Qin Gang. He didn't say any unnecessary nonsense. He just handed a small black notebook to Zhao Donlai. Zhao Donlai took it doubtfully. When he saw the lifelike dragon badge made of pure gold on the notebook, and the line below it was filled with gold-plated characters that were enough to scare any Xia soldier to death. Xia Country Dragon Fawing Special Forces, the highest action team. His pupils suddenly contracted. His square face, which was already red with anger, instantly lost all color at this moment. A chill that was 10 times colder than before completely engulfed him in an instant. Dragon. Dragon Fong? That mysterious and powerful ace unit of Xia Country that only existed in legends and was directly responsible to the highest levels? He never dreamed of it. I actually met this great god here today. This leader. His voice was trembling and his face was trying to force out a flattering smile that was uglier than crying. You see, is there some misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. Qin Gang's voice was cold and heartless. We are carrying out a top-level classified mission. I now order you to take yours and everyone else and disappear from here immediately. And tell me everything you saw tonight and keep it to yourself. Otherwise. A terrifying murderous intent flashed in his eyes. You will suffer the consequences. Yes. Yes. Zhao Donlai was so frightened that he trembled all over and nodded quickly. Joke. Compared to this kind of fight between gods, he is just a nobody, a mere city bureau chief. Without even thinking, he roared at the group of his men behind him who were completely dumbfounded. What are you still standing there for? Team up. Following the police, he retreated in embarrassment. This thrilling life and death crisis finally came to a temporary end. Xin Hao comforted Xiao Wanqiu, who was already frightened out of her wits, and the 3 babies who were still crying loudly. Let them go home first in the spare bulletproof car driven by Qin Gang. He stayed behind alone. He slowly walked to the Wuling Hongguan that had been completely scrapped. Looking at Lin Tianyu, who was lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, there was no mercy in his eyes. There was only an icy coldness. Go ahead. He slowly squatted down and asked in a voice without any emotion. Who are these people? Where did you get these weapons? Lin Tianyu looked at the terrifying man in front of him who looked like a demon, feeling the terrifying murderous intent emanating from him as if it were real. His heart, which was already on the verge of collapse, was completely overwhelmed by despair at this moment. He knows. I'm completely screwed today. There is no chance of him turning the tables. He let out a laugh as mournful as that of a night owl. Xin Hao. You win. I admit defeat. But. There was a flash of resentful madness in his eyes. Don't be so proud. You killed me. There are thousands and thousands of me behind me. These people are from the Black Dragon Society. It's the largest underground organization in Sakura country. I used the last piece of land of our Lin family to trade for these weapons. If you have the guts, go to Sakura country and seek revenge on them. Ha 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 ha. Black Dragon Society? Shinhao frowned slightly when he heard this familiar yet unfamiliar name. The extraordinary memory brought by the god-level investment technique in his mind was instantly stimulated. A huge torrent of information poured into his brain. Black Dragon Society, the largest underworld organization in Sakura country. Its influence spans Southeast Asia. Its actions are erratic, ruthless, and devoid of humanity. It also appears to have intricate ties to an ancient financial group in Sakura country. Its current president, Yuichi Yamamoto, is an ambitious warmongerer who has been vainly trying to restore his ancestors' ugly dream of a greater East Asia prosperity sphere. Yamamoto Yuichi? A cold, playful smile appeared on Shinhao's lips. Looks like there's new fun to be had. Very good. He stood up slowly. He looked down at Lin Tianyu, who was still shouting wildly on the ground. It's like looking at a poor creature that is about to die. The information you provided is very valuable. So I decided. There was a flash of cold and cruel arc in his eyes. I'll give you a quick death. After saying this, he stopped talking nonsense. He raised his foot and dropped it hard. Crack. A crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Lin Tianyu's shrill howl came to an abrupt end. He looked like a tomato that had been stepped on. Completely, it turned into a pool of indescribable blood mosaic. Solved Lin Tianyu's last trouble. Shinhao did not go home immediately. He took out his cell phone and dialed an international satellite call. The call was connected quickly. A steady male voice full of iron and loyalty came from the other end. Palace Master. God General Xuanwu awaits your command. Xuanwu, Shinhao's voice was cold and heartless. I want you now, right now. Lead the Sky Punishment team to crush the Sakura country. I want the name Black Dragon Society to completely disappear from this world from today. I want that old dog Yamamoto Yuichi to kneel down and repent in front of my Xia Country Heroes monument for 3 days and 3 nights. Can you do that? Yes. Palace Master. Xuanwu roared from the other end of the line, filled with endless enthusiasm and fighting spirit. I guarantee to complete the mission. Those who offend me, Dragon Soul Palace. Even if they are far away, they will be punished. Hang up the phone. Shinhao finally let out a long breath. He raised his head and glanced at the eastern sky, which was beginning to turn pale. The murderous intent in his eyes finally faded away slowly. Instead, there was a deep fatigue. He just wanted to go home. Return to the warm harbor where his wife and children are. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave. But his footsteps suddenly stopped. His eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, were fixed on the pile of corpses of bandits not far away that were still emitting black smoke. An extremely tiny detail caught his attention. Chapter 56 The Grandmaster's power is overwhelming. An extremely tiny detail caught Shinhao's attention. I saw the pile of bandit corpses. There was a masked gangster with an extremely skinny, monkey-like figure. His death was completely different from others. The others either had their heads blown up by Shinhao's punch, or Shinhao broke his neck with a kick. The deaths were extremely tragic. Only this skinny monkey. There were no obvious injuries on his body. There was only a tiny pinhole-like blood hole on his temple. It was as if the brain was instantly pierced by some invisible weapon. Kill with one blow. Clean and neat. This is definitely not my method. Shinhao's pupils suddenly contracted. An icy chill instantly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Is there a mole? No, that's not right. Even scarier than a mole. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. Someone has been lurking in the shadows. Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Then at the most critical moment, he kills the witness to silence him. Who is this person? What is his purpose? There was a boom sound in Shinhao's mind as if something exploded. He figured it all out in an instant, all the connections that he hadn't figured out before. How could that loser Lin Tianyu get such sophisticated weapons? Why was he able to invite this great god from the Black Dragon Society? How could their actions be so precise as to avoid all police surveillance? Behind all this there must be a mastermind who is countless times more terrifying than Lin Tianyu and Yamamoto Yuichi. Controlling everything. And from the beginning to the end, Lin Tianyu was just the poor scapegoat who was pushed to the stage. What a good trick to kill with a borrowed knife. What a great move, killing two birds with one stone. This old fox hiding behind the scenes not only wants to use Lin Tianyu to get rid of himself. He also wanted to kill people and silence them at the last moment to cut off all clues. Put all the blame on the Black Dragon Society. What a deep scheming. What a vicious method. Interesting. The corners of Qin Hao's mouth curled up into a cold and bloodthirsty arc. It seems that the game is not over yet tonight. As he said this, he slowly closed his eyes. His super brain area that was comparable to a supercomputer was instantly stimulated to the extreme. Within a 1 kilometer radius. Every movement, even the sound of an ant crawling. At this moment, everything appeared clearly in his mind. Found it. Just less than 500 meters behind him was the rooftop of an abandoned, unfinished building. A ghostly ninja wearing a black tights was half kneeling there. He was also holding a black sniper crossbow with a strange shape in his hand. The crossbow arrow flashed with a cold blue light that was quenched with poison. Obviously, the skinny guy just now died at his hands. At this moment, his eyes, as cold as a poisonous snake, were fixed on Qin Hao's back through the crosshairs. It seems like he is about to pull the trigger in the next second. Oh. Qin Hao sneered. He didn't look back. There are no unnecessary movements. He just slowly stretched out his right hand. Index finger and middle finger, put together. Then he turned towards the unfinished building behind him. Just point your finger lightly in the air. The secret of Grandmaster Bajiquan. Hit the bull from a distance with a little force. Buzz. An invisible energy that is invisible to the naked eye. It instantly shot out from his fingertips. At a terrifying speed that exceeds the speed of sound. Tearing the air. He fiercely attacked the unlucky ninja who was still immersed in the pleasure of being a hunter. The rooftop of an unfinished building. The Sakura country jonin named Ghost. He licked his cracked lips with a smug look on his face. His eyes were filled with the excitement of a hunter. He is the top assassin in the Black Dragon Society. There were at least 80 politicians and business tycoons from various countries who died at his hands, if not 100. Never failed. In his opinion, the strength of the so-called Mr. Qin today was indeed a little beyond his expectations. But in the end, he was just a reckless man with courage but no strategy. In front of him, the king of the night. It's totally vulnerable. Just wait for the moment when he completely lets down his guard. I can kill him as easily as crushing an ant. Then take the billion-yuan commission from the employer. Leave in style. However, just as he had put his finger on the trigger and was about to deliver the fatal blow, an unprecedented crisis of death that was enough to make his soul tremble. It burst out from the bottom of his heart without any warning. What? His pupils suddenly contracted. He gave up the assassination without even thinking. He rolled over suddenly and tried to hide to the side. But it was too late. Puff. An extremely faint sound. That invisible terrifying energy has already arrived first. Pierced his heart precisely. Well. The ghost's body suddenly stiffened. He slowly lowered his head. He looked at his empty chest in disbelief. There wasn't even a scratch there. But he could feel it clearly. His heart had been shaken into a pool of flesh by an extremely domineering and terrifying force. Life is fading away rapidly. What kind of spell is this? He uttered the last few words of his life with difficulty. Then he rolled his eyes and fell straight back. There was an expression of extreme fear and disbelief on his face that overturned his worldview. Die with eyes open. Solved, this yellow bird hiding in the dark. Qin Hao finally let out a long breath. He took out his cell phone and took a look at the latest information just sent by Beehive. Target person, King. Real identity, Yamamoto Yuichi, the most capable and trusted henchman of the Black Dragon Society, and the leader of the four heavenly kings, Fumakotaro. Strength level, Tianren equivalent to the Grandmaster level of Xia Nation's ancient martial arts world. Current location, the abandoned Jiangnan shipyard in Tianhai City. Note, according to reliable intelligence, the hundreds of mercenaries kidnapped by Lin Tianyu are hiding here. So this is the den of thieves? The corners of Qin Hao's mouth curled up into a cold and bloodthirsty arc. Very good. It saves me from having to look for it again. I'll send you off tonight. After he finished speaking, he no longer hesitated. He slowly closed his eyes. He brought the terrifying aura of his Grandmaster-level Bajiquan to the extreme. Boom! A visible blood-red airwave exploded with him as the center, sweeping everywhere. The bloody smell around that had not yet dissipated seemed to be attracted by some mysterious force. They gathered towards his body madly. Behind him, a figure 100 feet tall gradually formed, holding a halberd and stepping on a mountain of corpses. The shadow of the ancient demon. Full of murderous intent. Gods and demons retreat. The Grandmaster's power is witnessed by heaven and earth. Today, I, Qin Hao, will prove my truth through killing those who offend me, Chinese. Even if they are far away, they will be punished. Before he finished speaking, he moved. His figure instantly turned into a stream of blood. At a terrifying speed that is 10 times faster than that of a hypersonic strategic raider. Tearing the night sky apart. Alone. Towards the evil den of thieves shrouded in endless darkness. Kill them. At the same time. Abandoned, inside the Jiangnan shipyard. A mysterious man wearing a black kimono, a samurai sword on his waist and a demon mask on his face was sitting cross-legged on a huge container. Standing next to him was a voluptuous woman wearing a red tight leather jacket. Sir King, the charming woman glanced at the priceless Patek Philippe on her wrist, frowned slightly, and said impatiently, "It's been so long. Why hasn't that ghost guy come back yet? Could there be some kind of accident?" Accident? The demon-masked man called King let out a hoarse and ugly laugh like a night owl. Aiko, you underestimate the power of the ghost. He is the top assassination ninja in our Black Dragon Society. Even if we were facing a fully staffed special operations team, we could come and go freely and easily kill them. What's more, he's just a nouveau riche from Xia country. I guess he's probably on his way back now, carrying that kid's head. Yeah? Izzy licked her flaming red lips, a hint of bloodthirsty excitement flashed in her eyes. That's really a pity. I really want to try it myself, the flavor of the legendary Mr. Qin. Ah, there will be a chance. King laughed hoarsely. Wait until President Yamamoto unifies the entire Southeast Asian underground world. Don't call him a little Qin Hao by then. Even the men of the entire Xia country. Aren't we just letting you play with us as you please? Ha 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 ha. The two men smiled at each other, their eyes filled with endless greed and ambition. But at this moment. Yeah? A cold voice without any emotion, like the sentence of death, sounded faintly from above their heads without any warning. How I feel. It seems like you don't have that chance anymore? Chapter 57. The dust has settled and the Lin family is completely destroyed. How I feel. It seems like you don't have that chance anymore? Qin Hao's emotionless and cold voice, like the sentence of death, came from thousands of feet in the sky without any warning. It was like rolling thunder resounding through the entire night sky. Moment. The arrogant smiles on the faces of the two Sakura country killers on the container, who had just been shouting wildly with smugness on their faces, completely froze. Their pupils suddenly contracted. Their faces were filled with extreme fear that overturned their worldview. They suddenly raised their heads. He looked at the endless night sky as dark as ink in disbelief. Then they saw the most horrifying scene that they would never forget in their lives. All I saw was the cold moonlight. A tall and majestic figure like a god stood with his hands behind his back and walked towards him in the air. Behind him was the shadow of an ancient demon god that was 100 feet tall, holding a halberd and stepping on a mountain of corpses. Full of murderous intent. Gods and demons retreat. That terrifying aura is enough to change the color of heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire abandoned Jiangnan shipyard was completely enveloped. What strange thing is this? Aiko, the hot and charming woman, looked at the terrifying scene outside the window, which was like a god descending to the earth. Her heart, which had become extremely tough due to years of walking on the edge of life and death, was overwhelmed by complete despair at this moment. Her legs went limp and she collapsed to her knees with a plop, on the cold container. My body is shivering like a fallen leaf in the autumn wind. I can't even muster the slightest thought of resistance. And the king who always wears an evil spirit mask is Fumakotaro. Although not as unbearable as her. But the blood on his face hidden under the mask had already faded to a pale white. He stared intently at the terrifying man who was walking down from mid-air step by step. His eyes, as cold as those of a poisonous snake, were filled with unprecedented solemnity and fear. He knew that he might have hit a wall today. No, that's not right. He had kicked something that was enough to crush the entire Black Dragon Society into dust. Titanium alloy plate. You, who are you? He swallowed hard and asked in a hoarse voice. You don't deserve to know. Shinhao slowly landed on the ground. He didn't look at the two pieces of trash who were no different from dead people in his eyes. He just raised his head slowly. He glanced at the hundreds of Black Dragon Society members around him who were also frightened with his cold eyes without any emotion. Then he slowly raised his right hand, clasping his fingers into a fist. A terrifying force that was enough to raise a skyscraper to the ground in an instant was gathering madly in his fist. I'll only say this once. His voice was cold and heartless. It is full of an extreme crushing that does not take these so-called extreme elites seriously at all. Everyone lay down your weapons and kneel down and surrender. Otherwise. The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold and bloodthirsty arc. Die. However, what answered him was a burst of dense and crazy gunfire like frying beans. Bang! 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 These desperate criminals were also frightened by Shinhao's terrifying appearance, which was like a god descending to the earth. But after all, they are all killing machines that crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His mental quality is far superior to those of the previous gangsters. After a brief panic, they quickly regained their composure and chose the most correct response method at the first time. Concentrate fire. No matter whether you are a human, a ghost, or a god. In front of this metal storm composed of hundreds of AK-47s. You all have to kneel down to me. However, they were still too naive after all. They have no idea what kind of existence they are facing today. Ding! 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 A burst of dense and crisp sounds like rain hitting banana leaves rang out. All of these terrifying bullets are enough to penetrate steel plates. The moment it touched Shinhao's body. Still the same as before. Were they all easily deflected by a layer of invisible protective energy? Even the thin black windbreaker he was wearing wasn't damaged at all? What? All the Black Dragon Society members present were dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with extreme fear that overturned their worldview. There was only one common thought left in their minds. Is this a fucking human? This is simply a Gundam covered in human skin. I did. Shinhao slowly lowered his right hand that was blocking in front of him. His face no longer had the calmness it had before. Instead, there was an endless chill as cold as the black ice that had existed for 10,000 years. I gave you a chance. What a pity. You didn't cherish it. Before he finished speaking, he moved. His figure instantly disappeared from where he was. It turned into a blood-red lightning that could not be captured by the naked eye. It was like a killing god from the netherworld descending to the earth. Rushed into the crowd that had already been defeated. Ah! Puff! Crack! A scream that was 10 times more miserable than before resounded throughout the night sky. That's not a massacre anymore. That's a one-sided art. A death feast full of violent aesthetics. Every punch and kick of Shinhao contains a terrifying force that is enough to split mountains and crack rocks. The extremely powerful moves of Bajiquan were brought to the extreme in his hands. Lean against the mountain. The king of hell points his hand 3 times. The tiger climbs the mountain with all its might. Each move is enough to make a living life wither away in an instant in extreme pain and despair. It only takes less than 3 minutes. The entire Jiangnan shipyard was completely transformed into a Shura hell with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Hundreds of vicious Black Dragon Society elites. No one is spared. They all turned into cold, mutilated corpses. The blood dyed the earth red. It also dyed the cold moonlight red. Solved these small fish. Shinhao slowly turned around. He looked at the man in the demon mask who had been sitting cross-legged on the container without moving from beginning to end with his cold eyes without any emotion. Fuma Kotaro. At this moment, this terrifying ninja is enough to stop children from crying at night in the entire underground world of Sakura country. The face hidden under the mask was already ashen. His eyes were filled with endless fear and despair. He knows. I can't escape today. But he's a ninja. He is the leader of the 4 heavenly kings of the Black Dragon Society. He has his own dignity. He would rather die standing. I will never live on my knees. He let out an angry roar filled with the spirit of Bushido. He suddenly pulled out the samurai sword that was flashing with a strange cold light from behind. Demon Sword Muramasa. Then the whole person became like a cheetah hunting. Jumped down from the container that is dozens of meters high, carrying a terrifying aura that can cut through everything. It struck Shinhao's crown fiercely. The secret of ninja technique. Ichideo Ryu, IAI/. This sword strike is the condensation of all his life skills. It was his strongest and final blow. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. It's enough to split a main battle tank in half in an instant. However, facing this fatal blow, which is enough to make any master-level expert tremble in fear, there was no trace of emotion on Shinhao's face. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He just slowly raised his right hand. Put your index and middle fingers together. Then, in Fuma Kotaro's horrified eyes as if he had seen a ghost, the latecomer arrives first. He easily clamped the extremely sharp blade of the demon sword. What? Fuma Kotaro felt his soul trembling. Only catching a knife with bare hands? And what's more, he took his strongest attack, powerful enough to split mountains and rocks. This. How the hell is this possible? This monster, what on earth has he become? Too slow. Shinhao shook his head slowly. That expression was like someone commenting on the childish tricks of a 3-year-old child. And the force was too weak. It's like tickling me. After saying this, he exerted a little force with the 2 fingers holding the blade. Crack. A crisp sound of metal breaking was heard. That legendary magic sword made of meteorite iron from outer space that can cut through iron like mud. It's like a crispy biscuit. He easily broke it into 2 pieces. Puff. Fuma Kotaro can't bear it anymore. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. His eyes were filled with endless despair. He knows. I really got into trouble today, it's amazing. All right. Shinhao threw away the half piece of scrap metal in his hand. Like shooing away an annoying fly. The game is over. Don't worry, let's go. After saying this, he stopped talking nonsense. He slowly raised his foot and dropped it heavily. No. Fuma Kotaro let out a shrill howl filled with endless unwillingness and despair. Then his voice stopped abruptly. Holy shit. Look downstairs. Who is that? Linear completely turned into an indescribable blood-red mosaic. Solved all the troubles here. Shinhao finally let out a long breath. He took out his cell phone and took a look. Xuanwu has thoroughly investigated all the bases and assets of the Black Dragon Society in Sakura country. And a detailed battle plan was formulated. Just waiting for his order. Within 24 hours, this underworld organization that has been passed down for hundreds of years will be completely wiped out from this world. The Lin family had already been completely declared bankrupt under Qinglong's financial means, which could be called a dimensionality reduction attack. Lin Jiangwo was also taken away for investigation on suspicion of multiple commercial crimes. What awaits him is endless imprisonment.